Do you wish that you could recover faster from workouts or training? Do you wish you had the same energy, power, stamina, and drive that you used to? Every year after puberty, your growth hormone decreases, sometimes by as much as 50%. And, spoiler, it doesn't come back. It doesn't matter how in shape you are or how good your diet is. Just like death, taxes, and sequels to The Fast and the Furious, they're gonna happen, whether you like it or not. But Raph, how does this affect me, a young jiu-jitsu practitioner who believes he will never get old? Well, growth hormone decreases can cause poor workout performance, slow workout and injury recovery, chronic fatigue, mood swings, depression, body fat, low libido, poor sleep, and a lot more. Though frankly, if you're asking me, that sounds like plenty. That's where BioPro Plus comes in. BioPro Plus is the first of its kind 100% non-synthetic alternative to prescription HGH growth hormone treatments. It immediately replaces what your body is not getting, and it does it naturally without the needles, nasty side effects, or the expensive costs of typical synthetic growth hormone treatments. BioPro Plus is not a synthetic drug, so it won't shut off your natural production or cause you to pop on any drug tests. Wink, ADCC competitors. Since 2009, BioPro Plus was only available through doctors, but not anymore. Now you can get BioPro Plus shipped directly to you. No doctor visits, no blood work, no pharmacy. If you're serious about your training, and I hope that you are, go to BioProtein Tech and use the promo code GrapplingHour for We're giving them $30 off to our idiots? Okay, it's their money. Go to Bioprotein Tech and use the code GrapplingHour for $30 off. So go check out BioPro Plus today before your competition does.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Grappling Hours coverage of the 2022 ADCCs. My name is Kevin Bradley, filling in for usual host, Rafa Esparza, because his voice just fully conked out yesterday, covering all these matches for you. So, like the great, benevolent East Coast friend that I am, I'm here to help out. But I am far from the only face you're going to be seeing. We got a lineup of really cool guests that are going to be walking people through the ADCCs. All of them way more knowledgeable than me. I basically just learned about jiu-jitsu the other day. I'll try to sprinkle more facts about myself throughout the broadcast, but I'm actually watching this on a bigger monitor. I'm not just fully not paying attention to you guys, so I hope you're not offended. But we're watching Mika Galvão take on Dante Leon. Galvão just had a really good bite on an arm bar. So that was, we have Raph saying he's not dead, just metaphorically dead. We know, Raph, but we need you to rest up because I can't do this show. You know, I can't take over for you. I have a job and commitments, and this is your thing. I wouldn't be accepted by your audience. I have too many strong opinions about East versus West Coast. So we're hoping it won't come to that. But right now, getting back to the match, we got Mika Galvão exerting a lot of top pressure on Leon. He just had a really good bite on an arm bar, but otherwise he's been pretty dominant. I've got to say, I just love the soccer jersey aesthetic he's got going with his rash guard. I want to see more of that from competitors. It's loud, it's proud. I love it. It looks like he's trying to go for a knee slide. And for anyone that was watching yesterday, obviously, Galvão had one of the more standout performances. Just yesterday was, on the whole, crazy. A ton of big upsets, legends getting bid out in the first round, like Gary Tonin, JT Torres, obviously PJ Barch having that huge win in round 2. And so this is a very much an ADCC of new faces. So, I'm looking forward to seeing who comes out on top. I think I can tone down talking. A little bit more about me. If any of you are frequenters of Bloody Elbow, you might be able to catch some of my articles on there. I do a lot of the grappling content and or miscellaneous content for the site that no one else wants to do. So go check me out. Kevin Bradley at Bloody Elbow. Type me into the search bar. Or anytime an article looks like it was written by a 5-year-old, that's probably mine. So you can just check me out there. Again, Galval, really exerting pressure from the top. It's shocking how fresh a lot of these guys look compared to just the effort that was put out yesterday. You can tell they all got their 8 hours, made sure. Possible, maybe had a guillotine attempt there, or an open there. I don't know. One of you will tell me I'm wrong. By the way, Raph, I'm not sure if I'm checking out all of the channels where I can. Oh yeah, that's guest chat, so I'll be able to see when people come in. All right. So yeah, points have been live for a little bit now. Looks like Mika might be just focusing on getting past, securing that too. We had a lot of victories yesterday based on really late passes, late takedowns. Surprising number of submissions. I'll be trying to calculate. Hopefully by the end of the broadcast today, I'll be able to calculate the submission rate for the entire event. That's something I'm planning on looking into. But looks like Leon almost had a bite on the arm there. Galval just obviously completely composed. You'll love to see it. By the way, anyone watching that wants to give their thoughts on the how much of the Pride announcer we can all kind of deal with. I know she's a legend; she's really cool, but it is something you have to get used to.
Whoa!
Oh. Hey, Bryce.
Hey, what's going on?
Oh, nothing
Did you guys
much.
hear me okay?
I think I can hear you fine, so I assume everyone can hear you fine.
How we doing?
Yeah, Raph told me you'd be helping me steer the ship, so I appreciate that because I really don't like jiu-jitsu. All told, it's kind of boring to me. Yeah,
What?
I mean, I've done it for like 7 years, but I just hate it. You know.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's the worst, man. It's
It's so dumb.
So I
it's
see we're
funny.
here having a look at Dante Leon and Mika getting after it.
Yeah, Mika's just been super composed this entire tournament. I don't know how much of yesterday you caught, but he's just a stud. Nearly had an armbar at the start of the broadcast, but Leon was able to fight out of it.
Yeah, it
really
seems like every time Oh, go ahead. Pardon me.
Oh no, just really great defense.
Every time I've watched Mika perform, he's had this really assertive game where it looks like right from the get-go, he's trying to establish like a strong mount or side control. I mean, the kid's mount is just exceptional. So I'm not all that shocked that right off the bat he tried to put him on his back. What I'm getting curious about is how he's going to try and accumulate points at this point. It looks like, yeah, Dante Leon's throwing up some really strong guard. So let's see. He's going to probably be working passing. And
we've seen a lot of people. Oh my God, I forget who, but we had one person that had a really big tripod into just walking past the legs, like really classic stuff like that. But it is so hard to earn points in the ADCC rule set.
Big time. It seems like once somebody's committed to sitting back into guard, they don't want to take the risk of standing back up and risk getting taken down or giving the other guy points.
Yeah.
I mean, some of these guys are just fantastic guard players. It is absurd. But guys like Mika, like I said, I mean, with his game being so assertive, I'm going to be very shocked if he doesn't score some points prior to the end of the match here.
Now,
from the get-go. Go ahead.
Now, do you, obviously we only have 10 seconds, so it's very likely we're going to go see overtime. Do you think that gives Leon, now that it's back on the feet, gives him more time to reassess and reestablish?
You said there's only 10 seconds left. It seems like I have a delay. Oh, well, that's
Oh,
not going to
yeah,
be
sorry.
beneficial to us at all. No, you're fine. I'm actually curious what's going on. Why do I have a delay here?
Well, Flow does route all their footage through like an actual potato, so Vegas odds something up going on.
Yeah. Well, this is going to be a problem. My internet hasn't been spectacular lately, so.
Oh man, don't worry about it. By the way, I don't want to repeat too much of yesterday's broadcast, but if you are looking to catch the last day of the ADCCs and you do not want to pay Flow a 100 some odd subscription for the year because you can only buy a year, you can't do month to month because everyone would just do this month and that's it. I believe you can buy a Flow Pro account through Flow Bowling or Flow Golf or whatever, one of their other sports that no one actually cares about. And you should be able to just buy the month. Raph will probably jump in the chat and tell me if I'm wrong, but that was something that was being talked about a lot yesterday. So just a little food for thought.
I'll chime in here a little
Oh,
bit
yeah?
as well, just to let you guys know. My buddy had recommended I look at Flow Bowling, same thing. Now, Flow Bowling's charging $30 a month, but if you go over to Flow Football, it's $20 a month. Now, I'm all about saving you guys those Benjamins, so whatever I can do. Flow Football, for $20 a month, you get full access to Flow, so that's a good little loophole. Let's not spread the word too much.
You have the possibility of falling in love with a new sport.
Yeah, there you go. Bet you Flow has a foosball league as well. You get it even cheaper.
Probably the lowest point in my life was realizing that there's a professional Microsoft Excel sports league that gets played on ESPN3.
Yeah, they literally have to design these extravagant, what's it called, Excel spreadsheets in a matter of this is a new thing too, isn't it?
Oh yeah, you got to have this ready for a business portfolio, an expense report, and you got 30 seconds on the clock. Oh,
that's insane.
Yeah. Back to the match. We got more Leon playing closed guard, trying to break down Mika's posture, keep him from posturing up. Now, you obviously know Mika's game. Do you think he's reacting differently from obviously he just got out of closed guard, but how do you think he normally reacts to closed guard? Like what's his go-to?
He seems. I mean, I've seen him do a lot of body lock passing. It's hard to say. To be honest, not a lot of guys really are able to keep him in closed guard. But I don't know. He's throwing some unique stuff at him here. I mean, nothing unique for closed guard, but in relevance to his guard game, Mika's having a really hard time passing.
Yeah, well, he is up on the board. So unless if he's really disengaged, he runs the risk of getting penalties, which will nullify his 2 points. So that's something to definitely look out for. I am a little concerned. I thought it was tape, but it looks like there's some serious stuff going on with his right hand. I don't know if that's just like compression wrapping or how he damaged it yesterday, but that's something to look at.
Yeah, it wasn't at that extent yesterday. He had tape on a couple fingers. I mean, I'm assuming he came in already partially injured, but yeah, it's that looks like he must have did something in yesterday's match.
Oh yeah.
Who else?
Briefly controlling the leg there.
Our upcoming brackets. Who's Cade Rotolo going against? Is that PJ Barch? Is that what I saw?
I actually have. I recorded all of them yesterday. So Cade Rotolo, where is he? Yeah, PJ Barch.
That is going to be a banger of a match.
Oh, man. Oh, we also got, it looks like we're going to have Victor Long on in just a second. Don't know when he's
Very
going to pop in.
cool.
Yesterday was just the day of the underdog. Oh, Dante Leon getting 2 points of his own. Looks like for the sweep. So now he's going to look to pass and secure that. That would be huge. That would be a big come from behind for him.
He's got to get those hooks in. If he wants to catch up on points, he's got to get those hooks in stat. Let's see how Mika does. Oh, nice scramble.
Oh, I think you're a little delayed. I have him even on the board right now.
Oh, great.
Sorry, I don't want to spoil it. I'm going to try not to spoil it for you.
No, you're fine. Raph's punching the air somewhere going, why is he delayed so bad?
Again, it's flow, so even if your router is from 97, you can literally blame them, and it's fine.
Hey, everyone.
Match you guys watching. Right now, the only match that's on is Dante Leon versus Mika Galvao. Yeah, Mat 1 is just dark currently. But thank you for commenting, Jay. Welcome aboard.
Mr. Victor.
It looks like Leon had his points stripped. Apparently they
What?
were erroneously given. I don't understand what happened there.
Wait.
Hang on. I'm going to mute myself and see if you're explaining it at all.
I'm watching as well, and I thought he got 2 points awarded, but now... Huh?
It does seem...
Was all right. I'm unmuting the broadcast real quick.
Sounds good.
Okay, guys. Bryce is checking in on that. Thank you, Bryce. I'm gonna be giving commentary. Yeah, so it looks like it was even on the boards, and for some reason they took away 2 points, or maybe they had mistakenly given the 2 points. We're still not 100% sure, but that is just heartbreaking for the Canadian. That's gotta be killing him right now. Obviously,
yeah,
more of a graceful guy than AJ Agazarm was yesterday when he threw an absolute flipped everybody off. But when you invite AJ Agazarm somewhere and like he's facing someone better than him, you know what's going to happen. Thank God you didn't put him against Wagner again. Wagner just would have killed him.
Oh, man. Every time I actually I had the fortune of seeing AJ Agazarm do a Bellator fight. Had to be about 3 years ago, and I will never forget. He was kind of getting beat up in the fight, and about halfway through, after very clearly starting to lose the fight, he walks out and he bends over and sticks his tongue out at his opponent, and I'm just like, what are we watching right now?
I remember that one. I think that was the one where he lost and he said, "I'm still undefeated in my mind." Like he pulled a Sean O'Malley or something. Oh God.
No. Yeah, we do not condone that. That is not a professional manner of conducting yourself after a fight. But back to the match here. Pretty happy for Mika Galvao. It's really cool seeing these young guys come up and perform and do as well as they're doing. I was kind of rooting secretly for Kolabate. I mean, that kid has progressed so much throughout the years. And at his age, I mean, to make it all the way to ADCC and put on a match the way he did, that was such a close match, too. He went up against, who was it? Not Souza. It was... you know what? Let me see. Let me pull it up here. If anybody.
By the way, Raph, if you are feeling up to it, I know your voice is not the best right now, but if you want to drink some honey and tea, we'd love to see your AJ impression at some point.
Oh, I haven't heard that.
Raph has a lot of good impressions in his pocket. I mean, I have a better Chael Sonnen than him, but he's got me beat basically everywhere else.
Diego
Have you
Oliveira.
heard his Eric Medina impression? It was like a little too accurate. I
Oh
I
no.
was I was super super shocked.
I Eric has a very laid back personality.
Yes.
It's not too hard
When
to
Ra-
hit.
right when Raph just started like just like mocking his voice, I was just so aghast at how accurate his impression was. Like because somehow he managed to match like all of Eric's vocal inflections, all of Eric's like weird like vocal ticks. It was strange. Okay, anyway, looks like we have Gabriel Souza coming up here.
Yeah, looks like they're starting out a bunch of. Yeah, we got Gabriel Souza versus Diego Pato Oliveira and Diego Reis versus Joshua Cisneros. I'm really glad we're not doing 4 matches at a time. That was stressing me out yesterday, just like watching all of them.
Jumping from camera to camera. Yeah, I was losing my mind.
Obviously, it would take like 3 times as long, so I'm glad that they moved it along. But when you have to write about all the matches, it is very stressful.
Yeah,
So
we
they
had, like I
have
said, I wanted to watch Kolabate, and then we had Keith Krikorian going on the other mat, which I'm sure you guys know. He's a big friend of the show. So
Hmm.
I wanted to support him and watch him, but I'm like trying to juggle. I'm on a console. I'm watching my stuff off of a console here. So to jump from mat to mat's kind of a bit of a process, and it was hard to keep up. Ooh, right out the gate.
Yeah.
Okay.
I love that
See
everyone
what's
has the
going
opportunity to like change outfits. That's pretty cool. Like you're not committed to the same rash guard you wore yesterday.
so Souza. I was particularly impressed by his previous match against Mikey Musumeci. Um, he has really good passing, really good passing. Knows how to apply pressure side to side. Mixes in leg entanglements, and he's never really afraid to just jump into people's guards. I never feel like he's stalling. He always backs up, changes angles, and then re-engages constantly.
I think the bar is so weird with Mikey. Like if you face him and you just like even if you get blown out but you don't look like a complete idiot, you must be insanely good at jiu-jitsu. Like that's just a testament to how great he is.
Yeah, Souza got the tap against Mikey.
I know it's the and with
So
Mikey, you have to understand like a lot of his weird guard comes from just how he would sit as a kid. Like he wouldn't sit down to watch TV. He would almost like squat like a penguin, and he can still do that. Yeah, I was at a seminar of his when he was in Jersey, and he just explained that he would sit like a penguin with an egg
looks
under
like
him.
you
That's how he
cut out.
explained it. And so he's like, from here I can just like do all this sorts of shit, and then he fucked everyone up, and no one could do anything to him. And it was like his bones were wrong.
Are you guys still looking at Souza's match, or do you guys have Mat One
I
open? Because
I'm
Cisneros
looking
and
at
Race.
I'm looking at Souza's match. Yeah. Honestly, I'm not too savvy with flow, so I don't know how to hop from mat to mat. Flow's
Oh,
Well, there's a
interface is
way to
there's
honestly
some
kind of
skill.
bad.
split it.
You can look at both matches at the same time if you select
Oh,
the
okay. Oh, I
multiple
see it.
option.
I see it.
Yeah, from the top right.
Yeah.
Oh, make sure you mute the
I
commentary though.
I don't know where your guys' time frame is, or your time. I'm feeling odd about discussing the matches here. If I'm 30 seconds behind, calling stuff everyone's already seen. That's not super convenient.
No, Yeah, I'm at 6:36 with Souza's match. 6:30 now.
Okay.
Yeah.
And where are you at with Cisneros and
Yeah,
Mace?
I don't have that one open.
Oh, the stream just cut out for a second.
Apologies, guys. My technical difficulties are not at the most convenient time here.
Do not worry about it, man. We're going to be all good.
What?
Sorry,
Victor.
someone was saying that Souza really impressed them yesterday.
I think that was Victor.
I was talking about Souza's who's number one matches.
Oh, his number one matches. Oh, okay.
Yeah. That's why I brought up his match against Mikey Musumeci, and also his previous match against Keith Krikorian. We have about 30 seconds before points start kicking in. Right now, it looks like Souza is having difficulties getting any scoring action going against Oliveira.
Ooh, are we going to see a slam?
That would be illegal right now. Okay. Okay, points are active, and this close guard is going to be really difficult to hold.
Possibility for a leg attack there. Both
Again, it's a repeat of the sequence from earlier.
Yeah. Oh man, seeing Mason Fowler get beat on the leg entanglements was weird yesterday.
Yeah, that's what I heard. He got caught by a heel hook?
Yeah, outside heel hook.
That was one match I missed. I tuned out, and I was pretty surprised to hear that that's how he got caught.
Yeah, because he's made such a name for himself as technical, like being able to shut down Craig's leg attacks, especially at Submission Underground.
Right. So now I have Cisneros and Oliveira open in front of me. Sorry, guys. I'm going to ask one more time here, just to verify. What time do you guys have on the Souza match?
3:50. 3:50.
Yeah, 3:50.
Okay.
Souza has a tight waist. Doesn't have crossface.
Yeah.
If I'm correct here.
Ooh, big takedown on Matt too.
Victor, it looks like Raph is asking what your favorite moment was from yesterday, my good sir.
Shoot. I gotta say, Craig's arm and guillotine against Calbone.
That was tight.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty impressive.
Yeah, I know Craig. It was nice to see Craig's work with front headlock coming in. And all the work that he has been putting into his front headlock series with his B team rolling footage. And I do like how I can kind of see a lot of those mechanics being reflected in his Escapes DVD, in the way he applied that arm in. Yeah.
Isn't it kind of crazy how, like, you know, if you do MMA and you're training, you don't want people seeing all of the footage of what you're working on because they'll use it to counter you. But B Team's like, you know what? We're just going to post everything we do. Show them a little bit of everything, and we're still going to pull it off. They're not going to be able to stop anything we throw at them. And I think that's actually something that's really impressive that they're able to do that. I mean,
yeah,
you know the ins and outs of Craig's headlock series, and it's almost like there's not a whole lot you can do to negate it.
Yeah, but what kind of sucks for B team is that they didn't have too good of a showing this ADCC. Krellinston, Nikki, and Isaac were all eliminated yesterday. Kind of feel
Yeah.
bad for Isaac with Rocha. I didn't
Oh,
necessarily. I
Raf's
didn't
going off.
necessarily.
Raf's going off in the comments of what you're saying here. He said two ADCC finals in their first year. Hey, he's got a point.
I was
Yeah,
just
yeah.
about to
You know what?
say
You know what?
they've driven Nicky Rod into
You know
a
what?
place
You're
where he
right.
can
You're
stab
right,
a
Raf. You're right,
direct
Raf.
dagger into the heart of their old team. Like the
Yeah.
source of so many problems, according to rumors and what have you. He has a genuine shot at just taking Gordon Ryan down, holding him down, and ripping a medal away from him ahead of the super fight.
You're right, Raf.
You
I
know,
totally blanked on Nicky Rod. You're right.
I can't help but think. I keep thinking about this super fight. Gordon and Galval, and in my head, I mean, you got to really think about the unbridled confidence Gordon's got to have to go and expend as much energy as he's expending, running through the brackets, trying to get gold in that, and then taking on another legend who's just an absolute beast, but isn't competing in ADCC. I mean, obviously, other than the super fight, I mean, he's not gonna have any soreness or inflammation
We all got
whatsoever.
inflation, homie.
And we all got inflation right now, absolutely. But I'm curious if that'll be a factor in the match.
Oh,
Uh,
it'll for sure be a factor in the match, but do you mind me putting on my tinfoil hat for a second?
oh, please do. I
Could
live for
Gordon's
tinfoil hat theories.
participation in the 99 plus bracket have been a condition for Galvao to take the match in the first place?
Ooh,
Could that have been part of the
ooh.
negotiations? At one point, he was asking for $1 million, so we know he's fine saying crazy stuff. I don't think it's out of pocket for him to rationalize as I'm at this point in my career, I'm this old, I have this many injuries. This guy's got to run through the bracket if he wants the super fight with me.
Maybe, but counterpoint is that from all of Gordon's interviews, Gordon always wants the smoke.
That
So
is also
whether or not that was a stipulation, I think Gordon would have still done his weight division anyway.
Raf
that is
said final
very
boss
true.
spot.
Yes. And unfortunately, ADCC bracketing rules have forbade Gordon from fighting his way through absolutes. Because Gordon would have done absolute too if ADCC would have let him.
Gordon would
I
turn
mean,
skinny again and
that's
fight in 66 if he could.
He would cut down to
he's pretty
77 just to
relentless.
fight Mika.
He would huff
I
helium to
don't
get to 66.
I don't know if it was here that they were talking about it yesterday, but realistically, it kind of seems like he's doing everything he can to cement his legacy. He's essentially already done that, but is he going to be the first to go through, blast through the entire heavyweight division, and then take a super fight afterwards? And if he wins that, I mean, that's pretty remarkable. I don't see a lot of people in the future being able to pull something of that out. What's the word? Impacity off, I guess. Capacity? I don't know. Magnitude was the word I was looking for. All right,
Also,
I
we
gotta.
are about 3 minutes remaining in overtime for Oliveira and Souza. Lots of wrestling now. Oliveira is not allowed to pull guard here.
Wait a minute, guys. Did we fully miss PJ Barch and Cade Ruotolo?
It
I
didn't.
saw a comment about that. Did we? There's no way.
I guess it's saying that Cade submitted PJ. The brackets were
He
updated,
just tore it
but
up.
I'm not seeing the matches anywhere. I'm not seeing it as an option to watch. Or I didn't see it.
What?
I swear to God, I have no idea what happened. I think we all fell asleep at the wheel on that one. Did we? I think we just fully missed one of the semifinal matches at 77.
Oh, it looks like we got Gabby Garcia versus Amy Campo coming up. That'll be great. I'm rooting for Gabby, guys. If in case anybody's wondering, it sounds like your boy may or may not have been assigned Gabby Garcia in the raffle that Raf has going on here, which is I don't know if you saw, but my girl's got some advantage on some of these other ladies, and I think I may be able to capitalize on that.
Oh my God, grappling fantasy league. First pick every
That's what we
weekend.
need.
I got
That is
knocked out first
exactly.
round. I got knocked out first round. Freaking, I got to sign
Alright.
my boy Lockie. And
Oof.
freaking,
That was. I just wanted. I've got a whole article planned just about how crazy the upsets were this year. So Lachlan Giles getting submitted, Gary Tonin going out in the first round, Nikki Ryan
yes.
getting out in the first round,
Oh,
JT
Yes,
Torres
but
getting taken down.
JT Torres was definitely a bigger upset. But those previous three, you could definitely make some pretty good arguments as to why they didn't advance.
I think there's
Because
a
with Nikki
sliding
Ryan,
scale.
he hasn't competed in a while, and he had that knee surgery, so it's really hard to see where he's at. And if you look at his match record on BGA Heroes, he doesn't actually have a lot of matches because like he just started competing in pro like when he was in 16 or when he was a teenager, so he hasn't racked up a lot of competition experience.
That is definitely a
Lachlan,
really great point, and I think that you have the media machine and the hype train to blame for people feeling it that it was an upset because you're absolutely right. He's got a ton of holes in his game, but I think with how he
yeah.
was talking, the energy of the B team, and how he's obviously bulked up significantly since his last ADCC appearance. Uh, yeah, it's just not obvious. I think the biggest one that set the tone was Cyborg going out in the first.
Yeah.
that was remarkable, in my opinion. That was one hell of a performance, and I mean, just the urgency that he went to go finish that armbar with was exciting. I mean,
Yeah.
what an
Vito was
upset!
nuts. He knew what he wanted and he executed. And
Souza looks like he thinks
it's
he's.
a shame he got out in the next round, but still huge
Oh.
win there.
ADCC really, really hates guard players. No,
They want
for
wrestling.
real, because Souza stayed on top the entire time, and like I was mentioning earlier, he's not afraid to engage with guards. Like a lot of people at this level, they'll just straight up keep backing away from people's guards, but Souza will just pull out just a little and then just re-engage immediately. And then as you can see, like he's just been super aggressive the entire time, which really lines with what the judges like in ADCC. But this is pure speculation. Haven't been to a rules briefing. I don't know. I It's not really satisfying to see like these matches
What a
end
number.
0-0.
Yeah, I think it's the submission to decision and point rates have been very weird. I think some brackets have definitely been more full of them than others.
Yes.
But I can't say for certain what the split is. Off the top of my head, I want to say it's like 60-40
Yeah.
with submissions, but that might be very generous if I'm really thinking about it.
There have been a lot of decisions this ADCC. And even though this wasn't a decision, I mean yesterday Gordon versus Victor Hugo, that didn't end in a finish. Gordon just got 8 points and then it ended that way, which
Yeah.
is surprising because Gordon usually finishes everybody.
Well, let's think about it. You know, we're performing at the highest level of grappling. Once you reach ADCC, I mean, you're at the elite of the elite, really. So you got to figure these guys. It's not like they're your average Joe that you're competing at against in like submission underground or something like that. I mean, even sorry, I shouldn't say that. Those guys are pretty elite as well, but as your level and skill set increases, it's going to be a lot harder to find that finish. I mean, they're going up against the other best in the world, so it's not surprising that there's a lot of decisions here. What is surprising is, I guess I was expecting a lot more wrestling for ADCC style rule sets than what I've seen so far. There's been a lot of wrestling, but I've also seen a lot of guard. And to me, I don't know. I guess I was expecting to see more wrestle ups and Nicky Rod style matches where it's just okay, pin them down and work them, grind them down, wear them out, and then find the sub. But
Right.
I don't know.
Right, but
Yeah.
going to your point, you are correct with that. Like looking at the last match with Souza and Oliveira, what you saw there was that Oliveira played a bunch of guard. He wasn't able to score, and then the decision went to Souza. So
The wrestler, of course, yeah.
right. So what you're saying, is as you expected, right? It's ADCC rules. You're expecting people to stand and wrestle a little less guard play. But what you're seeing also is people being punished for not necessarily going with that wrestling heavy game plan. Because in that overtime with Oliveira and Souza, what you saw was that Oliveira wasn't necessarily super comfortable on his feet. Sure, he was able to negate scoring actions from Souza, but the entire time Souza was actually doing positive grappling, and it almost felt like Oliveira was looking for an excuse to pull guard, which at one point he did manage to find himself in a half guard without getting scored on. But
Right, I saw that.
with how ADCC scores and judges matches, that doesn't really work out unless you really are good at scoring from guard, which is hard as hell.
Yeah. Real quick note
Absolutely.
from Joshua Joseph. It's actually $19.99 for a Flow Football subscription, but if you buy it, once you sign in, you actually have access to ADCC. So if you want to just get away with paying $20 to watch ADCC instead of $150, follow the direction of our boy Joshua Joseph. Thank you for the info, my guy.
Good man. Good man.
Good man. By the way, I just a casual look at the 66 for reference. It's almost a third, almost exactly 1 out of every 3 matches ended in a submission. It was 14 matches, 5 of them had submission finishes. So I'm gonna try and go through it and see how that stacks up. But how does that sound to you guys? Just like as a ratio.
That's a good question. I guess in retrospect, I'd like to see more finishes, but again, it's one of those things where it's hard to ask for when you're playing at this level.
Yeah, you can't lay it at the feet of the athletes. That's never any goal of these conversations. It's like how effective a rule set is at delivering a desired product.
Let's see, where are we?
Also, we got the women's matches going off.
I have St. Marie and Basilio on my screen now.
Davies and Mosquita in my top right. I think those are the only 2 matches going on right now.
Is Davies on mat 2?
I believe so, yeah.
All right. Let me get that open as well.
Oh, no, she's on mat 3.
Oops. this one's
All
going to
right,
be a
so
good match.
what's your timestamp right now? I'm seeing 9:13, 9:10.
For
I got 9:03.
Davies?
Basilio versus Basilio and Stay-Marie.
Oh, I have 8:43 for that one.
8:43. Okay.
Am I in the future?
No,
What
there
are
was
your
a point
stop?
where I think I caught up, and I catch a loading screen, and it seems like that just.
Okay, I'm at 8:35, 8:33 now.
I'm going to get this in real time, guys, I swear. Thoughts on Dante Leon fighting with less urgency because he had the points, even if it didn't ultimately affect the outcome because Galvao was so good, it could have been a big deal.
I think that's a really legitimate point. Your priorities that close to the end suddenly change. You know, you become risk averse at least a little bit because if you have a dead heat, you can go into overtime. Oh wait, were they already in overtime? No, I don't think they were. Uh, I do think it changes your game plan. I think it's another thing to think about, and then suddenly being told you don't have it anymore. That's going to fuck you up. But I don't know. What do you guys think?
No, I'm in agreement with that. If he thinks he scored, you know, he's probably pretty convinced he did a sufficient amount throughout the match. I mean, he seemed like he was playing a really offensive guard. So maybe in his mind, he's like, okay, I've done enough offensively to where this could be scored in my favor. But realistically, the guy on top is always going to get that advantage. So regardless of whether or not he had the 2 points, I still think he should have kept getting after it. And
But
also,
what you have to think
really,
about, though, if the score is tied, um, doesn't that put you into overtime?
oh, they didn't go to overtime, did they? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
They
I
didn't.
was
Yeah.
just curious about that. I was wondering if the match was already in
Because
overtime.
yeah, because if the score is tied, right, and you go to overtime, you kind of need to think about saving your gas tank, because if it goes to OT, first score wins.
That's
So
good.
knowing that you're even on the board, it kind of it should tell you that you have a little bit more grappling to do.
Yeah. The fight's not done there. Even isn't winning, and
Yeah.
that's where you got to be. So he definitely could have acted a little more to pull it off, but it's hard to say. I mean, obviously, it just he didn't end up getting the 2 points, and Mika took it, and that's really the bottom line, and that's where we're at. So, they both put on a good
Yeah,
show. That's
I mean, but this event has been pretty light, controversy wise. You had the Vinny's weird injury, but aside from that, the only thing I'm thinking of is uh, Mateus and Giancarlo. There was that weird stoppage, towards the out of bounds when Mateus had back control, and I really don't fully understand what happened, but apparently he was complaining to the ref that he let go, and Giancarlo was able to get a takedown. Oh, by the way, Quinn, thank you for the question. And it did go into overtime, according to Quinn. So they were already in overtime. He would have just been tying the score at overtime. So I'm rusty on my ADCC rules. I don't know what happens in that instance. Does it just go to a decision?
Victor. You got an answer on that one?
Yeah, Victor's a smart one.
Victor is.
I'm
He's
I'm
the
not
brains of the operation.
I'm not
Yeah.
that familiar with ADCC rules.
It did
No.
go to
If anyone that
overtime,
knows,
says Queen.
I know scoring criterias, but I'm not 100% sure at how overtime rules go.
okay, well, assuming that he's just forcing a either another overtime or if it's going into a decision, the last image in the judge's mind is him picking up 2 points, and that could be a psychological thing that could affect the decision making. I'm not really sure if it would, but I have no idea what he's probably thinking of in that moment. Oh, it always goes to decision over time if there are no negatives, I believe. Okay. Quinn is the real rules lawyer here. Thank you very much.
I got to circle back really quick to what Raph said. Hot take Bryce number 2. There's not enough wrestling, i.e., my takedowns are trash, and I'm trying to learn. Hey, Raph, I'm coming for you, buddy. I'm coming out to LA just to show you. Okay?
Where are you normally based out of?
I'm originally from Los Angeles. I used to train with these guys a lot. I recently moved out to Arizona. I'm here in Phoenix.
Ooh.
And, yeah. Been quite a transition.
You get any mat time with Danny O'Donnell? You know him?
Danny O'Donnell. What gym's he out of?
I forget the name of it. It's he does a lot of content stuff for the IBJJF. He's a lot of time. He's one of their mat side guys. Jake Watson. He's one of the commentators here. He's another guy that's big out there. I forget what gyms they go to.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. I mean, the gym I'm at has a really big open mat that we see a lot of faces from all over the local area. So if they've dropped in, probably seen them there. Quick shout out to Jay Pages. That is my school. And if you guys are ever in the Phoenix area and you want to hit up the baddest open mat out here every Sunday from 12 to 2, that is the spot to be. There are a lot of guys on our mats.
This is Davies securing the 3 points for the back control. That's got to feel good. By the way, I don't know if anyone just heard the news. It came in an hour or two ago. Jose Aldo's retiring.
Yep. Yeah.
I mean, it's time, but also bummer.
He had 1 fight left on his contract, didn't he?
Yeah, I haven't been able to look into if he's fulfilling that, and this is his last fight, or if he's canning the fight, just riding off into the sunset. No idea.
6 points for Fiona.
Looks like Davies. Did she disengage and then re-engage the hooks?
I'm assuming so. I mean, to get a body triangle now, you guys are still probably a few seconds ahead of me on this, but I'm looking at, I'm at about 130 mark. Davies has the body triangle in.
Davies is in a 3/4 mount from my
Yeah, they might have given her the points before Mosquita started to turn out a little bit.
Yeah, this is looking fairly dominant for Davies. If Mosquita's going to want to get it back, she's got very little time to pull something off here.
Oh, yeah. Looks like Davies going for a head and arm. Just isolating, looking to turn her back, land and mount. Oh, that's really tight.
Yeah, yeah.
Ooh, she might get the sub. But it doesn't matter. She's got it. 10 seconds to go. We had a few at the buzzer submissions yesterday. I need to look them up. All right, Davies moving on.
Wow. Oh, snap. St. Marie versus Basilio. Wow.
Dang. Huge emotions.
St. Marie takes it. Davies takes it. Wow.
Canada
How about
is
that?
redeemed. after Cranston and Dante
Oh,
couldn't
what
get
is
it done.
going? They got to have their champions too, you know?
Yeah.
We got to give Canada a little love here.
Well, what you talking
Fueled by
about?
it.
Canada has George St. Pierre. I know,
Yeah,
I know, not
but who's
grappling, but
Who have they had since GSP? Let's see, you know, like
Rory
we gotta
McDonald.
give them a little love too. Rory McDonald. Oh my lord, dude, he just retired. What? A few months ago, right? Or maybe a month
I think
ago.
2 months ago. It was really, really recent. He was on like a
Yeah, I
3
mean,
skid at PFL. It was not fun.
yeah, yeah. I mean, that guy. That guy's been in the game forever. Good for him.
Yeah, I mean,
He
hey,
earned
you
his retirement
understand,
as
like,
well.
I know one of his last big wins was against like Neiman Gracie at Bellator, and he's someone he taught at the first gym I ever trained at, which was really cool. But I think when he was still in the UFC, he kind of made a comment that was, I don't know how much more I can do of this. Like, I don't know how much like fight I have left in me, like in a post fight. And he went on to fight for like 2 or 3 years after that. So, one could say he should have retired a little while ago.
Yeah, yeah, I can see that as well. Hey, let me check these brackets here, but I did not see. Did Gabby Garcia go?
Are they
Like
not
Raph
showing
said.
every? Okay, you guys are not. I'm not crazy, right? You're not seeing any. Oh, it looks like it's
You know,
about to go.
Raph made a comment earlier saying something along the lines of Flow Grappling, keeping your favorite grappling matches hushed, keeping them a secret, and that is
okay. Gabby
seemingly
versus
the case.
Campo is on mat one right now.
I
Yes, let's.
love that because the Saudi royal family's behind this. They have essentially all the money they could ever need for anything, and yet they only care enough to give them just like the bare bones, like shit ass nonsense interface. Like we have trillions of dollars, and your shit is still gonna look like the worst shit. Like AAA baseball is gonna outperform you in every way. Except for in the number of samurai light shows we have. That's the one area we
Bro, bro,
Hey, that Samurai Light
baseball
show was pretty cool.
is a bigger. It's just like objectively a more popular sport than
I know,
jiu-jitsu.
but pro baseball doesn't have the Saudi royal family they can hit up for just money, which is
That
my
is
point.
true,
We have
but
infinite money
baseball is
glitch, and
actually
your shit still looks at like 720p.
listen. Baseball is actually profitable, though. I'm
I
sorry.
get it, but Dubai is a fucking like nonsense palace with no plumbing that they just pump money into. They could afford to make this all look better.
Kevin just had a hit assigned on him in the middle of the show right now. You guys, you better watch out. I mean,
They have all the money in the world. Their net
Goodbye,
worth would
Kevin.
make Bezos shit himself.
It
Like,
was nice knowing you for a good
hey,
like
like,
30
listen,
minutes.
that's the thing. They don't care enough because I'm talking about this. They don't care
Uh-huh.
enough to take me out.
They mhm,
If they
mhm.
don't care enough to just like cut a cool $30 million, like $100 million check to make
I
this
for one
look,
think our Saudi overlords are amazing. Are amazing people doing their best.
they're so great. They
Right, Bryce? Right,
don't.
Bryce?
not affiliated with Kevin by any means. If you guys are looking to assign a hit, it's that guy. Oh, that guy right there. That one. Uh,
Also, by the
These two
way, I
disavow my actions and my opinions.
looking at Gabby Garcia match, I still think it's an absolute travesty that the female division only has 60 kg below and above 60 kilograms. And
I
for
agree 100%.
and in freedom units, right? That's 132 pounds. All right. Either you're
This
below
is, I mean,
132 or above 132. So you get Gabby Garcia being quite literally twice the size of Campo over here. And Campo's actually pushing her back.
this is absurd. I mean, you know what? I said a lot of bad things in the comment section yesterday about Gabby Garcia, but again, if she takes it all, I appreciate her. And then in the meantime, you had Damon on the podcast yesterday, Raf, and Damon is he's just going off about how great her pedicure looks.
Like, don't flame Gabby, okay? Gabby is just getting that bag. All right.
Hey, 100%.
All right,
Let's
blame.
see.
All right, I'm gonna get a hit called on me. All right, I'm a blame the Sheik for not actually, having realistic female brackets. All right, it does seem a little bit sus.
Mason Forrester said she is on everything.
It's
Yes,
just so like
absolutely.
my reasoning is just like baseball and football and basketball. They're so big that no people, like no commissioner at the wheel, could just unilaterally decide they just don't give a shit about it anymore and turn it off. If the Saudis just wake up one day and just stop caring about this, it just goes away. There's no ADCC.
Yeah,
Gabby's collar ties look so outrageously strong. I feel like if she were to hit me with a snap down, the sheer force of my face hitting the mat would be enough to knock me out.
I like how they just let them just wander into the next mat.
There's nothing else going on.
Yeah, I know.
If you're trying to resist a Gabby Garcia snap down, your body would remain upright, but your head would just like plummet and crater into the earth.
Like right there, I thought Campo had a good opportunity to shoot because Gabby was not protecting her legs at all. But getting sprawled on by Gabby sounds like a horrible, horrible time.
Raph, I'm coming for you. I am coming for you, Raph. I swear. You're gonna be the one buying IPAs and tacos after I get the tap, my man.
Oh boy, you got to live stream that one. Make it a pay-per-view.
Me and Raph have an ongoing bet that whoever catches whoever is gonna buy the other one. What? I can't piece my thoughts together right now.
The loser buys beer. Is that the long and the short of it?
Loser buys IPA of choice and tacos.
Fuck, I want tacos now.
Fun fact: Bryce has never tapped me.
Near double
I will
leg.
not dispute that.
Near double leg from Gabby. Ooh, almost had the hip throw.
Oh. So on Bryce's point about wrestling, I have to mention something Abel told me about how to actually grapple somebody with this much of a size difference. Campo needs to start burning some gas right now because just going face to face with Gabby is going to be really hard.
Anytime I'm grappling with a larger opponent, my first train of thought is I need to circle to the back somehow. I mean, realistically, that's going to be her best course of action in order to get any work done against Gabby. I mean, sure, you have the option of leg locks, but good luck lifting Gabby's leg up to a point where you can actually start exposing and attacking the heel or ankle, anything of that nature. I mean, she's just so much bigger and so much stronger. I don't see that being a plausible approach. So
Yes.
for her, she has to get to the back.
So, on that, what I found with larger opponents, especially people of Gabby's size, is that Kazushi is a lot harder to get rolling initially. But once you get them off balance, a bigger body is going to have a lot of difficulties correcting themselves. And in order to do that, what Abel always recommended is you just start spamming. You start touching the head, touching the hands, and harassing the feet. And just a fuck ton of fake shots. Because sometimes your own actions aren't actually going to move that bigger body. You sometimes have to force that bigger body to move themselves by fake shots, by foot sweep attempts, by grabbing their hands and going two on ones, by grabbing the head, and constantly changing levels and threatening to shoot.
I mean, she's looking at a high risk for shooting it all, though. Somebody of Gabby's
Yes.
size sprawling on you is going to be damaging.
Yes, that's why I say you're gonna have to fake like a lot of shots.
Ooh, Kendall looking hurt after an out of bounds. Oh, that's not good. Oh,
You got to be a few seconds behind you, I think.
Oh, sorry about that.
Guedes with the good.
No, you're fine.
Oh,
that's not good.
Dump out of bounds. That was a very good chest wrap into an outside trip, but super unlucky. Super unlucky. This might actually be a KO finish.
Oh god.
That was a really good that was really good sequence from Geddes.
By the way, quick note, James, thank you for the info. I was not aware that Mo had spoken on the finances. So I will take that into consideration the next time I say something that might get me shot. That is
Oh no.
Was it officially, do we know if it was officially called?
I do not understand what is going on right now.
That's interesting they are not using a stretcher to get her out. They're just literally carrying her.
I'm not sure how to feel about Geddes celebrating, throwing her hands up.
Yeah, that's a bit much.
Yeah, Kendall really should be getting a neck brace, like something
yeah.
to
This
support
does
her
not
head.
seem kosher that they're just like picking her up.
Yeah, she probably needs heads.
It looked like they were supporting
Yeah, I'm not
her
sure
head
how I. Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about Geddes actually celebrating that. I mean, it's an important tournament and a win's a win, but part of me feels as though it's a little bit disrespectful.
I mean, not to be that guy, but would we be saying this if she were a man? Is that any part of it? Just because we've had ridiculous celebrations all weekend.
No, I'm more so talking about in the celebrating in the fashion that she won.
Yeah, that seems more like you got to be contemplative about it.
And to me, I'd say the same thing if she was a man. If this was a male man, like if this was a man, because I feel like the way the match was won was a little bit outside of the rules. I mean, I'm not saying what she did was dirty or illegal, But
Yeah,
let's say, for example,
unfortunate.
right? Like you're preparing for a tournament and your opponent walks onto the mat and then they slip and they break their leg. And then you get the
Or it's
win by
kind of
default. Like
like Uriah Hall and not to go MMA, but Uriah Hall and oh my God, who was his last opponent that he literally just checked a kick and the guy's leg disintegrated?
Whoever entered Grappling Hours raffle for the women's division. Your boy got Gabby Garcia. Just go ahead and turn it in now, because the prize is mine.
Thank you for that one. Thank you for that wonderful piece, Raph.
Oh no, man! You better hope Gabby wins. Amy
Dude, I
Campo
am
pulls out
praying.
a
some
lot can
nonsense.
happen in a minute, Bryce. You're gonna freaking jinx your girl at this
Boys,
rate, dude.
it's Raph putting the evil on me right now. Are we surprised
Dude,
though? Hey, you guys all watch the
dude,
show. You know how Raph
you
is.
you don't know Campo, bro. You jinxing this might make her freaking shooting for the sickest sweep single of her life and just dump Gabby on her ass, bro. Like,
Campo's
be
just
careful,
built different.
Bryce. Be careful, Bryce. 45 seconds left. That could happen, bro. Why are you backing up Campo?
Ooh.
Circle. Find an angle, Campo. Crush Bryce's dreams.
According to Sergeant, I don't really know the rest of that, but a shot reshot could be an avenue for Campo. But at this point, she might be. Oh my God, they're still going
She's
at
just
it.
getting bullied off the mat.
Yeah, she's right there on the. Oh, she's top. She's on top. Oh my God, she's on top.
Whoa.
Oh,
Does that score? Wait. She has 15 seconds
yeah,
to pass
that
guard.
score?
Oh, wait. That doesn't.
She might be
Wait,
setting
that
up
should
an
be a guard
armbar.
pass.
Oh, armbar attempt! Oh my
no,
God! Armbar attempt off the mat.
No, it's
Mat
overtime.
established.
Get Matt.
Oh, come on.
Oh, Craig
It's not a
Jones.
mount.
Oh. The money shot for Craig Jones.
Sorry,
God.
I'm fully ahead of you guys.
It's
Oh,
all
it's
good.
overtime now.
Joe Karate asked, "What time does Nikki versus Gordon start?" I believe it's Nikki versus Pena, isn't it? Did they already go? Oh, I missed that.
Yeah, Nikki beat him. Yeah, this was before the broadcast.
Wow, that'll be a fun match. Nikki
Campo's
beat Pena,
got to be
huh?
feeling. I wonder if Campo's feeling like any kind of positive momentum from there. Is she focusing? Do you think she's focusing on having it and losing, or the fact that she got there? And if she has a good 5 minutes, that's going to be the last thing the judges really think about.
Oh, Campo actually got scored. Oh, gee.
Oh, she got 7? Oh, looks like they're figuring this out.
Because she was in 3/4 mount and then she passed. Yeah, she passed
Yeah.
guard. Like that count.
Oh, no.
Because they're fifth. Like in any case, like no matter how you score, Campo, there was a takedown. Campo winds up on top. She gets into 3/4 mount and then she passed the guard. She has to score. I was actually surprised that it wasn't scored.
Yeah,
like,
I
right
guess
then
they
and there.
couldn't really see. From their vantage point, they couldn't really see, I suppose. Oh, no,
Yeah, but
Bryce. Oh, no,
Hey.
Bryce.
let's go, Campo. Let's go.
No way, dude. Do you see what you've done, Raph? This is your fault. You had to put my
Also
video
kinda
up
my
on
fault.
blast.
You drafted Brady, but someone else drafted Eli, man. I'm sorry.
Man.
That sucks.
You know what? This was
I actually, you know what? I take credit for this because I hyped up Campo in the last minute.
this was something that was plotted by the Saudis. They heard what you were saying, Kevin, and they decided if we reallocate some of the money, we can give it to Campo, eliminate Gabby, and fuck up Bryce's day. Damn it.
Oh,
I'm
Raph
sorry,
already.
Bryce.
I've never been more proud of my
sorry.
work.
I honestly was not anticipating like her actually scoring 5 points in the last 45 seconds. Like that was
That was
super impressive.
That is
yeah.
just depressing.
Depressing is the more accurate word I'd use to describe my feelings towards it.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Who got Gordon for I think it was somebody got Gordon. Lucky. Free merch. Get assigned to Gordon.
Oh,
my
great.
Lord.
Now Nicky Rod's going to win now. Great, Bryce.
Oh, boy.
Thank you, Bryce.
Yeah, no one gets their
You're
wins
welcome.
today.
You're welcome. You want to talk about an upset? That would be remarkable.
I think Nicky Rod has definitely has a shot. I myself am a DDS nut hugger, but I honestly think
What?
if anybody's going to take out Gordon, what?
Nikki has a motivation. Apparently, that's why they left DDS was because Gordon was taking all the air from the room.
Oh, sorry. Word from Raph. Sorry, Dane. We kind of got carried away in our conversation. Dane is joining the broadcast. Dane, how are you?
Doing well. How you guys doing?
What's doing great?
Well,
I'm doing great. Bryce is having a shit day.
Oh, I see.
I'm having a rough go of it. I just missed out on my free CBD merch, and it's all Gabby Garcia's fault.
I was going to say with the Pride entry, we got the Pride fight fixing. The Sheik told the ref make sure this happens.
Is it Gabby's fault or is it Campo's fault for just straight up turning it on?
For not just
it's the Sheik
giving up.
Yeah, for Campo just pulling
Bride's
the
blaming
W.
royalty, which is always a good.
All right. Hey, Sergeant, Gabby does more than just show up and be huge. Let's not be reductive about this. She's one of the best female grapplers of all time. You don't need to be a douche.
Who said that?
Someone in the comments was just like, Gabby's got to do more than show up and be huge, which is, that's kind of just a shitty thing to say. When is Gordon versus Rodriguez? I'm not sure, Zach. The schedule is kind of all over the place. They might be taking a break because I know.
Oh, you know what?
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. No, I think they got for bronze. I think they're announcing the bronze podium winners right now.
Okay.
Or that's what's up and coming. Supposedly that's what happened after the matches were done. But that was a rough schedule I saw. I'm not sure that's still the situation here.
Okay.
Okie dokie.
Dang, ref. Shots fired.
All right. Guys, I am sorry. I'm going to have to take a moment to take care of some family things, i.e. I got to walk my dog and make sure he's fed. But I will be jumping back in first minute I can. So I'll see you guys in a minute.
Good.
All right.
Sounds
awesome.
good. Okay. I gotta see these brackets here.
So how dirty did Mo do Achos with the brackets this year? He pretty much set up that whole team for collision courses in the
Yes.
up to the semifinals.
Right off the jump.
Yes, but at least one of them made it out. Barboza.
I mean,
Barboza.
Cade as well.
Yes.
That's right.
Wait, different. They're in. Well, aren't they in different weight divisions? I thought.
Oh yeah, of that weight division, yeah.
Yeah. Because I was specifically referring to I think it was 77 where they all had the big ass, where they all basically had a collision course, and they all like basically
Yeah,
ran
like
an
half the
in-house.
bracket was them.
Yeah, it was basically an Autos in-house.
That would have been hilarious if their first matches were at Atros HQ. Like they didn't even bother to take them to Vegas.
Yeah, first round it was Hinger versus Ty.
Yep.
Yeah, Hinger versus Ty, and basically that's a gym roll right there. Hinger rolls
That was a
with Ty like every day.
super competitive match. That was actually
That,
really cool to watch.
it was gritty. I was surprised how gritty it was for teammates. You know what I mean? Like there was plenty of cross facing.
I mean, you got to do what
Then
you
again,
got to do.
they're all going for one of the 6 paydays in jiu-jitsu. So
Yeah,
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 and
definitely.
also, I mean, like, bro, Hinger is older, and it's like, what could be going through his mind is like, listen, Ty, you little runt, you can take
yeah,
the next ADCC.
I brought you into this world. I'll take you out of this world.
Yeah, listen, I've been rolling with you since you could barely walk. All right,
Yeah,
you could
I ref
you
your
can
kids division matches.
yeah, I tied your belt. I helped teach your kids classes, okay? You can make your reign of terror in the next ADCC, all right?
Yeah.
So I'm
Discard
just
him,
now
TV.
pulling up. Oh, go ahead.
No, you're good.
I'm pulling up the upcoming bouts. I was wrong. Raph made a good point that they hadn't done the bronze bouts yet. So it looks like upcoming we have Rafael Lovato Jr. versus Nicholas Mergali. Eugen O'Flanagan. If I butchered that name, I apologize. Wagner Rocha, PJ Bartz versus Dante Leon. And yeah, those will all be really badass matches. So I think that's what's coming up. I don't have a time frame on that, but shouldn't be too long.
How far did you guys think that Marigali was going to go?
I actually thought he had a good shot. I thought he was going to make it to maybe semis.
Yeah,
that was my thought.
Same. I was actually very impressed with how he's transitioned in Ogi, and even this upcoming match. It's a repeat of his last Who's Number One, because he competed against Rafael Lovato. Rafael Lovato Jr. in the last Who's Number One, and he looked
was a good match.
Really, really good. What really impresses me is how Mergali came in as a gi only guard player, known for mostly his lasso and his loop choke. And
right, his game didn't exactly have a 1-to-1 no gi corollary,
exactly,
right?
exactly. And he just comes in and he's like standing. He's standing with people. And that's also something that I really like about Danner's teaching style, is that he creates a set of non-negotiables for his students to do, and he makes sure that these are the things that you will do as my student. Like he's like, all right, you cannot just come in and not have a standing game, so we're going to do standing. Your super fights, you're not going to pull guard, you are going to stand up and you're actually going to wrestle. And and to me, like, I think a lot of coaches are really afraid of taking that approach. You have somebody like an athlete like Mergali come in with already a sick guard, and having that willingness to actually put them out of their comfort zone and make them learn things like takedowns,
Right.
learning how to stand and learning how to wrestle within ADCC rules. Like, I don't think a lot of coaches would be willing to do that, especially with a personality like Mergali.
Well, in jiu-jitsu, like in almost every other professional or Olympic combat sport, you see that, right? Like judo or wrestling.
Yeah.
Like there's literally a Georgian grip in judo, right? And they used to call it the Russian 2-on-1. So it's like, I feel like Danaher's study of like Gordon said, of him watching like 1970s wrestling matches and stuff carried over, where you realize whole teams will like develop these winning formulas and then propagate it through the team.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like understanding of athlete development is
Right.
is really good. And like Regali, also credit to Regali, he's picking things up like super fast.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, it does suck like not getting into semis his first go. But like already he has a chance of getting third, like or a chance of getting third place or placing top 4 in his
Of like
first
7
ADCC.
months, of like 7 or 8 months of dedicated no-gi training, right?
Yeah, that's super impressive. And like again, like what's impressive as well is like his gi game isn't exactly something that's like copy and paste in the no-gi.
You know, it's hard for him not to improve at the pace that he's been moving at training under Danaher. I mean, look at the guys he's on the mats with every day. He's putting in the hours with all these guys who are just phenoms. And
Right.
when you have an instructor that's putting out that quality of instruction, you're going to pick
Right.
things up. It's going to translate over in a really smooth manner. I mean, he's done fantastic in the no-gi scene, especially
Right,
for
I think
just
that's a
coming
really
over.
good point. Like, it's not just the roadmap, but he has the room, and the room is probably the most. Like, look at Achos, right? Like, it's probably one of the most important
100%.
factors there.
100%. I mean, the guys that you spend all your time on the mats, those guys are what build you up and make you that much better, because you guys are all pushing each other in a really competitive sense. And when
Right.
you do that, when you constantly have that pressure, it's going to make your game evolve at a super rapid rate. It's going to expedite it 10 times faster. I do want to take a second, though, to acknowledge, I mean, this match between Merigali and Lovato Jr.,
Could easily be a finals match.
You said it could easily be a 5-minute match?
This easily could be a finals match, right? Like, I'd be perfectly
Oh, a
happy with
finals
this as
match.
a finals match.
Absolutely.
I was agreeing
And
with
you know
you.
what? I have mad respect for Lovato Jr. I mean, he's definitely in his older years of competing here, and he's still making it to the very top ends of ADCC. I mean, that's huge. You look at
And doing
Lovato
it
Jr.
well.
and you're also yeah, he's
Like, looking
performing
good.
fantastic. And same with Wagner Rocha. I mean, the guy's been doing it forever.
Yeah.
It's remarkable to me that they're still competing at this level. I mean, shoot, I know I train with tons of guys that are older, and after one day of hard training, they're coming back the next day going, "Oh my God, I don't think I can roll today." These guys, I mean, they're just resilient as ever, and they're still pushing it. They still have that drive and motivation to get after it. I mean, you see them leave it all on the mats every single roll, and that's remarkable to me. That's super exciting to watch, and just kind of goes to show how training smart can definitely improve your longevity in this game.
Yeah, it's like what Lovato Jr. always emphasizes his brand. It's called timeless jiu-jitsu. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can tell you at
And
the
that's
tender
like
age of 43, I'm starting to feel the mileage. So it's one of those things where it's either you give up or you figure it out, right?
yeah.
Yeah. You have to. It's how can I evolve my game to keep going at this pace? What do I have to do to ensure that I'm able to step on the mats the next day and perform in the same capacity without breaking down?
Yeah, and
And
Here's
it's
the
also who
formula.
you're training with
Close
again.
guard, double underhooks, hold for dear life. That's it.
That's all you need, huh?
Just
Hey guys, for those of you watching that compete in the gi, I cannot emphasize the importance of when you're grappling, it's okay to release the grips. If you're one of those guys that's stepping on the mats stepping on the mats every day with your fingers taped up like Mika Galvao. I mean, it's okay to let go and transition. You know, you don't have to hold on like you're gonna die if you let go. So,
You know they don't
spare your fingers.
subtract points if you change grips, right? Like they're not counting.
That exactly. That's what I'm saying. You know, every now and then I'll get those guys. It's like once they clasp their hand, you could cut it off and you would never be able to pull their fingers off. It's just permanently fixed on. It's crazy.
I remember I was standing with an older gentleman and he had a sleeve grip, same thing, death grip. So I do the knee strip, right? And I break the grip because he'd been holding me there for like a minute on the feet. And I'm like, all right, this is fun and all. But so I stripped the grip and he looked at me like I did something wrong. I'm like, you could easily open your hand, right? It's that.
Oh,
not bad.
oh wait, guys, Matt 3, Regali and Lovato Jr.
Oh, we're going. Let's see. Here we go.
But yeah,
Gritty on those collar ties. Gritty.
tempting the Russian. Last time Regali and Lovato were in this situation, Regali managed to secure double underhooks. And we see Danaher in the back looking sinister in that lighting.
He's like a supervillain.
Yes. Although the chunky shoes kind of make him look funny.
Is he wearing a shirt? Oh God.
No.
That is He's not. He is in a rash guard. I hope he's in a rash guard.
Gordon needs to convince Danaher to show up to an event in like a button-down shirt just to watch the jiu-jitsu internet melt down.
I believe it.
Bro, I need to see like just content of Danaher just doing like mundane daily tasks because it just sounds like super funny the way he like does things. Like if you listen to that recent Joe Rogan podcast, the way when Gordon was talking about the moving yes, he didn't have dishes. Hey John, we should probably get some dishes. Yes, we should.
Like to see if he knows how to pour a bowl of cereal.
Gordon,
like line the things up.
What do you think of Wi-Fi, Gordon?
Yeah.
I don't know what your guys' timestamp is, but right now I'm watching Regali.
I'm at about 6 minutes. Regali has a knee shield.
Yeah. Playing half guard with a really sturdy vertical knee shield, just shutting down his forward pressure. I
feel like knee shields become a meta at this ADCC. Like it always kind of was, but particularly so.
Yeah. Especially that half butterfly guard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It just opens a lot. There are just a lot of different routes. Your account is watching for more than one location. Oh.
Well, I think the grapevine slows down the passing too.
Yes, the inside hook.
It is really interesting to me. Yeah, everybody seems to be playing half guard with a knee shield. You don't see a lot of closed guard anymore. I mean, God forbid you'll get stalled for flagged for stalling anyways. But it is interesting that just means that everybody plays half guard.
Well, and
I'm not
even
surprised.
less of like people sitting to butterfly, right? Even if they're butterfly, they're using it as a transition to knee shield half guard. I feel like.
I don't think I'd want to sit in butterfly guard at ADCC because knowing my luck, I'd just get body locked past.
That may be why, right? Like that's a good call.
Yes, but I feel that just means you have to just get good at not getting body locked. Because half guard is just like
Like
one
I
of the
said,
most important guards to be good at.
For sure.
I know I'm a few seconds behind you guys, but I just watched Mergali throw up a honey hole attempt. Lovato quickly shut it down.
Bryce, what's your counter at? I'm at 350.
Same.
Oh yeah, I'm about 20 seconds behind you guys. I don't know why. I may have to depart from you guys after this match, but we will see. We will see.
Man, Lovato is adjusted to quote unquote modern jiu-jitsu or like modern competitive jiu-jitsu really well. Like he hasn't seemed stumped, right?
Oh no. Yeah.
I think I found the secret to getting caught up with you guys.
What was it?
I just had to refresh the page like 7 times in a row, and every time I noticed that the time gap would get smaller and smaller. So
Let's go. But it really does help
Lead
that
hacker.
Mergali chose to train with New Wave and Danaher because, well, they had a big hand in shaping modern jiu-jitsu.
I was gonna say they invented the meta, right?
I wouldn't say they invented the meta. I mean, technically, if we want to play semantics, Marcelo kind of invented the meta.
He definitely trailblazed the meta.
Yes,
I guess they marketed the meta.
it's just that Danaher really found a way to sort of streamline it even further and added leg locks because that's one thing Marcelo didn't really use extensively.
Except against Rico Rodriguez.
Dustin James said, "When are we training again, Bryce? Miss you, amigo." Is this Dustin from yesterday that was on the podcast? And then not grappling hour, it's Bryce hour. It is not Bryce hour.
Then what happens when Bryce leaves? Is it no longer Bryce hour?
Well, you're next in seniority, so it becomes a Victor hour.
What? Oh no! Oh please no! Wait,
I don't make the rules.
what did Rafael get the negative for? That's a negative point, right?
Yeah,
They call him for stalling.
must have been.
Oh, that he's got to start pushing the pace and try and pass that guard. Wow.
Easier said than done. Wait,
I
another
mean, the one thing
stalling
Tell me
point?
about it. To lose on a negative point would suck.
2 negatives.
I mean, in
Ooh.
Lovato's defense, he's had to react to Merigali the whole time, right? So,
Mergali with the wrestle up now?
Oh boy. It is Dustin from the podcast yesterday. I miss you too, my man. Definitely going to be coming back out soon to visit you guys. Get some rolls in. Need to get my butt whooped by some badass black belts out there. That's always fun. I appreciate you, brother.
I'm not sure if I agree with the stalling calls.
yeah, me neither.
Yeah, I mean either
And to his credit, Merigali doesn't seem too happy about the win either.
Yeah, because Mergali, similarly to Gordon, wants to finish people.
Right?
Like, I
Right.
think his sub rate in the IBJJF is like kind of insane.
I mean, in IBJJF, if it's any shots fired.
Yeah. Hey man, subbing people that don't want to play jiu-jitsu with you, that's hard. So if you can pull it off, like,
Should automatically get you a bye in the next tournament you do. Lovato retiring.
that is such an unsatisfying match to end on, though.
Right.
Still well played by Lovato. That looked way better than his previous bout with Mergali on Who's Number One.
Dustin from the chat, the stalling calls are definitely a bit much. Like, dude, I'm literally spamming pass attempts. I 100% agree with you. He wasn't trying to.
Yeah.
He was reacting to Marigali. He wasn't trying to counter movement. So I completely agree with you, Dustin.
Yeah, like, I mean, some people could argue that there wasn't enough like positive gripping, but
I would get that in a decision, right? But not as a penalty.
yes,
I think would be my counter.
yes, because like it's not like he was blatantly like backing out of the guard and not
Right.
trying to play jiu-jitsu.
Yeah, if he was like both hands in the biceps, like head against his chest, that'd be one thing. But that wasn't that.
Hello, Kyle.
So I'm gonna go over to the brackets. Let's see what we have next. Upcoming bouts. Looks like Egan and Flanagan versus Wagner. Which would be for the under 88 bronze. Mick, have they announced the absolute yet? No, I don't see that on the. I don't see that on the on upcoming. So we have under 88, and then it looks like after that we have 77, which would for bronze, which would be PJ versus Dante Leon, and then 66, which will be Josh Cisneros versus Diego Pato. So those are the next three coming up. Don't let that handshake fool you, Egan. It's Wagner.
Is this better? There we go.
There you go. Hey, Kyle, I'm Dane.
Sorry about that, everybody.
So Egan on a lit clock. Bye. And he's out. I like it. Egan looks like he's just enjoying the ride, his ADCC ride. Wagner should reach a collar tie and clubbing instructional.
Oh God.
Kyle, we can't hear you, buddy.
Yeah, we can't hear you, Kyle.
Yeah, his instructor would tell how to make friends in jiu-jitsu.
I just feel like people in jiu-jitsu club because they don't really know what else to do.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Yes.
Or they just have a terrible
Like,
collar tie in general.
yes. I mean, personally, in my own training, I've been trying to move away from just clubbing just a club, or just collar tying just a collar tie, and just switching to more dynamic grips such as 2-on-1s.
Mm-hmm.
But again, it's hard without dedicated jiu-jitsu practice. Or that, sorry, wrestling practice. Wrestling practice.
Yeah, if I ever opened my own academy, I would have 1 day a week that would be purely takedowns.
Yeah. Would you hire a wrestling instructor? Oh, good
100.
switch. Good
Yeah,
switch
this
to the
is
secondary leg. Backside 50-50, back step from Rocha. The knee looks like it's slipping out.
I gotta say this is the most consistently in danger. Like Hosh's looks like he's been like the most threatened he's been in a while.
Yeah. Because I think
But yeah, to answer your question, I 100% would if I could.
yes. Yeah. Sometimes that's a little hard to come by. But
Like the first place I trained at, our Tuesday night, it was all no-gi. Our Tuesday night was just wrestling, and even when we sparred, is if we
yeah.
got him to the ground and held him for 3 seconds, you got back up. And it was stuff like doing drills of like collar tie retention, where someone and posture retention, stuff like that just carried through.
Yeah, that's a good way to do it. Yeah, personally to supplement my own stand-up my own stand-up training, I usually just bother former wrestlers, like former high school wrestlers, like after being on the losing end of exchanges. I usually ask them a bunch of
Right.
questions, and then I do practice some judo at the local club.
I've been tempted to start judo.
Yes. How old are you?
And I
You said
wanted
40, right?
43, yeah.
43, okay. It's nice. Where are you based?
I'm in Orange County.
Orange County. Oh, got it.
So there's OC Judo, which has Juan Montenegro, which is like a Peruvian Olympian judoka, but
Yeah.
he doesn't run it like a competition team, right?
I see.
So it would be less rough. Not
I
yet,
see.
Kyle. I'm sorry, buddy. We had you for a second, and I don't know what you did, but please do it again. I feel like foot sweeps have been have been more prominent this ADCC.
Yes, they have. I know Danaher has been really emphasizing Ashiwaza with his guys.
Right.
I mean, we've seen Bodoni hit a really beautiful he's a Garuma, and in the last Who's Number One, we saw a really good use of Sase Surakomi from Gordon and Bodoni.
A bunch of Kasoto too.
Yes, a lot of Kasoto. It's definitely starting to trend, and it's definitely a very good technique for jiu-jitsu rule set, because there's very little neck and back exposure when performing them.
Right.
It's
Low
just
risk,
that
high reward.
What?
Low risk, high reward.
Yes, exactly. Low risk, high reward, and what
Look at
I've
that
also.
scratch on Wagner's back. Holy crap!
Any luck?
There you are. What's
Hello,
up, Kyle?
Kyle.
Did it work?
Yes.
It works.
Okay. So apparently I'm an old man who
Kyle.
can't figure out technology, but here we are now. Sorry about
How
that,
many
gentlemen.
times did you unplug and plug back in?
7 or 8, 9, 10. It's all digital. It's all software based at this point anyway, right? So I just kept having to switch outputs. That's my bad.
Yeah,
That's my
yeah.
bad.
Yeah. No, I
How,
feel
how old are
What's
you,
going on?
Kyle, how old are you, if you don't mind my asking?
I am 32, so I should have this
Ah,
shit on lock, but apparently not.
yeah.
I'm still
Don't
the
worry.
resident old person.
Yeah. Sometimes, I have to uninstall all my drivers and reinstall them and pray.
Yeah, drivers are the
Just
worst.
hope it works.
Yeah.
Digging on that deep underhook Del Hiva.
Yeah. Flanagan is really insistent on attacking those legs. So now we have the underhook De La Hiva again. What I noticed is Flanagan just looks like he's having fun.
That's what I was saying earlier. Like he's just enjoying his ADCC ride.
Yeah. Like it looks like he's just treating this like a gym roll. It's
Yeah, he's like, it's weird that this open mat has weight classes.
yeah, this dude is like spazzing on me.
Yeah,
Yo,
it's kind
what?
of hard.
Yeah, he's slapping my head a bunch. I'm just working on my legs. Oh man, he's going hard. What is this? ADCC?
Looks at the mat.
Hold up.
Did Wagner catch him? I think he caught him with a toe hold, it looked like. I love
Yeah,
that Wagner's
Dustin.
just spent like 7 minutes in mercy grips and clubbing and then acts like they're best friends.
But yes, Dustin, the short rounds for wrestling is I think it's actually a necessity really because freaking actually wrestling for anything longer than a couple
Yeah.
minutes it's incredibly exhausting.
Yeah, my first
Like,
wrestling coach used to do something similar. Like he just told us to shoot. Like
yeah.
he wanted us to see us shoot every 20 seconds is what I think he told us.
Yeah. I mean, that's the way to do it because, well, under wrestling rules, you have the shot clock. So chances are you're going to be forced in that situation. And in
Right.
wrestling, shot clocks or stalling calls are like really, really strict. Is that actually wait? It's kind of like the stalling calls here in ADCC.
Pretty much, yeah.
All right, I think I'm finally up to speed with you guys here.
Nice.
Awesome.
Hey, Cal, so we were talking about how we're noticing what seemed to be like a lot of knee shield from the bottom, a lot of foot sweeps from the feet. Is there any other patterns
Yeah.
you've noticed?
I think just a lot of people are conserving energy. They know that this is a long competition. They know that
Right.
they don't have to put it all out there in the first couple of minutes, which you see at like IBJJF events.
Right.
So a lot of people are kind of stalling and waiting to see what their opponent does, feeling things out and working for those last minute submissions or last minute extra points. Because at the end of the day, if it's tied, you got 30 seconds left, you get a sweep, you're good to go, right?
Right. Oh, Wagner's hopping off the mats, it looks like.
Is he leaning on his crew? Is he hurt?
Yeah, it looks like.
Yeah, something's going on. They're icing him up.
Looks like he's motioning towards his ankle.
Oh, so
I
it
mean, I don't think
looks
anyone's
like
surprised that Wagner just ignored an injury and competed anyway.
Well, I
probably.
mean, that's all these
But
guys, right?
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes those quote unquote ineffective leg attacks like do something.
I think when
Right.
the adrenaline's going, you might not even feel it until the
Yeah.
match is over.
Yeah.
And then you're like, oh, damn, okay, that dude really tweaked my ankle.
Yeah. Because sometimes somebody just gets a good bite on your heel, and even though you're technically out, like sometimes it gets caught. You know.
Or you think that you can maybe beat him with a punch, so you've taken a leg attack of your own and then see who's willing to give up.
One of the things I was told by my friend who's a PT said, like, there's no nerve endings or tendons and ligaments. So when there's pain, it's either the swelling or you injured the muscle around it. So it could be one of those
That
things where
makes
if you
sense.
injure the tendon, ligament, you're not going to feel it until the body starts reacting 10, 15, like, when the adrenaline wears off and you start to cool down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
That
mean,
makes sense. Because a lot of these escapes, like when they just have your foot like locked on like that, I can definitely
Right.
see it like really pulling those ligaments out.
Right. PJ versus Dante up.
we're going straight to the butt here, trying to get a nice tie up on the legs. Some good pummeling. They're definitely respecting each other here.
They had PJ for the finals, or at least to the semis.
We've got a deep half attempt in here, trying to isolate that leg.
Okay, so it looks like
Raf said he'd be happy to organize some wrestling rounds.
heck yeah.
Hey, Raps wrestling is no joke. The dude is he's just a juggernaut. You can't take him down. Or I can't take him down, but my takedowns are trash, so maybe I shouldn't be saying anything.
That talk, your takedowns will never be good.
Yeah.
Stand back up.
With that attitude.
Let's watch that self-talk there, Dustin.
Yeah. Let's use some affirmations now. Side tangent. Psychology is super important for wrestling in general.
Oh, absolutely. Just the war of attrition that goes on with these guys. Like you make a takedown attempt over and over and over again, and it's going to fail, however many times, but you have to keep giving it that effort.
Yeah, because a lot of the quote unquote counters to the defenses is just literally saying, "Screw you, I'm gonna finish this," and then just blasting.
Well, and sometimes they just you shoot enough times that they get late, right? They're tired because they've already defended your first successful or nearly successful attempts, and they're just behind the punch.
Yeah, and then sometimes you also just have to start planning around reactions, because if you get a feel for other people, if you get a feel for how they defend, then you can start planning, like you're going to shoot to prompt their first defensive reaction. Then when they do that reaction or that defense, then you immediately switch to the counter to that reaction.
Sure.
It's easier said than done, obviously, but yeah, you need like a crap ton of reps and like that tactical decision making mid fight is needed. Because like going with one of the wrestlers that I usually get rounds with, like he does a really good job of just like gathering data, because it's like he'll walk in, he'll touch my head, fake shoot, touch my head, and see and just gauge how I'm reacting. Then immediately, like, he'll do the feel out pattern again, where he touches my head, touches my leg, and then immediately, once I do my defensive reaction, he just blasts right in.
Well, that's
Yeah, but
important. I mean, these matches are only 8 minutes. Sorry, go ahead.
no, I was just gonna say, when he's touching your head, he's probably also cutting an angle off of your action, right?
Exactly.
I think that's what a lot of these guys are doing. These matches are 8 minutes, which is sort of in between as far as being short or long. You know, they spend the first half of the match just feeling things out, and then trying to capitalize on that data that they've collected. We're seeing some more half guard action here, just really trying to pass that guard.
Yeah. Now we're seeing some reverse de la Riva. Barch is on his knees, so it's going to be hard to do anything like Kiss of the Dragon or Bolo. Lots of pressure. Barch backs out.
Good inversion from Dante.
Yeah, really good guard retention. I honestly thought Dante would be wrestling a little bit more in this context. I'm surprised by the amount of guard play he's been doing here. But then, it's Barch.
Well, that was the thing I wanted to ask you, Victor. Like, because you said you train judo, right?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I feel like more people are training judo for counter wrestling and no-gi.
Yes. So I want to say, this isn't to like rag on wrestling or to just like paint wrestling in a negative light, but a lot of times I find with wrestling is they emphasize a lot of just force,
offense, right?
Yeah, just like
attack,
constant
attack.
offense. Yeah, pressure, offense, and just attacking. Whereas judo tends to emphasize a little bit more on timing, and efficiency. Obviously, there's a lot, there is still that element in wrestling, but I feel like it doesn't get taught and emphasized as much as it does in judo.
Well, I wonder with the shot clock and the wrestling rule set, if it heavily favors offense, right? Like it heavily encourages offense.
Yes. And then that kind of trickles down to how wrestling is taught at lower levels,
Right?
Because it's like, oh, this is what Magomedov, or this is what so and so does. This is what Jordan Burroughs does. So we're just gonna teach it like that. But a lot of the tactics that they do, it's due to short time limits, shot clocks, and just how wrestling is being played at that level.
Yeah.
So yeah, sometimes at the lower levels we're being taught to just meet force with force. And then judo does have like a lot of counter wrestling, but I feel like even that has to be developed independently, because a lot of judo places don't do the leg grabs. Okay, we have a arm saddle injury from Leon over here. Yeah, sorry.
Yep. Adam, we don't know when the Gordon versus Nikki match will take place. It's not on the upcoming bouts on the Flow Arena.
Yeah, I think there's a delay. I think there's a delay too.
Yeah.
So from here, Leon actually has
got a gnarly armbar attempt in here. Oh,
he broke.
Am I behind? Yeah, there it is. Okay.
This ref. Okay, bottom juji. Okay, he's going to arm saddle Yoko juji.
I think
nice. Sorry.
You're fine.
Yeah. I think I'm at a delay.
That was awesome.
Yes. That was really awesome. Yeah. So
that's
this is something
interesting.
that
You're saying you have guys coming in, learning some judo takedowns and defense to try and stop some of these more aggressive wrestlers?
Yeah, I mean, I've noticed it on Instagram where like you have with like Justin Flores, Joy Flo, right? Like
yeah.
I feel like when he has Patty in like training judo with him, and I feel like they're using a lot of like Uchimata foot sweeps and stuff like that to try and counter wrestling.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I like it because
and then on
there's people that actually teach me judo, and it's really hard to find like adult wrestling.
Okay, to
Yeah.
answer Raf's question, I think Mikey would have done well at ADCC. In general, Mikey as an athlete is incredibly hard to score on. I do think that let me look at the bracket again. Okay, I definitely think he does get out first round, but I can definitely see him getting eliminated in quarterfinals.
Mikey?
Simply due to tactics. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, once you take him to the points round, right, and they stand him up, I think that's when things get rough for Mikey, right?
Yeah. Because that I'm not sure how much wrestling Mikey practices, but and also like I don't know who's coaching Mikey, because it does feel like Mikey has a different team and a different coach like every month. Because there's that year where he was like, "Oh, I'm PSF. Oh, I'm Evolve Singapore now." So I don't know who is coaching him, but the big hole
Let's
in
be
his
real. I
game.
think he's really just attaching with whomever can get him signed up to tournaments.
Yeah, exactly. And
How do you guys feel about that? Because like the old school mentality is you pick a gym, you pick your master, right, and then you stick with them through thick and thin. Some of these guys are hopping around, like like we're talking about here. What is that? What is your opinion? I'm curious.
I'm fine with that as long as you give credit to your lineage, right? Like as long as you don't disavow your previous teams, right? Say like, so for example, Mikey got his black belt from Kaya, right? Make sure that you acknowledge that.
Gilbert.
Or was
Gilbert
it
Burns, actually. Yeah.
Was it Gilbert? Okay.
Gilbert Burns.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think it's that big of a deal, especially since now we're getting into the realm of like professional athletes. It's like I think it's in Mikey's best, or in every athlete's best interests, not just Mikey's, to pursue the best training partners and the best instruction that they can.
Mm-hmm.
So as long as you're not like, right, as Dane said, disavowing your previous instructors, or like being trashy about it and saying, "Oh, my ex team is bad," and all their athletes should feel bad. Like, I think it should be
On the flip of it,
something else.
On the flip of it, I think I would have a problem if someone's just fishing for gyms to get whatever room they can, right? Like using teams for what they can give them and then getting out, right? Like I think if they're going to invest in
Sorry. There's a heel. Looks like a heel hook attempt in here with
Josh and Pato.
Maybe they got out.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought we were going to have a quick sub in there. Sorry, I didn't want to spoil the action.
No, you're
Continue.
right. You're fine. Turns out we're here to talk about the actual matches too.
Yeah. It's like,
which is weird, but whatever. But yeah, like it's a fine line, right? Where I think it's disingenuous for people to use teams just for the room they've built, right? Like the investment has to go both ways.
Sure.
But on the other hand,
yeah,
I don't agree with making a martyr of yourself.
Yes. And again, being a professional athlete is a very, very selfish pursuit.
True.
That's the unfortunate thing about it. Like, you have to be incredibly selfish to be a good professional athlete. Sometimes, that means like just fishing for the best room.
Well, you never
And
want to be the best guy in the room, right? You always want to make sure that there's more skilled people around you so that you can improve.
I never
and
seem to have
and
that problem, strangely.
and also like skilled instruction. Yes,
Kevin.
that is true.
Hello, sir.
Afternoon. What did I miss? I also have never been the best one in any room ever, so I'm crushing it.
I was once, but it
that
turned out to
means
be the
you're
kids
learning.
class, and I was real sad.
What am
Kevin,
I
have you
missing?
been
Where
watching the
are
matches?
we? No, not at all. I just dropped in from fatherhood and football, and I am watching currently Oliveira and Quizeros do flexi bendy things.
Yes.
Yes.
This is the bronze. This is the bronze medal match for under 66. Which
I brought
in
a
freedom
pumpkin spice latte, which they do not enjoy, I presume, because I'm reporting from basic Bitchville. But this is exciting. I'm sorry I interrupted you. Welcome all to the Kevin experience. It's loud.
I think being that all of them are cutting weight, they actually would enjoy a pumpkin spice latte right now. They're probably not too choosy.
Knowing I was coming to this,
right?
Oh, okay. Oh, there's a no pictured talker. I just got used to this. Apologies. I guess that makes sense. Everybody's watching the fights, not us. But the barista was like, she was like, extra whipped cream. I was like, absolutely. I looked her dead in the eye. Yes. I got to get fueled up for ADCC.
Is that a question? Who says no to that?
Kevin, I don't think it was the eye contact. I would think it was the full 5-second pause before you responded that really sold it.
It was uncomfortable.
Yeah.
All right, guys. I will have to head out. It was nice meeting all of you. I hope
See ya,
to
Victor. Good to meet you,
speak with
man.
Yeah, great
Take
to
it
meet
easy.
you. I hope to speak with you more in the future. Later, everyone.
Hi, Victor. By the way,
All right,
message
some highlights
received,
for you, Kevin.
Victor. I joined and he's out. Yeah, please.
Yeah,
What did I
exactly.
miss?
Oh wait, this guy's here. I'm out.
Lovato lost to Mendez-Regali and retired from ADCC. Yeah.
You're just going to hit me right out of the. You're not going to warn me to get a tissue first? Ouch.
Yeah, I realize that's a lot closer to home for you than it is for us.
Oh, okay. No, I was prepared for that. Sorry. It's just like when your, new family meets your old family, big Mendez-Regali fan, and now all of a sudden, wow. All right. No, compose myself.
Yeah.
How did he retire?
To bring you back up,
Was it like a rash guard retirement ceremony? What do you do?
got fully nude. It was insane.
Yeah, just swinging in the wind.
Yeah. And I will tell you, we have not gotten to the point of production where they can pixelate those things out. No, he's still in the middle
That
of
one
Matt.
is that big.
Yeah, no. That's the problem. They pixelated the last 2/3.
Yeah.
Gabby lost in the last 10 seconds of her match. Gabby Garcia. Fiona Davies beat Bia, so our finals for the ladies will be Brianne St. Marie versus Fiona Davies, and then it'll be Campo versus Rafaela Guedes. Gordon's been on a tear. I'm sure that surprises you.
Can we just talk about how
it's gonna
it's going to be? He chews through that division and then beats Andre.
Yeah,
Is that not the greatest?
I don't have to like him,
history?
but God damn it, do I respect him.
I mean, that would just be insane.
I would like to see it. I won't lie.
Has he
I,
done
I
anything
just want.
annoying? Be honest. Or is he
I
just
mean,
He had like a
he's
12-second
existed,
out.
right?
Oh, so they did this huge Pride style entrance with the announcer, and everyone has their ADCC like jumpsuits on, except Gordon comes shirtless, jacket tied around his waist, sauntering down the stage. I don't know if
It
that
looked
meets
like
your
he just got
definition of
out of
annoying.
prison. Is that not the
No, it
vibe he
really
was
did.
going for? Okay.
Yeah, I has
I
to be.
don't know. Like maybe
I
orange
mean,
is
it
his
helped that
color. He's
he
trying to
changed
look
one
like
of the
Goku,
cameramen on the way in.
right?
Just
My
handed it off
problem
to
is
Danaher.
whenever you have abs like that, I do feel like you should be able to show them off at all times. Stuff.
He's just demonstrating how he does laundry, right? He's just got that washboard ready to go.
He's going to start having all of his zip-up jackets like tailored so they zip from the bottom, so he can just flex his abs out while still keeping his chest warm.
I think that's
What-
you got $1 million idea there.
How did the Mendez-Regali match end? Submission or just points?
It was actually double penalty, and it was. I think it was super controversial in that Mendez-Regali was in his guard, being super active, and they kept giving Lovato stalling calls, but he was reacting to Mendez-Regali, right? Like it wasn't like he was standing there and locking his hips down. He was literally fighting stuff up, and they kept giving him. They gave Lovato 2 stalling calls. In the chat, something tells me this guy rocking the glasses is an Atros fan. No, not really. No. I'll just leave it at that.
For what it's worth, I'm rocking a Busch Light of My Life shirt, and I'm not a huge Busch Light fan. So there's going to be some controversial stuff that happens marketing-wise. Here we go.
So we have,
Coming to-
what is this, a minute 15 left, no points. A lot of bendy knee action here. I know I'm sore just watching.
Is this the double stalling stuff they were talking about? The stuff that was sending me to rehab?
He's actually been pretty active.
Yeah, they're definitely both going for it. They just keep, being one step ahead of the other. There's a lot of twisting here. 40 seconds left. They're both fishing for feet, it looks like. I think they both know that that's how they're going to end this, given the leg entanglement.
Yeah, this is probably going to
Kind of
overtime.
look annoyed at each other, honestly.
Which is fair. Just feels like
Yeah,
someone
it's-
shouldn't be that bendy. I'd be pissed too if I was that bendy and athletic and then I met someone else who was.
Like, that's my thing.
Frustrating. I am really digging the rash guard changes here. It is so much more helpful when we're either like white on black or distinct color versus distinct color. I brought a
Agreed.
spirit animal directory. It's just, this is very deeply researched. Let's find out. Oh gosh, I opened to the Blue Jay, which I think is apropos for the 66 pound, under 66 kg, excuse me.
All right, we are in overtime, and we're about to learn about the spirit animal, Blue Jay. Or are we not? Okay, we put the book away.
Sees clearly, speaks assertively. No, this isn't the one. Says they will steal food and nesting material. Maybe it is. And this is third place. Is this the first of these? After the ladies?
This is the second third place match. So this is the last of the men's third place matches.
Oh, hell.
Dante Leon beat PJ Barch in the last minute with an armbar, with a beautiful armbar. In 77 before this.
A lot of birds. Oh, here we go.
Is this some crucifix action? I can't see where his legs are.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, yeah.
He has that.
Got a crucifix going. Hoping to turn it into a Kimura, it looks like.
He's forcing the back situation.
I love that grip. Oh, he gave it up.
Okay. Standing back up.
Pato's so slippery. We haven't seen that many leg lock finishes. Would you agree?
Not as many as I'd like.
I don't know why that felt like a shot at me. Whatever that comment was that we saw arrive in chat.
How would a young prime Steven Seagal do at ADCC? He would just look at them and they would crumble. Is this even a question?
They wouldn't even bother starting the timer.
No, they would just move him up to the finals and just give him a trophy, and then have a separate
Like
bracket for everybody else.
His opponents would walk out fully dressed, shoes on the mat, and just be like, "Nah, it's fine."
Young Steven Seagal, who might even be able to get in the under 99 kilogram division with the right diet. Bring some length.
Not with that ponytail. You'd have to cut the ponytail off.
Too much authority in it. Yeah.
They'd have to convince him to take his sunglasses off.
That's where half of his power comes from.
This is one of those matches where I need someone significantly better at jiu-jitsu than me to explain who's winning. I'm watching. I'm having fun. This looks like really high-stakes twister right now.
Yeah, and I think they're neck and neck. It's becoming a war of attrition. They're trying to see who's going to gas out and be late to the punch.
When do you think the last time either of these gentlemen gassed out was?
Well, yeah, I mean, they are extremely high-level athletes.
Yeah.
When one of them was 5?
Which is probably before they were born.
That adrenaline dump can take it out of you, though.
True.
Big stage. The biggest.
The biggest stage in this sport against some of the best people. They're in Vegas, so who knows what they're doing at night.
And you survive day one, which already takes you into
Exactly.
pretty elite status. Survived is the word I'm using.
And if I remember correctly, both these guys had gone through several of the overtime rounds too, right? Like, so they've gone a couple 15-minute matches.
Which is the other FU in this division. You're in for a day of just cardio movement. It's hard to, submissions are hard to come by. I mean, look at him.
Oh, we have a knee bar toe hold attempt here. Is it going to lock it in?
I thought he broke it, and then I realized his hand slipped, and I kind of broke it a little. So
pretty
a little
sweaty.
Too sweaty to finish it.
Pretty sweaty for the straight ankle. Yeah.
Going
so
for the
fun
back.
fact, Kevin. Hulk Barbosa versus Wagner tried to take his rash guard off mid-match, and the ref was like, "Whoa, no."
What?
Too sexy.
Won't let you okay, that I understand, but otherwise there are no rules. This is ADCC. As long as I'm wearing my
The one
tiny
they have
green-
apparently is the outfit you start in is the one you have to end in the match.
We're gonna hold him to that. By the way, that is a rule now.
And I want to believe this rule one, like before they thought about any of the things relating to safety, they're like, first off, you have to stay in the same clothes you started in.
Why do I feel like, especially with ADCC, that ref was just having a shitty day? It was like, keep it on.
Yeah.
You're keeping the rash guard on. Tell me I'm wrong. Okay, we going to a judge's decision? Or
No, Pato won.
like Diego
They
wins.
raised Pato won.
Oh,
White Rash
okay.
won.
Let me see
Yes.
if I can find that in
Correct.
my spirit guidebook. How? What did he do?
It's ref
I
decision.
think
Was it?
I think there was
Nailed
a
him.
penalty at the end, or an advantage.
Oh, is that what it was? Okay.
getting a replay of a slick cartwheel pass there.
That was slick.
Marginally successful.
These are the moments we've talked about this before with some Olympic events where it'd be great to, you've heard it, where it'd be great to see like a regular person try an Olympic event just to give it context. Just like try that cartwheel pass on me and watch how quickly he's choking me versus his opponent who's got that ability to stretch. Oh, I haven't seen this yet. This looks amazing.
Yeah, this was the Pride entrance.
Yeah.
This looks like Terry Crews is about to announce America's Got Talent contestants. I'm in.
That's when we
Terry
know
Crews
that
there?
grappling's made it to the mainstream, is when Terry Crews announces.
Sophia Vergara is one of the judges. Yeah, I dig that.
Hashtag Terry Crews. Hashtag Sophia Vergara. Let's get their eyes on this.
Yeah.
Simon Cowell would be very helpful for some boring matches. Pretty good.
Kevin, are you at all worried about Raf's voice for verbal tap?
God, no, I'm looking forward to the vacation. Show's canceled, people. You heard it here. Tell me I'm wrong. Compadre Raf, come on now and out yell me volume for volume. He's not going to do it. Oh, it was Raf's asking. Oh, Raf. No, I already scheduled vacation. I'm out. Nikki Rod.
I like that you change it from a suggestion to a complete declaration.
I just have to file it with verbal tab legal. I was worried what happened yesterday that caused him to lose his voice. Fox News has already blamed it on LA's very poor weather conditions. Raf, what happened? Forget to drink tea?
Bianca versus Bia. I'll be honest, I thought this was the finals match. Yeah, Fionn beat Bia, and Brand St. Marie beat Bianca.
See, this one, very gray. We'll be able to tell, but slightly. We got to talk we should have way rash guards. We've talked about that for a while.
I like that this is colorblind accessible. I mean, that's a nice nod.
Oh, that's nice. What's wrong?
We're getting scrappy right out the gate here.
I was just about to say what strikes me immediately with ADCC rounds is this part, the standing, watching the grapplers get chippy right from here. You forget when you're not. It's amazing. Woo!
I've already had to move back to the center twice because these ladies are moving like crazy.
It's gonna be
me
a
too.
Recurring problem.
It's nice that they do have all that space, though.
One of my friends who used to referee is like easily the most annoying thing I do. Just try and corral fighters into a space. Yeah, I bet.
Nice, Raf.
Mezcal do the trick.
Mezcal never does the trick. Mezcal is like putting fire whiskey in your engine. Hey, off the mat. Okay, Ref. There we go, Ref. So I guess this ref does view it as a hard part of his job because he just chose not to do it until they get all the way into the stands.
Yeah, they don't want to. Okay.
If they can order popcorn, sir, it's too late. Get them back on the mats.
Yeah, they get in someone else's Uber. Yeah, you're a little late on that one.
Was this a shared pool? I was fighting via a minute ago, but I have no idea where I am because the referee sucks.
And it was an Uber Black, which was real expensive.
You know, they're gonna charge me for that. Then awakenings happen. You get too excited, Raf, day one? Start screaming? When Lovato
Flying
made
off
it,
the mats
that must
again.
have been too much. Yeah.
Like, this is the aggressive B I thought we were going to see earlier. I mean, I get the energy conservation thing, but
No, it's good. I like it. I think
Yep,
I like
Ethan.
seeing this extra action.
The gold matches will be coming. This is the part of ADCC you're just not ready for. All of a sudden, we finish third place matches, and we're there. And there's not many left.
It's the final countdown.
do-do-do-do.
Thank you. I thought you guys were going to leave me hanging there.
I was being told by Grappling Hour Legal we don't have the rights to the final countdown, so I was trying to be respectful.
My bad.
Fuck them, lawyers. You know,
we're still in fair use. That was less than 15 seconds.
Oh, not good.
Looks like Mesquita is on the back, working for a choke.
Yep. I do not want to be a mosquito in the power position with 7 minutes left on my back. That right there sucks.
Going belly down. This is
just art. She can't. The person on bottom can't really breathe right now. I mean, she can because she's amazing. But eventually,
tell me you're Gracie whom I taught without telling me you're Gracie whom I taught. That's what the pole position is.
It's just painful. It's not comfortable.
Yeah.
And I will be very surprised if she loses this position. This is the best part about this level of, of flexibility and agileness, but that's a tough position to get out of.
Bia just told her there's 6.5 minutes left in the match.
Yeah, there's a lot of time to work from this position.
That is approximately the time it takes to get a college degree in grappling equivalency. 6 minutes is a lot of time for someone to be doing that to you.
You get your gown and your sash in this.
All right, what she's doing back to the back. I'm surprised.
She's been conserving energy to do that.
She's crossing her feet in front of Basilia's leg. Oh, is that a tap?
Yep. I may be ahead of you,
right? Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you, Spectrum Internet. I appreciate you.
On the world. That was exceptional. She really drew that in. She put the pressure in, didn't move, wouldn't leave those hips, made it painful, waited for the minute, and got it under.
You see, that was this, right? This is quintessential jiu-jitsu.
That's as good as it gets, too. And again, the holy triumvirate of painful lets you rest and then just lets you pounce when you're ready. Because that position, you see a lot of fighters waiting now to even try and get hand position because the defense is so excellent against the RNC. But, do that Machado move to him for a few minutes. Suddenly the defense gets a little weaker.
And it makes you feel like you won twice.
It does feel good. Are they rolling this fast?
Always makes it into the highlight room.
Yeah, it's been pretty rapid fire. Mr. Patrick Luther Winchester from the group chat. Thanks, lad. Watching from the UK. Thank you for watching, Patrick. We appreciate you. Dustin James, I've trained with Bia. She's ludicrous. Dustin James, I've trained with Bia. She's ludicrously strong. I can second that. My wife trained with her, and she said she's playing with her. And she was just obviously going light, and said she was still getting ragdolled from De La Riva. This was in the gi.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to fight any of these ladies. I mean, I would, but I would just get destroyed. Like, it would be fun. It would be fun to watch how quickly I get destroyed and ask them all kinds of questions afterwards. Like, these ladies are just unreal. Gordon Ryan is an MMA
What do you think about Gordon Ryan and MMA?
Ooh.
The same way I feel every time a
I feel like
jiu-jitsu
you need to
player
gain a
goes
bunch of weight.
for it. Yeah, I'm on his side. Yeah, get in there. It's great to see the Buchach in there. All of them. Get in there. I miss the days when people just used their jiu-jitsu, rode in, and felt great. I'm in.
I think he would put on a good
Secretly
show, and I
watching
think he would
Gordon
sell
get
a lot of
punched.
fights. Yeah, well, that would be the highlight for a lot of people, I would think. But I think, he might pull a Ronda Rousey and just take everybody down and bring them into his world, back in her glory days. Just collect a bunch of arms.
The path from this chat. Before the super fight, will there be any sort of tribute to Queen Elizabeth?
I doubt it. Maybe.
I'm the worst of the Americans to answer this. Seconds after the monarchy ended, it was like, all right, cool.
I mean, she owed the Crypt Keeper money, so I don't think it's really like that surprising.
Maybe if it was London, we'd get like a nice speech from Lachlan Giles with a little poem behind it, but not if it's in Vegas. Well, we're more likely to bring out one of our many local celebrities. I can see Nate Diaz making an appearance. It's way more likely.
Yo, she was the queen, yo.
If ADCC got Elton John, add a lot of artists here. Adele, anyone that we've heard of, but
they should get anyone that's
British.
been knighted. Anyone that's been knighted. Sir Ben Kingsley, someone.
One of the Backstreet Boys, whatever. I don't care. That would be amazing.
Even one of NSYNC would be amazing.
Which one?
I don't know. Any of them. I'll take any of them.
The Vegas, I like this though. Every year now we've been seeing ADCC make some good production changes. Whatever I'm looking at right now, I'm in.
Pat from the chat, where should ADCC 2024 be held? I say Jerome, Nevada. Let's take him in the middle of nowhere and let them fight their way back to civilization.
Simple.
Just make it
the
like
moon.
The Purge.
Well, Jiu-Jitsu X, SpaceX will sponsor. If Elon Musk gets into Jiu-Jitsu, I think we're pretty aimed. Can you imagine zero gravity ADCC 2024?
Losers
Patrick
get launched
Stewart's on the call.
Tesla.
Yes. Oh, love it. Yeah.
We're shooting some shots at Queen Elizabeth here in the chat.
Yeah, so I asked one of my Kiwi friends, one of my friends from New Zealand, about what he thinks about the passing of the Queen, seen as he's a member of the Commonwealth, to which he replied in 2 words, fuck him. Like, damn.
Would you guys agree that Kron Gracie versus Gary Tonin was the best ADC
New
match
Zealand?
of all time?
No, it wasn't, but I don't speak New Zealander. I think fuck 'em is also condolences, respect. I think that's their most nice greeting. Again, I'll have to consult. We'll have to ask some people.
You have to send a verbal tap international correspondent down to New Zealand to see.
That's a great idea. Maybe someone with a voice.
Whoa. It's got dark. It's got real dark.
Kron versus Gary, though, I can still see it in my head. I can see a young Gary Tonin, a thin, little sprightly, barely out of teenage Tonin, just getting tossed like a ragdoll and everyone being confused. He was still in the fight 6 minutes in and then him turning it around. It's a good fight.
Bia should transition to MMA just like Gordon Ryan. What do you think about oh, that's way older. Isn't it? Gordon Ryan has nothing to prove in grappling. He's already the GOAT. He should sign with an MMA promo like one. Did he already sign? Can you sign twice?
You resign. I have no idea. They haven't asked me once yet. I will let you know if we go through it a second round. grappling goat. I'm not prepared to say that yet because I saw what he's been doing, and I'd like your two thoughts real quick. Is Marcelo Garcia the big winner once again of the ADCC tournament? Seeing butterflies and underhooks.
I mean, I have a soft spot for Marcelo Garcia. Go ahead.
The one thing I'll say is he never won the Open. I think the other contender is Hodger.
Yeah, I think that could be argued.
Put that on the hot take list. Where's the
I may or may not have just started a
Was he that
religious
good
war.
at ADCC? I don't know. I don't remember him winning any Opens.
Wow. If I get assassinated, that's on you.
I was pro. I believe I said hashtag Marcelo's amazing. But obviously,
I just got to text my wife. Macheus Dennis is apparently at my door with a shotgun. I don't know. Does that mean anything?
Just claim it's fake news. We're getting a lot of these
Marcelo
70s
Bravo
lights, but no action.
Euler. No.
Yeah, I mean, that was obviously a big one.
Raph, don't feed this. Stop it.
Marcelo who? This guy's trash. Why are we bringing him up?
Gordon Ryan invented the arm drag from Butterfly. I don't know where he came from, but according to Dane, we've never seen anything like it.
Him?
It's brand new. Okay, this is the ADCC I know and love, where it's taken their sweet time to get to the next fight.
I think this is more the flow grappling you love, but it's just me.
That Marcelo Garcia is the nicest guy in jiu-jitsu?
No, absolutely. I mean, as much trash as being talking, like, let's be honest, like the current jiu-jitsu meta was basically trailblazed by Marcelo, right?
Paying homage
what happened
to our
to
ADCC greats.
What happened to Macheus Dennis? I saw, yes, but like what happened? To be honest, I think he thought there was a break in the action. There wasn't, and his opponent was like, "Oh, cool, legs, shoot," and he got 2 points. Not Macheus, but his opponent.
Is Craig Jones still fighting?
Yeah, he's in the final.
Against who?
He's going. I should remember this, but
I think we're in the Hall of Fame.
Oh, he has to.
We're
Hold up.
Oh, sweet God, the Hall of Fame. So, yep.
He's going against.
so we're
He's going
honoring all
against
of
Kenyon. It's Craig versus Kenyon.
Excellent.
There's all these Hall of Fame guys are doing a seminar today, right, in Vegas?
I think so. Yeah.
I mean, that would be amazing. Anybody who gets to go to that, like,
Doesn't get to practice it in the gym the next week.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, there's a 1 month moratorium while the rest of us catch up.
There's a lot of people at that seminar. Like, do they each show their secret, whatever their technique was that won their latest ADCC, and then you move on to the next one? Or is it like an 8-hour seminar?
I'm going to guess it's the 8-hour seminar option. And they do that beautiful thing where they come in waves of like, well, you'll get Shanji from 2 to 4, followed by Hoyler from 4 to 4:30. Couldn't get Hoyler for very long.
It's very expensive. He's got that Gracie price.
Who's Ryan Hall? Is Ryan Hall still fighting in this?
No.
Oh, okay.
Is he doing a super fight?
No, judo got me all excited for a second. Unless, okay, a super fight would be fantastic. I think it's
All right.
Where are we on this Ryan versus Galvo thing? Because I was trying to get odds it was going to end in a regulation tie, but I couldn't seem to find it. Let's go take another look. See.
I personally kind
Here's a
of
question.
want
Do you
Andre
think
to win. I don't necessarily know he's going to.
to stop the hype train?
Yeah. And just
I'm
because
So here's my
I
question.
think
Do you think
if
I
Go.
cheer for anyone older. It's always late 30s. So for me, it's that. I'm just cheering against youth, pretty much.
so, does that mean
So
you consider
here's-
Andre the underdog in this scenario?
I do, yes.
do you think Gordon got in Andre's head at all?
I don't know. I don't think so. These guys are used to it. They're just selling the fight, right?
He wore orange.
I don't know,
with
but
no
there's the
shirt.
whole slap situation.
Yeah, he got him to apologize for slapping him. That's unusual. It is. I'm not a big fan of the antics, but I do think he's in his head.
Dang, Raph. Dang. Yeah.
Yes, I guess
Yes.
it's not in his head. He knocked on the front door.
The real winner of
That's
Galvao
indeed-
versus Ryan is the pharmacist. I think we can all agree.
I think they've already won, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it's those special acai berries.
Yeah, neither guy skips leg day. That's for sure. Or ass cheek day. That's a different day.
I
Or,
was gonna
yeah.
say it.
So yeah, I assume there's. I mean, we could recap what some of the Hall of Fame gentlemen have done, unless Tijuana for the juice. Yes, and it's acai juice or orange juice, special orange juice.
It's called Hugo.
Yeah, sorry, excuse me, Hugo.
It's a whole different thing.
It's pretty cool with the mats being portrayed, though, with the screens. I like that.
Interesting choice to show gi footage, but it's cool. It's cool.
Every time.
Leandro tribute.
Yeah, you can definitely feel someone missing from this year's ADCC.
Yeah.
I didn't know they were inducting Barrett. That's awesome. People forget how long Barrett Yoshida's been at it.
Yeah, he's an OG.
Yeah, he was a force when I started in like 2004. So I have a friend that was at Barrett's, and they said they just regularly do 10-minute rounds. Like that's just their base level round at the gym.
I think that's fantastic. If you get used to that round, then a 5 or 6 minute round for an average competition is nothing.
Right. Just get a couple of like 5 or 6 minute rounds just so you get used to the timing, right? Like get used to the pacing.
Just so that you're not lagging behind, you're not trying to wait too
Yeah.
long. But yeah, that's how you get your cardio to where these guys need it to be. I'm
Raph's
sure they're doing
queuing.
like 20, 30-minute rounds.
Raph queued into something here. A competitive game of musical chairs or Duck Duck Goose for the only spot in Hall of Fame would be amazing right now. They were like, all right, we brought 9 candidates out. We have 1 spot. Barrett, you're up. Duck, duck, goose. You want to start us off? Go around. Winner take all. Hey, Florian. Look at that. Did we all settle? Is black the official uniform of the MMA commentator team now? Is it a Rogan thing, or are we just? Did I miss a memo?
It's in the pamphlet. You got to read the pamphlet.
I did, and I didn't read the pamphlet. I saw it, but I did not.
That's the problem.
Barrett got the head into a surf shop memo. Dress up wise.
I like the flip flops with socks. That's a good touch.
You can tell he's coaching.
But you know what? It's like, is anybody going to argue with this guy? Like, he'll kick the shit out of you.
I assure you, I will not.
I like that, like, classic to Barrett. He looks like he's playing PlayStation in his hotel room, and someone ran up there, like, out of breath, was like, "You're getting inducted right fucking now. Let's go."
Yeah, we need you down on stage. And he just seems, like, okay, here I am.
No, we don't have time for shoes. Throw some flip flops on. Let's go.
It's fine. Yeah, you're Barrett Yoshida. We're not going to argue.
I feel bad for the poor person at the Palm tonight when they walk in and they're like, "There's a dress code. I'm sorry. He has to wear a tie."
Kenny's just like,
Kenny's like, "I'm hopped up on muscle relaxers and DQuil. Let's do this."
yeah.
All right. Oh my God, that was just the first.
Oh yeah.
Look at all those chairs. Jesus.
This is a great time to take a break from the ADCC viewing broadcast. They do this just so that they force us to watch it.
To answer your question, Raph, no, we can't do anything normal because Hispec.
Yeah, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, what's left is the gold medal matches, right? So this is sort of the bridge into
We're down to finals.
Yeah.
I did see we had it's possible for Gordon to get that physique. I agree it's possible, but man, his head got bigger.
Yes, and
so
the
skinny.
Thank you.
He and Keenan used to look similar. Keenan doesn't appear like he's about to be in the next Jason Statham prison escape movie. Yet Gordon somehow does. It's like, look at Barry Bonds in his early days. You'll understand a little bit more about what I mean when I say Gordon's head got bigger. I mean, physically, this is not an ego thing.
That was omega-3 oil and it's for inflammation, so calm down.
Yeah.
And Keenan's just like, why am I so skinny? He and Nicholas Mendez-Regali seem to just, I don't know. It's weird. Is Dana there? I thought Dane, but is Dana White there, or is that another Dana White lookalike person? It's very difficult sometimes when you just see a bald person with authority walking around in the back.
It's the org owner meta. Bald, strikingly pale, large.
Wearing black. Just again.
Raph, I would live to see your AJ Agazarm impression. Are you just going to argue with me for 45 minutes?
Well, he's doing it right now by not participating. Where is AJ this year? Why isn't he fighting?
Oh, he did.
Is his
and
voice hurt too? Oh, I arrived too late.
Yep.
It's my bad.
No, it's my bad. Yes, Raph. Yes, Raph, that's perfect. So, Kevin, AJ Agazarm lost the match. After losing, proceeds to walk in the middle of the match and stage a full-blown protest until they literally had to turn the stage lights off on him and, like, usher him off the arena floor.
Are you serious?
0% joking.
This is the full AJ experience. Lovely.
On a scale of 1 to, I had that down to a timer. How surprised are you?
Pretty surprised when exactly what you want to have happen happens. They shut the lights off?
They
I
literally
gotta play
turned
the
the stage
lottery.
lights out on them.
I'm having a whole weekend of just good karma.
Cobrinha is getting inducted right now.
Which means we've seatbelts on. This man is going to talk for a bit. When you're that handsome,
Well, also,
and good at
did he really get
no
inducted
one
if he
shuts
didn't
you up.
bring? Did he really get inducted if he didn't bring a cake?
Cobrinha looks amazing every time. The haircut, the O's, but seriously, buckle in. He's just starting his journey about why jiu-jitsu is important right now. He's got 40 to 63 more minutes of content.
Yes, he's definitely stolen the hair of a 1940s movie star. Very, very, very mobster.
He's about to get into the power of mobility.
He's going to do a whole capoeira demonstration.
I was just gonna say there's a 45-minute capoeira demonstration.
They're trying to get him to sit in his chair. He won't. He just stretches above it.
Yeah.
Starts
Just
doing
all seen.
handstands.
Rafa Mendez. I feel too. He feels too young. Maybe I'm.
Yeah, he's 33. That's pretty young, but
ADCC doesn't understand. We're not going to get him back if you put him in the Hall of Fame. You got to keep him thirsty. Is he going to make it? I don't know. He didn't compete till he was after 35, right? That's the type of thing we need to get the Mendez brothers thinking about. And then they come back and fight.
Kevin, do you want a BJ pen? Because this is how you get a BJ pen.
No, this is not how you get a BJ pen. This is the passive aggressive version of that, where we just, maybe 2 more years from now, he's in that Lovato space where he gets to throw down his shorts and gi and strip off naked and be like, I retire. By the way, BJ Penn at ADCC, I'm okay with. Less head drama in this sport. Less, not none.
It's a pretty low bar to start from.
Approximately, we have an hour and 40 minutes left of this Hall of Fame presentation.
Should we take over and if they're going to induct the Queen into the Hall of Fame?
I would never watch this again. I'm going to say it here and now. If that happens.
I'm just saying all ADCs happened under her reign.
If Candle in the Wind starts playing at any point in this goddamn event, I'm never watching it. Raf, by doing it in a reasonable 7 to 10 minute presentation. I once heard someone explain the power of blood transfusions in 10 minutes. If you can do that, we can get through Hoffa and Cobrinha's records in a solid minute and a half.
Follow me here. Each Hall of Fame entry, one slide on a PowerPoint presentation that just gets projected onto the arena floor.
Just do their Wikipedia article. It's got everything. Just like, bam, let's move on. Click next. There's actually, I'm looking at it right now. There's a list of ADCC Hall of Fame inductees. Just click that.
I was going to say for each person, just start at the top and go to the see also next.
Yes, exactly. Source, I'm watching it. Those plaques are pretty
Now's the
baller,
time to podcast about it, Kenny. Yeah, ask a follow-up. Let's get to the meat of this. The TikTok generation's about speed. Fuck them. We're going to be here until midnight. karaoke would be a better use of our time here. Watching Rafa Mendez belt out "Don't Stop Believing."
I was going to say,
So who of the inductees would we want to see do karaoke the most? I think Dean Lister would be hilarious.
I want Cobrinha. It's not close.
I don't know. Hodger would be hilarious because he barely speaks.
He could just sing something in Portuguese, and then he's good to go, right?
Just the Brazilian Frank Sinatra. Just
We are still honoring Rafa Mendez.
plot twist, Cabrina comes behind him, takes the mic, and then continues from where he left off.
Why? I was just going to say, why do I feel like we're also going to get a Guy Mendez in this?
He's going to come down from the rafters like Sting.
They should have to do theirs together. It's the Mendez brothers.
Name one time you didn't train with each other. We'll wait.
Your whole career's together. Go on. Yeah. Kenny Florian is not listening, by the way. That is someone's not listening face if I've ever seen one. He's doing his best, but he's got a lot more people to announce.
Yeah.
A lot more
I have a model wife. What am I doing here?
Kenny's like, I thought I signed up for a tight 45. This is going to take 2 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to fucking murder my agent.
This is where everybody in the stadium goes and grabs a snack.
Is there nobody fucking else? Kenny whispers back to the show organizer. Oh, are they going to let us? What happened? They just bringing in someone from the audience now? Like it's Price is Right? You get into the Hall of Fame. This is some guy named Steve. He looks like he does jiu-jitsu. Steve, can we talk to you for half an hour?
Kyra.
Yeah, Dustin,
Kyra
don't
is-
even make it quick, my man. Settle in for a long winter's eve of Warzone. You've got time.
I believe Kyra is the only female being inducted this year. Uh-oh, we got a spam bot in chat.
The spam bot's making some good points, though. There's things to
I'm
be
not
argued
arguing.
here.
I'm just informing people that there's a spam bot in the chat.
84% will find a partner for you.
Those are
It's
good
hard to find
odds.
a training partner these days. 84%.
I like those odds.
I'm just more impressed that they managed to time the spam bot for the female Hall of Fame entrant.
Oh, yeah. It's classy.
Kira Gracie, one of the most first decorated badass ladies in the sport.
Is it pronounced Kira? Am I just a gringo?
Hira.
I said Kyra, but I am happy to be corrected.
I'm from Kansas. I can't be trusted on any spelling or reading of any kind.
I'm from California. Knowing Spanish actually makes your Portuguese pronunciation worse, paradoxically.
She is realistically like member 6 of 14 that we're inducting into the Hall of Fame.
I mean, Carina, Hoffa, Barrett, Kira, 4 of 16.
Yeah.
We're a quarter of the way through, 25%.
Got about 10 to go.
I just want to give the Path a shout out for using the word fella and not making me uncomfortable with it. Normally, that one, when it's used, scares me, but this was used in a good way.
Weird. You know what? That is a handsome man, so I will take it.
cops yell "fella" a lot at you, right? People that are about to try and convert you to some sort of religion use the word "fella" a lot. I have found.
Very big in the Scientology circles.
Vacuum salespeople use the word.
They're the worst.
There's not a single military recruiter in the world that hasn't used the word "fella" assertively.
In their training, they're like, "Sir, would you like to join the army?" I'm sorry, what did you just say, son? You know what
Fella?
word is around here.
Fella.
I will. This
Because
is
it's equal parts respectful
so
and
long.
informal. It's like the perfect word to indoctrinate.
I think phonetically, the only thing worse than fella is feller.
Yep. Yep. Feller's definitely an aggression. It's a microaggression every time it's used.
Yeah.
Dean Lister.
Dean's up next.
So they're not having them sit in the chairs, or are they?
I can't quite tell. It's like, all right, now go sit down and wait for everybody else.
I can't. The lights would be a problem. It's probably too much. You don't want to like sit there under those with a projector on your face the entire time. This is amazing.
Rock is talking some smack here. I have no way to back any of this up. So, Dustin, if you want to weigh in. Are we taking John Ritter as a compliment or
100%.
Yeah, okay,
Have you seen
good,
Three's
good.
Company?
Yeah.
The whole package.
I mean, the longevity of that series.
Look great in denim shorts. So do I.
Plot twist, you are John Ritter. Just undercover. Witness protection, John Ritter.
I don't think I've ever been that funny a day in my life. Go watch Bad Santa. It's just art. Well, Dean looks good. He looks tan.
It's in Vegas, baby. Enjoying that poolside.
Sunset of
cocktail
Color
service.
asks if Sam McNally won. He lost in the quarterfinals against Josh Cisneros by ref's decision. Yeah, sorry to be the bearer of bad news.
I know. It was like, maybe we should talk this out in the future. Be like, are you watching Soundside Color? Because if you're not, he's in the finals. It's amazing. He's on the ride you've never seen.
He's doing so well, they put him in plus 99 as well.
Tune in for the rest of our broadcast to hear more.
I love the smack talk going back and forth here.
I do too, actually. Anytime I can get in on a public chat, I'm always, especially one as nerdy as did I ankle pick you 12 times or not.
I feel like this is the expanded Grappling Hour universe.
Raph did the classic experienced grappler move. He can't talk shit, so he drugged Dustin over to the chat and got Dustin to engage him there. Dustin, don't fall for it. That's how people end up on your back. Or ankle picking you. Because now I've kind of taken Raph's side. Just based on the rhetoric. I'm just calling it like I see it. Yeah, Raph's not in fireman's carrying anyone. Bronson, it'll be approximately 3.5 hours from now. It only takes about a half hour to get to those fights, but we have 3 hours of Hall of Fame nominees left to see. They are sitting. They are in their seats. Hey, the guy Dane says ain't shit.
The Pats shooting shots at Dean Lister.
God damn it. The Cheers Dennis is back. Thanks to you guys. I think he's just circling my block.
I know the path. You can't take shots at Dean Lister and defend Gordon Ryan in the same sentence. They look like they fell from the same tree right now. So it'd be nice.
The same pharmacist.
There's Marcelo being like, I want to take credit for everything Gordon's doing. He stole it from me. He knows he did. He just got bigger, stronger.
There's this guy, Dane. Dane, I'd like to see you after
Dane,
the show.
Next year, I'm coming for you, my man. I heard.
We're suspending your Marcelo Garcia online account.
Dean Lister looks at least 24% machine. He looks a little like a Terminator.
I would have to agree with that. I think he's at least part bionic.
Yeah. Some of his joints probably are, but for different reasons. He's been fighting since way before we knew about yoga. I'm also triple boxing football because what I like about football is once they start the games, they don't stop and do a 3-hour Hall of Fame ceremony right before the fourth quarter.
Because the whole game takes 3 hours?
Grappling wise, I don't think we're in a place to criticize football.
So
even Marcelo,
Hall of Fame.
The latest instructional. Well, I didn't hear Cabrina. I assume he plugged his. Do you mean after him? Dean Lister's like, if you want. Dean's like, if you want to see how I got here, please check out my ankle pick instructional. It is BJJ Fanatics. You can find it now. 5 for 1 if you get the DVD.
I'm so honored to be here.
How many anonymous dads do you see at the grocery store? I've got some questions for the Path's viewing habits.
Yeah. I was trying to parse that one.
Raiders are at 3rd and goal, but first they're going to bring in 18 Raiders players slowly and introduce them. Their many credentials and accolades. We are in a place where I am worried. Do you think this is part of the plan? I guess, have we seen like a from 4 to 5, we're doing the Hall of Fame ceremony?
Yes. Yeah, I have a sort of tentative schedule. So Hall of Fame ceremony from 2:30 to 4. They're allegedly going to start getting matches going at 4 again. The 99 plus. That's the latest I've heard anyway.
Well, I am going to take a quick return to child caring break, and I will see you all gentlemen after. Well, obviously, hold on. I'll pay specs to Salo.
Salo, yeah.
Wait.
Yeah, you're contractually
Salo,
obligated.
Are both Riberos getting in, or just the one? Because again, what are we not doing this brothers style anymore?
I only see Salo.
Well, couldn't be more
on
deserving.
This list.
Well, they did this before Thanksgiving, so this will be awkward.
It's thank you for your service, Mr. Ritter.
The greatest. This Ritter thing is going to really make my day now. I'm pretty happy about that. I'll talk to y'all in a few.
Path, I don't know who belittled Joe Rogan's contribution to grappling, but yeah, I think he's been huge in popularizing it. I think he's a sponsor of, at least the Joe Rogan Experience is a sponsor of ADCC because I saw his logo on the mats.
That wouldn't surprise me. He's been a huge proponent for many years.
Like in terms of breaking grappling and jiu-jitsu through the practitioner slash like civilian barrier, I don't think anyone's done more for grappling and jiu-jitsu than Rogan.
Yeah, he definitely, like, because of his platform, he was able to bring it to a large audience that necessarily wouldn't have heard of it, or at least didn't
And
appreciate
sell it.
what was happening.
And sell it, right?
What's that?
Like he's this
Yes, exactly.
and sell it. Like he's this weird third party voice that they would actually get interested in looking into it.
Right. I think the comedian angle brought in a lot of people. You know, obviously his target market were the type of people like UFC fans that wanted to know what kind of action was happening on the mats, and with him constantly talking it up, that I think helped a lot of schools out.
Pat, I don't think he had anyone from Flow. He had Mo, who is the organizer or the prime facilitator of ADCC. He doesn't work for Flow, but he works with Flow. Carlos Corona, do you practice jiu-jitsu? What's your grade? Kyle, you go first.
Yes, I am a brown belt at John Jacques Machado. I've been training for about 10 years.
Awesome, well done. I'm a black belt under Felipe Fogelin. I've been training since 2004.
Right on.
And Rogan is there. He keeps posting about ADCC on his Instagram. Yeah, no, I mean, goes with what we've been talking about, right? He's incredible for promoting this stuff. And honestly, I think who's number one in things like ADCC, like building these showcase events is a huge deal, right? Like putting it on par with MMA style production values. Like when
I agree. I think that if we want the sport to grow, we have to do large events like this. And I think the promotion for this one has been fantastic, except that it's largely only targeted towards people that are already in the sport. And if we want it to grow, then we need to convince people outside of the sport that this is worth watching.
Yeah.
Now,
100%.
Everybody has opinions on Flow, but I think that with the large pay barrier to watch this, that's somewhat hindering that. If they had, charged $25 for the weekend or whatever, then maybe we could have got a lot of extra people watching. I don't know. What do you think?
That was literally the point that I was going to make. I consider the order of operations this. We need to make an event. We need to have an event that appeals to someone that isn't necessarily a practitioner. And then I think the next big step from that is do one that garners enough attention for like a mainstream sponsor, like a Nike or an Adidas, or like look at the Reebok UFC thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Something
and I
like
think celebrity
that.
endorsement helps a lot, like you were saying with Joe Rogan. And we have, other celebrities that train, but they aren't proponents of the sport, which I think could really help a lot. And guys like Eddie are trying really hard to bring the sport into the limelight with stuff like combat jiu-jitsu and EBI, which I think is a huge step forward. And he posts all that stuff on YouTube after the fact, so people can find it and enjoy it when they don't necessarily have the means to pay for it. I think that's huge for making the sport grow.
So the combat jiu-jitsu thing, as a practitioner, I'm less excited about it. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's because I've been a sport grappler, right? And I like something like an ADCC where it's super technical grappling. But the thing I will say about combat jiu-jitsu is, one, it does a really good job of bridging the gap between MMA and grappling, where a casual fan or even us grapplers can see what it would look like on the ground if strikes were allowed, right? And how that changes things. But from a spectator perspective, yeah, I think the other thing too is in what would regularly be a strategic pause in grappling turns into something exciting for someone to watch because they're getting the crap slapped out of them.
I think that's the trick there. Now, I don't necessarily want to get hit in the face, but I think that it's significantly more entertaining for people who don't know the minutia that's happening within the grappling game to watch.
Yeah.
So as far as converting people into seeing more of the grappling game, I think it's great for that. And then maybe they will then transition into events like ADCC or just regular EBI. I think it's really important to use that as like a gateway drug, if that makes sense.
I think that's the a really good point, is that there needs to be some sort of gateway from like, let's say like world's gi jiu-jitsu is on one end of a spectrum and MMA is on the other, right? We need to have some sort of middle ground. I don't think world like gi jiu-jitsu will ever really be a non-participant like spectator.
Yeah, unfortunately, like especially events like IBJJF, please don't come after me. They're just boring to watch.
Yeah, for real.
Right? The rule set is not fun, and we need to find a way to create more action in these games in the gi and watch people strangle each other in creative ways if they want to convert non-practitioners into watching this sport.
Right.
At least in my opinion.
No, I 100% agree. Pat from the chat, when Danaher and Gordon talk, they seem to go out of their way to ignore Hickson and highlight Hodger. Do you know why? Hot take on that. Hodger's more recent. Hodger's directly related to their lineage out of Renzo Gracie. And to be honest, I think it's a question of recency, right? Like Hodger has been more recently dominant and active than Hickson. Kyle, what do you think?
No, I have nothing to add. I would agree with that.
Right.
I think he's a younger face. He's, like you said, he's more prevalent recently, so it's just easier to throw him.
And let's be honest, like Hickson doesn't really have a presence in modern sport jiu-jitsu, and I would argue that he kind of has disavowed it. So,
yeah, I mean, we can't argue what he's done for the sport over the long term and how he essentially created the UFC, but I haven't seen much of him in a long time.
Yeah. I mean, as kind of like his most recent instructional was entirely self-defense, so I think that's kind of telling.
Yeah, that's kind of always been the Gracie's first love. They see this as more of a martial than art. They've always advocated the effectiveness of it as a self-defense medium, and I think that's fine. I'm not mad at it.
That's the thing, is I think there's been this false dichotomy placed between the two things, and I think there's plenty of room to train at all of it, right? Will you be a master at all of it? No, right? But that said,
go ahead.
Do you think anyone wants to get in a fight with any of these ADCC competitors? Like, probably.
I mean, I'm sure there's some keyboard warriors that are like, "Oh, you got to do this. What are you talking about, bro?" It's like, dude, you have no idea how to handle any of this right now. And yes, it's like, oh, that doesn't work on the streets. Like, sport jiu-jitsu can't do whatever. But it's like, if these guys wanted to, they could really throttle you.
Kyle, you got a compliment on your Jean-Jacques Machado shirt.
Oh, what's up? Thank you.
The thing they'll say about JJ's like branding and his logo is like you could spot that from 3 blocks away and you know exactly what it is. Like it's so iconic in a way.
Yeah, I mean it's awesome. I love this shirt.
That said, I also have like a Pavlovian response to any triangle thinking it's jiu-jitsu. So
yeah, honestly, it's weird. Anytime, like even if it's just a completely random logo, I'm like, oh, that guy doesn't train. My bad.
No, that's an auto parts store. Never mind.
Yeah. Anything related to triangles, pyramids, whatever.
Yeah.
Just makes me think.
Man, Cairo must be really into jiu-jitsu. Oh. Is that Mark Kerr?
Yes.
Is that Mark? Holy crap. They went into the ADCC deep cuts.
Yeah, he got gold in 99 and double gold in 2000.
I'm not saying this disparagingly. I just know his struggles. I am a bit surprised he's still alive with everything he's gone through.
I am not aware of his struggles. Would you care to brief us or?
So he struggled terribly with painkillers and partying for a number of years. And he tried to go back to MMA. And then it came to the point that he had to stop MMA, if I'm remembering correctly, because experts were literally telling him, you will have a heart attack.
Yeah.
If you keep pushing it this hard.
Well, then, damn, good for him that he's still around.
Yeah.
It's hard. I think, I think when you want to be a high level competitor, like, it's like we make fun of people who are juicing and stuff, but like that pressure to constantly be training and to stay in good shape and to not hurt all the time, it
Right.
makes you want to try different options. And especially when you're at this high level of competition, like the injuries are very real and you don't want them to end your career. So you're going to do anything you can in order to keep going and to keep doing the sport that you love. And I think we sometimes have to keep that in perspective.
Yeah, it's one of the things like my wife and I were actually talking about this where I said one of my greatest regrets is I didn't wrestle in high school. But then part of me wonders what injuries would I be carrying had I wrestled in high school?
Yeah.
Joshua, I mean, Mark Kerr was doing injectable pain steroids too, plus injectable painkillers too, plus all the steroids. Legit shocked his heart didn't stop. Yeah, there's a
hard.
documentary. Yeah, there's a documentary about him called The Smasher Machine, and it's kind of about sort of his rise in MMA, but also the latter half of that that documentary is sort of about his struggles.
It seems like he's doing good now.
Yeah, he's moving around. He's not on crutches or anything.
Yeah, good for him.
Is this Henzo coming up? I'm watching the footage on the mats.
I can't quite tell.
Hodger looks like a male model.
He definitely does. They're a handsome bunch, I gotta say. Those Gracies.
Do you guys want to see something entertaining about Bryce, who was on earlier?
The answer is yes. Wait for it. We got Raph doing some magic behind the scenes here.
Arona.
As Ricardo Arona is sharing his experience. He got double gold in 2001.
Yes. Yes. Of course, the chairs and table had to be pink. Thank you, Aquaholic. I'll be honest, as I've gotten older, and Kyle, I think you'll probably be able to commensurate with this. Like the two things, sleep and stretching, which I've not been great at, have become non-negotiables for me. Where it's like literally my day-to-day well-being is based on whether or not I'm keeping up with mobility and making sure I'm getting enough sleep.
I'm going to double down on that. Any younger athletes who are watching and they want to have longevity in this sport, work on staying limber, keep your mobility up. Obviously, you can do your strength training and all that, but keep your mobility up and make sure you get plenty of recovery time in. That is way more important than a lot of coaches bother to tell you about, like getting proper sleep and hydration and make sure your macros are spot on and all that. Like that's going to make a huge difference.
I'll double down on your double down, so we're quadrupling down at this point. One on the macro piece. It's an elliptical curve. With the macro piece, I've found with my diet, if I've prioritized protein, and I would argue 1 gram per pound body weight, everything else seems to fall into place. Like you can't mess around too badly on your diet if you're trying to hit that number. And then with the sleep piece, I would actually go backwards and like say, okay, I'm going to sleep 8 hours, figure out a bedtime, and then you schedule based off of that.
That is literally what I do now. Because I have insomnia. This is boring for the readers. Oh, this is Hoyler. Hoyler's up.
Yes, it is. I guess he's
Um,
important.
we could argue that he's important to the sport. I've had insomnia for years and did not get proper sleep, and my recovery has always suffered because of it. But after getting that unlocked and getting some proper medication, it's made a huge difference on how often and how hard I can train. Like, do not underestimate sleep. Seriously, guys, it's huge.
Well, Matt Fraser, who was like the 5-time CrossFit Games athlete, he said if sleep wasn't biologically mandated, he said it could easily be considered like a performance enhancing drug. He's like, if you look at what it does for you in terms of like your performance, he said it's inarguable.
I mean, that's when a majority of your growth is happening. So if you're hitting the gym, if you're hitting the weights and just burning those muscles out and getting all your protein, but you're not sleeping, you're not actually recovering and building that lost muscle, that like replacing that lost muscle. So you're kind of doing more harm than good at that point.
Josh, I'm so sad Ricardo doesn't compete anymore. That's what happens after a Rampage powerbomb in Pride. I completely forgot about that. That was one of the most brutal knockouts I've ever seen. And I'm wondering, if it injured his back and neck so bad that's why we don't see him compete.
That's an interesting point to bring up, is that the competitions that you choose to be a part of could make or break your career in ways that you may not have thought of. You know, the rule sets that you agree to. So just be careful out there. Everybody wants to be on this stage on ADCC, but you have to train smart in order to get there.
Yeah, so I love the leg lock revolution that's happened over the past couple of years. I'm 0% interested in competing in that rule set, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I don't blame you. Like, a lot of people think that leg locks are like this dark magic or this secret to success. And the reason that they're so forbidden in a lot of ways is that the margin for error is so much smaller. If you screw up on escaping a leg lock, you don't walk for 6 months. Like, that's way bigger than if you just forget to tap to a choke and you go out for a few seconds. Like, there's no special sauce there. Like, it's still a tap. It's the same percentage as an armbar or a choke or whatever. It's just the damage that you can do and how quickly you can do it is the difference.
Yeah, for sure. The path, mobility, and sleep are the most important for me too. I stretch every few hours. My recommendation for sleep is doing NSDR, non-sleep deep rest. I'll have to look into that, path. Thanks for that. Dustin James, 9 hours of sleep gang, what's up? 9 hours of sleep gang, what's up? I never seem to make my schedule work for 9 hours. If left to my own devices, like when I sleep in the weekend, it's funny you say that, Dustin, because I end up around that 9 hour or 8+ hour mark.
8 to 10, that's what you're shooting for.
Right.
You gotta get at least 8.
Yeah, I was playing with just like 7+, and I would still wake up lagging. So I completely agree with that. How good is Jake
Shields? He's good. He's better than me. I'll say that.
I won a new respect for Jake Shields when he went to train and compete with Danaher. With someone with as storied of a career as Jake, to be able to basically just wipe the slate clean and just say, okay, I've got to learn. You'll always win. You always win points with me for that.
Yeah, respect for that. I think it's important to try and have beginner's mind, no matter what situation you're in.
100.
There's always something that you can learn from everybody.
Renzo Gracie, fresh from his Subway win.
Yeah. Renzo's getting inducted right now, and he looks like he's just chatting with a buddy here, or like he has a very fervent speech going on. I don't know what he's saying. He's probably agreeing with us on sleep. I think that's what he's going with.
9 hours, at least 9 hours, my friends.
Mentally, I mean, I'm still paying attention. I just am waiting for the action to come back.
Raph, we just had a 10-minute discussion about sleep. You do the math.
Yeah, it's we are adding content for your viewers because ADCC is not.
Brevity is not Hunzo's strong point.
Yeah. Yeah, we got some good fights coming up.
That's the problem is we have a banquet after this, and we're all just kind of like clapping our hands for this.
Right. It's like, okay, good. Let's move on. Yes.
Yeah. Very important.
I respect
Love our
all of
heritage.
these people. Yeah, exactly. Like, you're all very important to the sport, but come on, we're here for a reason.
Hey, do you know if they're going to induct Leo Vieira? Because I feel like he should be a shoe-in.
No, I don't believe so. We still have Mario Sperry, Braulio Estima, Andre Galbao. I think that's it. Did Hoyler go up already? Hoyler already went up.
He already went up.
Did. Oh, he did. Okay.
Most anticipated finals matches. Nikki versus Gordon is up there, and Craig versus Kenyon I think is going to be really interesting. They're a good stylistic match.
I mean, obviously the headliner of the night, Andre and Gordon, is I have to see what happens. I gotta know.
Yeah. I think that's match 0, right?
Yeah.
Fionn versus Brianna St. Marie, I think, is going to be insane because they're both so aggressive.
And very technical.
Fionn looked incredible, too. Why isn't JJM getting introduced? Casey, that's a great point. Jean-Jacques is very much a pioneer of ADCC.
Yeah.
Especially because his game translated from gi to no gi so well.
Well, I mean, he's just, I don't want to be biased here, but he's such a legend. And with his track record, it's just amazing what he accomplished in his time.
Okay. I know you might be slightly biased, or some might claim that, but of that generation, Jean-Jacques' jiu-jitsu looks the most like modern competitive jiu-jitsu.
I would agree.
Right?
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing watching him. He's an old school guy, but he doesn't have an old school game. Like, he's always been very fluid, and he's always been very, like, his underhook and overhook game has just been insane. His butterfly guard, like, nobody could stop it. He's one of those guys that, like, you know exactly what's going to happen, but there's nothing you can do about it.
I think it's indicative of his attitude.
Yeah.
Like, in the era of jiu-jitsu that he was in, Eddie Bravo could have only come out of Jean-Jacques' school.
Yeah, just the ingenuity and the creativity. He's very creative when he's out there. He improvises all the time. It's not necessarily a game plan. He just, whatever you're giving him is what he takes.
Have you rolled with Jean-Jacques?
A few times. I get some time in with his black belts, but he's been pretty busy.
No, for sure. When you've rolled with him, I imagine I feel like it's just mostly mental, right?
The thing is, like, it feels like he choreographed it. It's like when you're sparring with Jean-Jacques, he's always 2 or 3 steps ahead of you in ways that you can't even anticipate. And it just feels like you're doing a dance that he's already written down all the steps, and he's just kind of waiting to get to his submission.
Right.
It's fascinating. Have you ever had the opportunity to roll with him?
Oh, I haven't. I'm obviously friends with Raph. I'm friends with Matt Baker. I've known a lot of people in the circle. I've never had the opportunity. I would love to be honest, I'd love to just flow roll with him, just to like, catch and release style rolling, just to see his, and this isn't going to do justice to it, but like to feel his decision making process, right?
Hmm.
Does that make sense?
It's amazing. It's instant. Like,
Right. That's what I'm saying.
with Jean-Jacques Machado,
What are your
people
thoughts
don't
on Nicky
realize.
Rodriguez downplaying the importance of John Danaher and B Team's training room? Yeah, Aqua, I think this goes on what we were talking about earlier, and I think Kyle might disagree with me on this, of disavowing your lineage, right? Um, I think there's some bad blood that they aren't talking about there. And I don't know any of the details surrounding it. I can pick it up from inferences. Um, I can't speak to them. I can tell you that I've had a few coaches in my life. My first coach passed away, and then my second coach lived literally in another country. But I've never disavowed any of my lineage, and I would always give them credit for what they've given me. So I think that may be a little unjust towards Danaher and the Blue Basement.
I agree. I think you need to give credit where credit is due. Like, I spent
Yeah.
all the way up to brown belt at an affiliate school, Valley Martial Arts Center, and like they
VMAC?
gave me the foundation that I have. Yeah, VMAC. You ever been?
Yes, I have.
Right on.
One of the most underplayed training rooms in Southern California, I think.
We have a lot of great guys, and I eventually decided to start training it at John Jack headquarters just because I wanted to start training with more black belts. Like, we don't have a whole lot of black belts at VMAC. I still train there and I teach there a little bit. But you have to recognize that, like, that's my foundation came from those guys. It didn't necessarily come from John Jock, even though I train at his gym now and represent him in competitions. And just acknowledge that, that
Right.
as you're coming up, if you're in the DDS, just say that. Yeah, I was part of them, and now I'm here now, and I got what I liked, and now we're moving on. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't think you need to throw shade or anything. But I don't know what happened. Like you said, there might be some bad blood. Aquaholic Fishing. I enjoy Carlos Machado's training methods as well. Very down-to-earth approach. Real people person. I've never trained with Carlos, but if he's anything like John Jock, yeah, I mean, they're so cool. The Machados have all been like the nicest dudes. Andre Galbao is getting his being inducted. You ever train with Carlos, Dane?
I haven't had the opportunity. Here's the thing with that old guard is not that I've had more interest, but I guess I'll say that I've had more interest in spending time with them because I feel like we're going to start losing some of those players, right? And we're going to lose history and perspective. And I don't know, I would like to have some of that, right, to take with me and possibly communicate. Yeah, is that making sense, or is that too?
No, I agree. My first coach at VMAC, Marcelo, he always says that the basics always work. This new stuff is great and it's awesome and it's fun and you should learn it, but the basics always work. And these old school guys, they were so good at the technical basics that maybe some of these newer guys, they learned okay, cool, I know how to do a guard, I know how to do a scissor sweep, I know how to do whatever. And then they move on to the barambolos and the buggy chokes and the whatever and focus all their time into that.
Yeah, so I have this explanation of what I consider the basics and why I think closed guard is important for white belts to learn. And my argument is that if you look at closed guard, it teaches you fundamental movement patterns that are everywhere in jiu-jitsu, right? The ability to extend with your hips and use that to create distance, the ability to contract with your hips to close distance, right? That idea of bridging and being able to contract or expand distance is everywhere. It's arguably what you do in a butterfly sweep an elevation is just a vertical extension of closed guard, right? But closed guard is a much simpler position and it reduces the variables a newer trainee has to deal with. So it makes it a much more like contained learning environment. Does that make sense? And the same thing with a scissor sweep, right? Using your hips to topple someone versus like trying to kick them with your legs
Because
and
I
that sort of
think,
thing.
no,
But
I agree 100%. I think that the fundamentals illustrate concepts of the art that specific techniques then apply, if that makes sense. So like you were saying, like the hip position and getting somebody's base off weight, that all the stuff that you have to manipulate while in a closed guard, you then apply to all the other variations of guard as you're doing it. But if you don't have that solid foundation, what's the point?
Mo Yassim, the
Yeah.
facilitator, getting his black belt from JT Torres. For a second, I thought they were going to inaugurate JT in the last minute
Yeah,
edition.
that was interesting. But yeah, they're on stage and they just tied a black belt on him. That's exciting.
All right, I'm going to step away for a quick bio break before we start the matches. I'll be right back. Sorry, Kyle.
It's all good, brother. Had a 10th planet note up there for a second. It went away before I could read it, finish reading. So Mo Jassim, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, is talking to us right now. He kept his speech short, it looks like. He's happy to have his black belt. And that might be everybody. I think we are moving on to some action. Yeah, it looks like they're kicking everybody off stage. So Dustin James is coming in. That was the problem with 10th Planet in the beginning. Nobody knew how to shrimp or pass a guard, but everyone knew how to do a samurai to the back and use the truck. Yeah, I mean, a lot of that stuff, the game that Eddie developed, it's fantastic. It works. It's great. Especially against somebody who doesn't know what those techniques are. You know, anything that's novel tends to catch people just because they haven't seen it. But in some of the higher level competitions, the OGs, you know, would skate out ahead because they had those fundamental concepts just solid, rock solid in their game. And that applies everywhere. That applies no matter what position you're in, even if it is some sort of, I don't want to call it gimmicky, but some sort of, you know, new school technique.
I jumped in the last minute of that, but I wanted to chime in that. Yeah, no. Again, like why the fundamentals are the fundamentals of like, again, it's a, and Cal's gone. All right, so the fundamentals are the fundamentals because it's a fundamental movement pattern, right? So no matter what position you're in, the idea of like bridging or what we consider fundamental movements will always apply. You're just applying variations of like whatever was applied in fundamentals.
Precisely.
It's probably exactly what you just said, and I just completely repeated.
You just articulated it better, so I appreciate that. See, that's the difference between a brown belt and a black belt, ladies and gentlemen.
Journalism major. If I couldn't do it, I'd be in big trouble.
So now we're getting a Flow commercial. Yes, the remaining matches should be done tonight. I don't think they're going to do anything else tomorrow other than just party and recover.
Yeah.
Because they're in Vegas.
Yeah, that's a dangerous spot to have a bunch of high octane competitors, right?
Right.
So have you been watching matches, Cal?
Not as many as I'd like. I've been catching the updates as they go on, and I've been listening to this a little bit, but I'm not blue enough in the blood to have a Flow subscription.
Have you seen any, from what you've seen or heard, have you seen any techniques that stand out as kind of like part of the new meta for this ADCC?
I think the leg entanglements, like we're seeing so much more of that, and we're seeing it in IBJJF as well. Like just that whole game of attacking the legs, which has been around for a while, but I feel like a lot of people, that's their go-to now because the other stuff is hard.
Right.
It's like trying to pass the guard is difficult, and it's just kind of easier sometimes to lean back and try and take a heel.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, and I agree, it's not so much the leg entanglements in themselves, it's how and how often people are getting in and out of them, like entering and exiting those, right?
Right. I think it's sort of a means to an end. When you want some action to happen, you go for an attack, and some of the easiest attacks to hit when somebody's in guard, because guard just means that your legs are between you and your opponent, is to shoot some sort of a leg attack.
Right.
So if I shoot for that, then I force them to have to react to my attack. And then that gets a little bit more action going. You try to catch them in the scramble. We've been seeing a lot of that, I feel like.
Yeah.
Particularly
there's been a lot of back attacks, believe it or not, there's been a lot of back attacks coming off of leg entanglements.
Exactly. See, that's the thing, is that you use that to open up something else.
Right.
And I think that's a very effective game.
The funny thing is, Danaher talked about this with the leg attacks early on, of like, oh, we have stuff that follows the leg attacks, the heel hook. We just haven't had anyone get us past the heel hook. And this is like the very early days, right?
Yeah. That's pretty baller. But yeah, that's what you need. You know, you always have to have that flow chart of options.
Yeah, that's one of the things that really interested me in like Lachlan Giles' 50-50 game, beyond the fact that it was IBJJF legal, you know, in the earlier days before the IBJJF caught up a little bit, but also that he had a lot of other like back take options and a lot more sweep options from the 50-50 situation.
Agreed. I think it's important to, like, we talk about our game, right? Everybody's got a game, and everything you do is just a way, it's an avenue to get to your game. So you need to have options that will get you from any point that could happen in a fight to your game. And I think that's exactly what Lachlan did, is he had this 50-50 game that he loved, and he knew how to get there from anywhere, and then use that to transition to whatever else he needed.
The other thing too, I liked, and we saw this in the Absolute with Lachlan, right, is that backside 50-50 where he, as a lighter competitor, he couldn't get squished, which in a lot of ways was sort of the essence of even classical jiu-jitsu, right? Of keeping weight off of you. Don't let a larger opponent smash you. You know, like Hickson, a lot of the old guard jiu-jitsuers talk about this, about how weight shouldn't matter, time shouldn't matter, right?
Right. I think in some ways the Absolute division is kind of what the,
it's a puristic record.
Yeah, it's you know, that is the sport, is figuring out who the best is. And you do that by having everybody in the tournament just fight one giant bracket. And in some ways that's more exciting, because we always want to see the little guy beat the big guy, right?
Ryan Hall's 50-50 is on another level. We trained up there over a weekend. My preteen was all in. I was lost after 2 hours. Yeah, you know, it's funny, Alcoholic is, if you watch Lachlan Giles' 50-50 instructional, he actually in the intro section gives a shout out to his influences, and Ryan Hall was one of them, which I think is cool. I wish more people would do that in their instructionals.
Credit where credit is due.
100%, absolutely. And I've tried to do that. Kyle, I don't know if you do this when you teach classes, but like, if I'm teaching something that I saw somewhere else and I worked on my own, I try to say that in my class, to like, hey, I got this from this person. I've done my best to learn it to the best of my ability. If you go to one of their seminars, they're probably going to have additional details for you, but this is what I have for you, and then show the technique.
Right. Yeah. I mean, obviously, everything is on YouTube now, and everything is on
Right.
social media. So we pick up a lot of stuff that we may not see at our gym. And I think it's important to try that stuff, but also, like, especially as an instructor, be like, so I saw this on the YouTubes. So-and-so showed this technique. Let's try it out. This is my interpretation of it. And then kind of let students work through it. And, if that person is ever in town, they can go take a seminar, like you said, and pick up some extra details. Because those finite details are what make the biggest difference. Aquaholics saying here, Ryan Hall's 50-50 is another level. He could probably, I think he's got an instructional on it that is 2 or 3 hours long of just details. And that's what makes the difference. Like, you can learn 50-50 in a single class, but to become black belt level at it takes however many years of just learning all that minutia.
And to be clear, like if you look at a class, right, that someone would teach, of actual instructor instructing, it is at most 30 to 45 minutes of like a 2-hour class. So when you think about a 2 or 3 hour instructional, that's like a couple weeks worth of training.
Exactly. You get a lot of mileage out of that if you really want to.
Right.
What do you think about video learning? Because that's been the big push lately with BJJ fanatics, and just a lot of these pro level people are moving into having their own, streaming services. How do you feel about that from a learning perspective?
So these are deep waters for me. I think for like an intermediate late blue belt, when you start developing a game, right? Especially for competitors where you're very focused on a specific like corpus of techniques, it's really powerful. I use instructionals when I'm trying to get good at something and I need to feed that fire. I'll be honest, within your first 6 months to 12 months of jiu-jitsu, I would argue they're detrimental, have a strong possibility or probability of being detrimental, because you might be learning something but forgetting the context of fundamentals and fundamental movement patterns. Like, you're not at the point where you need to hyper focus on a narrow set of techniques, right? You need to start learning more of like the macro broad level movement patterns of using your hips, of sweeping with the hips, right? Again, going back to the closed guard example, because that's the classical position, right? Of learning the macro movement, to being able to create and remove distance with your hips, not on how to invert under a single limb and then end up in a leg entanglement or something like that. Will they be able to land that in class? Probably. But if you look at over the lifetime of their training career, which one's going to serve them better? I think going to class and learning the fundamental movement patterns are going to be more powerful.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. I think that all the social media stuff is great for exposure, but detrimental to beginners. We have some. I've trained with teenagers or kids. They see something on Instagram and they want to know how to do whatever that thing is they saw, and it's like, you are just not there yet. It's cool, but you don't understand why you're even in that position to begin with. So it's maybe not as exciting to learn the ins and outs of guard and mount and side control and back control, but that's the kind of stuff that's going to let you build your game into something much larger in the future.
Right. I feel like as like homework, we should hand new trainees like a list of links to Hadra Gracie fights and be like, hey, look, this stuff works in competition. Yeah. Watch this guy. This is what I'm trying to teach you. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I mean, even just if we look at cold statistics, like cold hard data, what are the most common submissions? Rear naked choke, armbar, and triangle. Like, that's what most of your competitions are won. And even in the MMA space, like rear naked choke, I think I'm going to get this data wrong, but it's something like 85 to 90% of grappling submissions in the UFC are the rear naked choke. So if you can't pull that off, go ahead.
Of this ADCC, 90% of the submissions were armbar or arm slinger.
Exactly. Like statistically, the old stuff is what's going to win you matches. The new stuff is fantastic and fun and should totally be a part of your game, but you can't let that stuff sacrifice your base knowledge. No, Gordon Ryan has not grappled Nicky Rod yet. At least I don't think so. You've been watching more than I have. They're coming up.
Okay, lightning round. Hasim Ryder versus Roberto Cyborg. This ADCC was an armbar. Craig Jones has inverted armbar, right, arm crunch armbar, and a guillotine. I would argue guillotine is a fundamental submission. Flanagan caught an armbar. Dante caught an armbar against PJ Barch, right? I mean, these are all to your point. That these are 4 or 5 submissions I can just rattle off the top of my head.
Exactly. Now the part of the trick there is like you can hit an armbar from anywhere. Like it's learn the inverted in order to catch your armbar inverted. Learn it from side control. Learn it from mount. Learn how to get a weird one from back control. Like I don't care, but you need to recognize that fundamental movement of just the armbar, simple, lever and fulcrum, is what's going to win most of your matches.
And I feel like knowing the armbar would eventually make your leg lock game leg lock game better, because it gives you the familiarity of where you are in relative to a joint, right?
It's the same principles.
Right.
It's like, I mean, when I'm teaching a straight ankle, I tell them that this works like an armbar, except that your Achilles is the elbow. Like this is the same thing. So you have to get the distance right, and a lot of that is just feeling it. You have to play the game enough to feel where you're at and where your opponent's at, and know what the weak points are in the chain, because our bodies are just chains of different motion. And you need to be able to spot the weak points and manipulate them.
Right. All right, friend, I hate to do this to you. I told Raph, but I've got to take off for a personal matter. But it was great meeting you, Kyle. Hope to roll sometime. That'd be awesome.
Let's do it. I'd love to.
All right, man. All right, talk to you soon. Great, man.
All righty. So on my screen, we're still waiting on Flo to come back. And let's see, I'm checking the chat here. Having come from a much earlier time in grappling, seeing a side control submission from bottom, there it is, such as the buggy choke was never a consideration. Back in the day, it was just try to get to full guard. Yeah, it's interesting how the game keeps evolving. Since I'm the only one here, I'm just going to sort of riff. I think that the creativity of some of these newer people is fascinating. And for them to be coming up with these submissions that, in the grand scheme of things, the sport is really new. If we think about it, like we've had maybe a century of development, which apart from like the roots that come from judo and Japanese jiu-jitsu and all that, there's a lot to learn yet. And just the way that we've expanded the leg lock game, it's cool. Like we should keep doing this. And I love all the new stuff that we're seeing. But I think it's hard for some people who've never seen that, some of this like buggy choke game, some of this what we call the new school game, to wrap their head around it or not deal with it necessarily. Because again, the principles are all the same. Like I try hitting buggy chokes on black belts and they're just like, nah, not gonna happen. Because they know how to frame and they know how to, they can mostly stay away from it. But against newer practitioners that don't have the awareness of their body quite yet, that stuff's super effective. And I'm not saying the buggy choke isn't effective, because like obviously the Rotolo brothers are destroying people right now at the very, very high level. It's just interesting to watch it develop as it goes along. And a lot of people, like if you look at when Eddie came out with the rubber guard, people were like, "Oh, that's not going to work. Like that's a flash in the pan." Yeah, I attempted a buggy choke on Raf not long ago, and he was just like, "No, not going to happen." And that could just be because I'm bad at them, because I'm still learning it. But it's this new stuff, like when rubber guard was in its infancy, everybody thought that this is a gimmick. It's never going to take off. And they developed a whole system for it of very highly effective. Like you even see it in MMA sometimes. People use it as a controller, as a transition, get something else. And that's amazing. This is stuff that nobody's ever seen before, and we're just sort of coming up with it. When will the break end? Somebody knows. Yeah, I hope soon. It would be awesome to have something to comment on other than my own thoughts. I'm not sure what we're waiting on exactly, unless they're all partying or if they're, I don't know. I don't have an answer for you guys. So you're stuck with me. Yeah, cocaine party. We're all nose dipping right now. It is Vegas. But there's only a handful of fights left in the division tournament. So, and then we move on to Absolute and big match of the night. Why did I get into grappling? So I don't know, this may be too deep for our viewers here, but I actually discovered I had a heart condition that put me in the hospital for a while. And the doctor said, you need to exercise. And I had done Taekwondo as a kid. I was a kid black belt, which is, everybody is a kid black belt nowadays. But I was watching this show, Fight Quest, on, I think it was on Discovery or Nat Geo or something. And they went to Brazil, and they hung out with the Gracies for a while and did this Brazilian jiu-jitsu that I had never really heard of. I'd watch UFC and stuff, but I didn't really know what the ins and outs of grappling. And watching this 200-pound pro fighter get just submitted left, right, and sideways by this like 130-pound woman, I was like, that's amazing. I have to know how she's doing that. Like this is incredible. It just blew my mind. So I went to Valley Martial Arts Center. It was the first school that I came up in. And we were just in a dance studio at the time. We didn't have our brick and mortar quite yet. And I just signed up the first class. It was technically a trial class, but I just signed up because I'm like, this is too cool. Like I need to exercise anyway to keep my heart in shape so that I don't die. And I want to do something that is fun. And I sort of fell in love with the mental aspect of it as much as the physical aspect. I've never been the fastest or the strongest guy. I was pretty flexible. That's kind of my only advantage, but I liked that I could try and be smarter than my opponent and still win the fight. And the fact that I wasn't going to get kicked or punched in the face over and over again was appealing to me because I don't like getting hit in the face. I've been there, done that. It's not my favorite. So the fact that I could play a chess game with somebody who's my size or larger and potentially win that fight, and neither of us actually gets hurt at the end of it, that was just too cool for me to pass up. And I've had some breaks here and there for injuries and COVID and whatnot, but I've been training pretty consistently for about 10 years now. Like I said earlier in the stream, I'm a brown belt. And I just freaking love it, man. Just love it. I'm sure that's, a lot of people, that's a similar story. They want to get into shape, or they want to, some people go for self-defense. Because people are assholes and there's a lot of bullying out there. We teach it to kids for self-defense a lot. But but it also just builds your confidence. It's an amazing sport, I feel, for kind of learning who you are as a person and just developing your mental and physical attributes to the best of their ability. Highly recommend. Not that anybody watching this needs to be sold on the sport. So I got my brown belt at Valley Martial Arts Center, which is a affiliate of John Jacques Machado. But I now train at John Jacques Machado headquarters. So I'm putting in my time there and training with the awesome crew of high-level guys trying to, get better every day, just a little bit better every day. There's actually in the locker room on the whiteboard, it says 1% better every day. Like if you can do 1%, that's still improvement. We're seeing some lights, some action going here. No actual fights yet, but we're getting excited. When is the Ryan Galval match? I believe that's not till 8:30, according to the schedule that I have. Yeah. It's open finals, they're anticipating at about 8 p.m. And then Gordon and Andre are at 8:30. That's the plan. We'll see. I don't know how the schedule's been going. It kind of depends on how fast these fights go. Are you going to show it? I'm not sure. I think so. I think Raf's going to be tuning in the whole time. I'm not sure if I'll be here. I don't think I'll be here. But somebody will be here to keep you company. Yes, Southern California, Los Angeles. With Flow, 8:30 means midnight. Yeah. I can't guarantee that it's going to be at 8:30, but that's the last I heard, is that the super fight is at 8:30. I mean, Gordon's been fighting all day, so I imagine he wants to get it done too. Maybe he wants a break in between to have some special acai before he fights Andre. I'm not sure. Honestly, so when I offered to help commentate here, I told Raf, like, look, I'm not super up to date on all the competitors. Like, I've heard of these guys, but I don't know what they've been doing recently. So I just wanted to let him know that so that I didn't let any of you guys down, because I feel like I can commentate on the action pretty well, but not the history. Like Dane was just spot on with all those facts and with the matches. That was awesome. Honestly, the barrier for entry is just the paywall that's behind most of these events. It's hard for me, and I'm sure for some of you guys, to tune in to as many of these things and to just keep up with it when it's going to cost more money out of my pocket. There's also just a certain time commitment to it, like that is sometimes difficult when we have these big events. Like I try to watch them after the fact. Like I watch the Pan Americans and the IBJJF Worlds and stuff when I'm on my cardio bike, but that means I'm always behind, and I'm never quite up to date on whatever people are talking about, and it makes me look like I'm a bad fan. I'm bad. You guys are all super fans. I need to be like you. That is a lot of lights. I hope nobody has epilepsy in that room. That's true. When you get big fights, so Tony, I don't want to offend you by mispronouncing your last name. Tony here is saying that big names like Lovato, Bastos, Beatriz, the Rutolo brothers, and Gordon makes me want to watch these events. Like we want to see the best of the best fight. That's the UFC model, right? Is we take whoever the most badass guys are and we have them kick the crap out of each other. If we could have more super fights, events that have a super fight like the Andre or the Gordon match at the end of the night here, I'm sure that would bring a lot more people into it. It's hard when you don't know any of these fighters and you don't have an opportunity to root for them over the course of their career to then just tune in and try and get into it. I really wish that this light show would stop and we would move on to something more interesting. How about in the chat? Who do we think's winning the super fight tonight? Let's get some hot takes, some predictions here. What has impressed me at ADCC so far, honestly, just watching people that are so good at this fight is like I constantly learn things just from watching the best of the best compete in this stage. We give a lot of shit to, yeah, we got some Gordon fans here. We give a lot of shit to a fighter like Gabby, whose size tends to favorite her in a lot of fights, but she's an incredibly skilled grappler, and just watching them fight and having all these different camera angles of the details that are happening inside these clinches and these trades is so fascinating to watch. And just seeing what people land, like what submissions are hitting, makes you want to practice whatever it is that your favorite fighter got. We got our Japanese drums here. I forget what they're called. Somebody tell me in the chat. Howdy.
Hey. What's up,
I have
man?
a buddy. What's going on, brother?
I don't know. Sorry about that. I was on earlier, but I had to, I'm reporting on this for Bloody Elbow, so I had to actually do my job and
I got you. I got you. Don't call it a fight. Oh, sorry. Match. Is that what we're... Do you think you have the juice to compete?
Do you have the juice to compete?
So I don't think you have to juice. I think many athletes are pressured to, and I think I would argue that a majority of these ones are. I don't know that for a fact, but I think in order to maintain the level of athleticism that these guys have to, that a certain amount of extra help is sometimes necessary. Gordon's coming out now. What about you, sir? What do you think?
One of those that never touches the stuff. Like you said, he doesn't need it. He's
no, he is as natty as it comes.
Yeah, his hair is like that, just normally. Mm-hmm. Oh man! So before we get into the nitty gritty of the super fight, did you catch much of the? Or did you spend a lot of time going over what was said during the Hall of Fame speech?
I actually couldn't hear it. I had it muted, so.
Oh, really?
Would you like to? Can you enlighten us?
Well, I would just recommend you go back and listen to what Henzo had to say about the Jews and their relationship to Saudi Arabia. It was pretty nuts that he thought
seriously
that was the move, but
okay.
Yeah, it's that kind of
okay. I'm definitely gonna have to go back.
That kind of a feeling. Yeah, no, it's not good. Why
got Bruce Buffer. We got Bruce calling this.
Yeah, that's how you do it.
Which I love that we've got him for this. We need to stop down on the aperture of this particular camera.
Mentally, where do you think these guys are at right now? This has got to be weird.
I think Gordon thinks he's bulletproof. Like I don't think he's worried at all. Nicky, I think, he's probably a little nervous right now, but he's gotten this far, and I definitely think he could win this. So we're just gonna have to wait and see.
We're gonna see. I think it's pretty well known where everyone thinks Nikki's gonna take this. Just take down, hold him there. That's it. Like, get points, like establish back control, but like disengage, so you can rack up those points. Wow.
That's interesting. So Gordon gave him a leg and just essentially went to his butt.
If he makes this in like a playful exhibition, that would be nuts.
Nikki is working to pass the guard. Gordon comes up. Oh, not quite. He's trying to suck him into his game here. Gordon has half guard. Oh, we've escaped.
Does this go the distance, do you think?
I don't know. I think it probably will. I feel like Gordon is playing with his food right now, or at least he thinks he is. And he's not going to turn it up until he has to. Because if I remember correctly, there's no points until halfway through, right?
Yeah.
So he doesn't have to do anything that he doesn't feel 100% confident about.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do like the no rash guard.
It's Nicky Rod. He knew what he was going to do.
A lot of pummeling here. He's respecting the guard game. He is not interested in getting tangled up in that.
I'm really interested to see if Nicky even thinks about engaging with the legs, like going for any kind of leg attacks, leg entanglements. We know he's got to be familiar with them with the room he was formerly training at and currently training at, but you never know what you're willing to take a risk on. Oh wow, that's
Gordon's
not good.
going inverted. He's got
really good bite on that leg.
That's a pretty tight bite.
Not a good look. Good.
Gordon's got Nicky's leg. He's going for what appears to be a heel hook.
Oh,
he's got the heel. That is tight. That is a tap. Gordon takes it in less than 3 minutes. Wow.
So
he's definitely on top of the world right now.
His level of exhaustion going into the Galvao super fight is not going to be very much. Interesting to see. I'm going to be interested to see if they have any kind of a handshake, any kind of a. All right. Very, very curt. Not the weakest in the world. Oh, he's shaking hands with his brother. That's really cool.
Oh, Gordon's stripping for us.
Well,
some lucky fan just got a sweaty rash guard as a gift.
I mean, how sweaty? It's not. He was in there for 3 minutes.
I bet if you wring it out and drink it, you could probably get some of his powers.
Powers, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Do not take his powers too close to a drug test.
That was good. Yes, that was quick.
Well, we know what Eddie's good at. We know what Nicky's good at, and most of what Nicky's good at, Gordon's better at. So, not too surprising.
Very good. I am not going to lie. He is very good at this sport.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, the minute he went inverted, that was it.
Give me just 2 seconds to hit the head. I'll be right back.
Oh, no worries. Raph, really good point. If Nicky Ryan goes into the absolute, one, he's probably very fresh. Didn't look like he was exhausted. It didn't look like he let his leg get hurt too much before tapping, or at all before tapping. We're watching one of the most dominant athletes the sport has seen. Oh, you got a little talk with Nicky and Danaher there. That's really cool. Yeah, so Gordon's got another accolade to hang on his wall. That's money for Gordon. Well, in this sport, money is a little bit relative. But for him, yes, he is getting paid. What time does Nikki and Gordon fight? Oh, New Britain Paulie. Sorry to say this, bud, you just missed it. Gordon finished. Oh, that's Lex Friedman, Joe Rogan, the little podcast team there. Of course, they're having a good time. Yeah, this is the result most people expected. It's the result that we came here ready to see. And I'm not gonna lie, it does not bode well for Andre. I think a huge part of how that match was going to go depended on how much Nikki would be able to take out of Gordon before the match. Yeah, he's just that's what, dude. You're in the wrong sport, homie. They're not testing the people very well. I think Kanan popped. I can't remember if it was for ADCC or IBJJF. I don't even remember if they drugged. I know they do something for IBJJF. I'm really not sure what they do for ADCC. Jesus, he really does look like a Trunquinho there. Yeah, he's just surrounded by who's who of the grappling world. Bruce Buffer there, and now he's going to go get ready for the real reason he's here. Oh, welcome back. Didn't even try to defend. Well, I think it could have been a psychological thing. He definitely knows how screwed any person is in that position with Gordon. I think he's been beaten up enough in on the mats when they were both on the same team that there had to be a lot going on under the hood ahead of this. No one answered my question. Nikki and Gordon just went.
Yeah, it just happened.
Or maybe that's old. Gordon Ryan is the GOAT. It certainly looks like he's got that case made for him right now. I don't know. Do you think he's the GOAT yet?
I think that he is potentially the greatest right now. I'm not sure about of all time. I have a difficult relationship with that, but I definitely think that he is one of the best competitors we've ever seen. It is unreal how he has taken this sport, and it's just crazy the success that he's had, and it doesn't even look like he's trying that hard. That's what blows my mind.
Yeah, I really don't see a ton of effort. It is very much like he's playing a different game than most of his opponents. Obviously, I think you did see Pena test him a little bit in their match a month ago, and that was obviously a very mentally not prepared for competition. Pena, understandably so.
Yeah.
If he beats Galvao easily, he is. I think you'd have to be hard pressed to make a different case. I think you could look at just pure titles, like Bruno Malfacini. I know has something like just an ass load, hanging on him. I think you got to be careful too, and say specifically with Nogi. I think saying he's the Nogi GOAT is beyond reproach, and that's the only title he really cares about. He's never going to compete in the gi, or at least it's very unlikely he competes in the gi. You can't claim to be the Olympics when there's no steroid testing. Very true. Counterpoint, the Olympics also are not the best at drug testing all the time. I would, oh my God, what was that movie about the Russian doping scandal? Oh my God. All right, well, there's a really good movie, documentary about the Russian doping scandal at Sochi. Every one of their athletes was pissing hot. They had numerous ways of circumventing the tests. Icarus, there. Thank you, Boss the Wolf. Thank you, Icarus. Yeah, really good movie. Sorry, I just got here. How did Gordon win? Heel hook. Very good heel hook and leg entry. Very
3 minutes. Yeah, it was very his game. Yeah, it was under 3 minutes.
Yeah, it literally looked like he was taking on a trial class guy. It genuinely looked like a guy with with D3 experience, which is what Nicky Ryan is, wanted to try jiu-jitsu, and Gordon just was a black belt. That is the level of what we just saw. That's how easy he made it. All right. But Godin is the GOAT in no-gi. Yeah, no, I think that's fair.
I can't argue with that.
I think he's definitely making that case. I would need to like go back, and they're all on Bumble, let's be honest. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
You got it. Get it?
I don't think we're arguing about that.
Oh, so this isn't your first go around, legs lock up. You've been around this blue marble a few times. All right, well, now we're getting into it. Craig Jones, Kenan Duarte, minus 99 kilogram division. This is Craig's best shot, clearest shot to not be second fiddle. And I honestly think, branding wise, he doesn't survive that. He needs to lose this. I'll say it again. I want Usai to show up before I roll with Kyle again. Oh man, Raph is a party pooper right now. Take it like not taking his voice was not a great idea, because now he's
I love the trolling. I think it's great.
All right.
We're taking a lot of these look like heavy headshots here.
Yeah, we're also seeing Craig play a lot more on the feet than I'm used to seeing him. I started really following him and writing about him in Submission Underground, so it was very much immediate sit, not really messing around. Rarely saw him off his back. I think Wagner was the only time I saw him stand in 3 matches at Submission Underground. But yeah, we're seeing a lot more of his game. Ooh, big shot
there. Duarte's got Craig's leg.
Craig is looking to defend, possibly free the leg, making the grips on the bicep. I can't tell. Is the leg through the? Is his leg? His leg is not trapped. That is huge.
He's essentially using it as a knee shield, it looks like.
Yeah, he doesn't want Kenan closing the gap and hipping him out. And
interesting, yeah.
Throwing him in the air. But he's got to be burning
to the ground. He's got
weird amount of energy in this position. All right, Kenan on top. That is. Craig is trying to get a bite of that right leg, but Kenan looking like he's sealing up all the holes. That is not good for Craig. Gotta say, I want to know what color blue his outfit is. It's really good. Gordon doesn't want to ruin what makes him money. Why we haven't seen him remotely close to MMA and why he's just distanced himself from it. Doesn't Chatri have him on for like a contract for like a fight or something? I don't even. One can be a kind of circus, so I don't really know a ton of what happens there. But I know him and Tom DeBlas are theoretically supposed to fight someone at 1FC at some point. Although Tom could have fully backed out. He's under contract but hasn't made a single appearance on one. Yeah, so it could be just another business thing that he's decided not to give a shit about. I mean, I still have a Hypnotic gi, and that company does not exist anymore. And there's one reason for that.
Mostly we're just pummeling in half guard right now.
Gordon was, Craig's in half guard. Defending, looking to control Duarte's head a little bit.
We've got 16 and a half left. There's plenty of time for both of these guys to get some work done.
I'm guessing on the thing. I texted you. Sorry about that, fiance. I don't foresee Gordon pursuing any kind of MMA thing, especially since Gary and him are still so tight, and Gary's decided to make that his new career path.
It'd be interesting to see where Gordon's career goes if and when he does lose a match or two. So right now he's the king because he hasn't lost yet. But Ronda Rousey was the queen until she had that one loss, and then everybody sort of jumped ship.
I mean, he's not undefeated, you know.
No, but by and large.
Yeah, he's gone through long stretches. I think it's been a year since before the pandemic. I think like a year or two before the pandemic. His last loss I know of was to Pena. And
we're still
I don't
pummeling
know
in this card
ever again.
Yeah, I mean, he's so sharp right now. His game is just at unbelievable levels.
Yeah, man, Craig really getting stifled. Duarte just so good at being heavy and maintaining his posture, killing all of the things Craig needs to start having go his way from that position. Gordon says his contract says if he ever decides to do MMA, he has to do it for ONE FC first. Okay, so yeah, we're very likely never going to see him do it. I don't. It'll be a very long time. I think he'll have to lose. He'll have to pull a Buchecha and literally just lose and kind of age out a little bit. You know, once you start losing a step, him doing MMA will be the equivalent of Jordan's Wizards run, where it's just sort of you're bored and there's money to be made and you still kind of want to mess around. Like you can obviously still hang, but you're not the same level of dominant.
Right. Sorry, I'm focused on this this match here.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see where this goes.
There's a lot of action, but it's not actually going anywhere. Like this pummeling game is interesting.
Of them have gotten warnings, or I can't tell if Craig was the only one that got a warning from the ref.
Duarte's standing up. He's trying to go for a knee cut pass. He actually has the staple, but he can't clear the knee shield. Craig keeps hand fighting very well. Gave up the staple.
All right.
And Duarte stood back up.
Open
Ref
guard.
Looks like they're going to stand them both up. No. All right, they're just getting yelled at for not having enough action.
Do we know who's in the absolute division? I actually haven't checked. There's no the brackets haven't been made available, but I think that's a lot of the people in these final matches are likely to want to jump in. So I don't know when they have to declare that, but I think we're definitely going to see Nicky Rod in there.
So it looks like Duarte has a penalty. Is that penalty or advantage?
That's a penalty.
Penalty, okay.
Yeah. So technically, Jones is ahead because that counts as a negative point. Duarte needs to score in order to nullify it, but that would, assuming that's all he does before time runs out, they would go into time, or it would go to a decision.
We're at 12 minutes, so legit points are coming up soon.
They usually get thrown together in the background after the final. Some grapplers who are out tend to get asked. Yeah, that's what I figured was happening. But in all honesty, I know we're going to see Nicky Rod there. That's a given. But I'm very interested to see where this goes because it looks like the judges are placing the onus on Duarte to advance and to move more. So if he is still getting stalled and he picks up another penalty, even if Jones also gets a penalty, he'd still be up. He's functionally up 1 point.
I'm just amazed. So Duarte's got a staple again, but can't clear the knee shield.
You think about the people who are bigger than Duarte that have been in this position with Jones, and Jones has been able to just lift them up. You gotta admire how insane his pressure must feel.
Oh yeah.
How good he is at grinding and
that
shoving
over time
away.
that takes a lot out of you. Like now we're chest to chest.
Yeah. Oh, that's another penalty for Duarte. That's really big. Is
Craig
CJ about to
getting
go from Bryce
tired.
to Brian? He would appreciate that joke, I think. Oh my God! Is Craig going for a Nogi Ezekiel? Holy shit!
What it looks like. And it looks
Nogi
like
Ezekiel
no. Okay,
attempt?
so Duarte's
Craig?
in the mount.
Oh, Duarte has passed. But
Duarte's
if
in the
that's
mount.
it's not in. Oh, that's not good. He's he can't get it from there. That's huge because he's going to pick up. I think he's going to pick up 3 for that. So he's going to nullify the 2 penalties and come ahead, unless we're not at points.
We
No,
are
I
now
think we're
eligible for
getting
points.
Okay, so he
We're-
doesn't. He does. I don't think he gets points for that.
No, he did not.
Oh, now he's in side control. He might pick up something for that.
Craig's looking pretty
Yeah, he
tired.
picks up. All right, so now it's 0-0.
4-0 or 2-0.
Oh, he picks up another 2. Okay, this is not looking good for Mr. Jones. Is that he's really trying with that Nogi Ezekiel? He'll be a bride soon enough if Gabby Garcia gets her way. I mean, she might have first dibs if he loses again. That sucks. Ooh,
Duarte is playing a
Almost a
strong top game.
Strong Top Game, the name of
Oh yeah.
my adult film. Welcome back for me, gentlemen.
Welcome back, sir.
Hello, sir. I don't know if we've met. My name's Kevin. I was here earlier. I'm Raf's favorite, I think.
Yeah. I'm Kevin also, and that's impossible.
Oh my God,
It
you're
would
that
be
Kevin.
a favorite
That's
anything.
for some reason.
So let's get our Kevin shit straight. I put the time in. I've been Raf since 12, as in 2012. Based solely off your jaw structure, I assume you were in middle school at the time, maybe even younger.
You know what? That's pretty dead on. I think I was in middle school. Yeah. God, I'm just feeling bad for Jones right now.
Same.
Another
That doesn't look fun.
Ezekiel.
I did say that.
Duarte's got both
I had the advantage of
underhooks,
youth.
which is making it very difficult for Craig to get any sort of action going.
Well, actually, Craig's a good metaphor for what happened to my face versus other Kevins. Craig is currently experiencing what we call age, bills, stress. The metaphor being, the metaphor being Duarte right now. Looks brutal. And now Duarte is experiencing what we would call youth, or where Kevin is on that side.
You know, as I'm nearing into my 30s, I do feel like Kanan Duarte is on my chest every morning. That's kind of how I feel. Oh man, Duarte picking up 7 by reinserting hooks after briefly disengaging from mount. That is probably going to end it if nothing else does.
He's doing that thing on your shirt again.
Yeah. It's Craig is struggling. He's gonna have to catch the timing on the transition and get lucky.
Oh, he does have a hook in. Looks like he's trying to go deep half.
He's pretty much fishing for a submission at this point.
I wish I could hand.
Kanan gave up on his hair too early. Like, he had a good head of hair.
Agreed. I'll second the hair comment. But I just want to hand this tequila to Craig. Like, here you go, buddy. Have a sip. Takes the edge off of that type of pain.
So, just because of the way the math is working right now, if Craig gets 3 points, it's even. Because
that's true. That's
4
true.
penalties. So he's really only got 3 points right now. 6 minutes, a lot of time to work. If he's able to keep him from doing that, reinserting the hooks thing.
Craig is looking gassed, though.
That's a good shot.
Well, Craig's known for his points prowess. That's usually how he maintains dominance. It's not happening. It's too sweaty now.
Sweet. Got some sticky.
Has Gordon ever faced Duarte? Here's the point where I just start yelling at the chat. We're not Google for your fight history. There is competitive shit going on right now. Well, not for Craig.
Having fun.
Exactly. Combat jiu-jitsu is probably, I think that plays to Craig's preferred rule set. Drinking involved. Australians.
Disengaged.
I wonder if at any point he's thinking, man, I tapped Rumble Johnson really quick. This should be easier.
It's probably top of mind. I would think he's thinking, how are we the same size?
Oh, guys, you got to scan the TV to get your QR code for an NFT that means nothing.
I gotta say, I am very impressed with Craig's half-guard game right now. He's managed to lock down Duarte pretty well. At least keep him at bay.
Duarte down 2 points.
He takes another penalty, so Duarte's only got 2 points technically.
Can he null himself out? What happens if he goes 7-7? He can?
Yeah, that could happen. And if Craig was he had one penalty when it was 0-0. So Craig was ahead by 1. So if he just stalls out, Craig could win just by him putting himself into the negatives. That's why any rules lawyers in chat, just like let me know if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's correct. All right, just over 330. Craig better be careful. He's awfully close to losing.
He's got another pet. Oh no, my bad.
His brand can't survive that resolution.
Duarte's rash guard game though, really great. I like the subtle color. It's distinctive. Good professional.
I was just commenting on liking the color before you showed up.
This looks like a shark pass. Is that a thing we call? Has anyone named it before? He just looks like he watched Shark Week. He's like, I'll just do that.
This is now dubbed the shark pass.
From turning himself to 0. From
the shell, henceforth be known as the shark pass.
He needs a fin on his rash guard. That'd be dope.
One sweep away from losing silver.
He really is currently. We're tied.
So he has 7 penalties and 7 points. So it is tied. It is officially tied with 2.5 minutes left.
If Craig scores just 2 points, I think he knows it. I think he's going to try going for a sweep.
I feel that's all he has to do.
Obligated to remind people this is why jiu-jitsu sucks.
If Craig wins because Duarte literally goes into -1 point, that's the best way for him to win ADCC.
I concur. There's no better way than him winning by opponent default.
That is like that New Zealand guy that won the speed skating Olympics because all the guys in front of him fell down.
And you're never going to be able to explain it. It's like, how'd you win? By submissions? Like, not exactly.
Oh my God, he's in the negatives.
So Duarte has 8 penalties, so he's technically at -1 points. Craig is currently winning this match with a minute 45 seconds left.
Oh my fucking God.
I have never seen that before.
I think Duarte, I think he just passed. No, he didn't. Oh my God.
He has not been awarded the points yet.
Jones is probably oh no. I don't know how North-South is treated. I think it's a neutral position. Oh, that would suck to be so close. Oh,
okay.
And
so
I think he just
got
picked
points
up
for the pass. So Duarte is technically up 3 with a minute left.
We were right there. He might also start hunting the sub in this last minute.
Oh, they took away a point for some reason. Interesting. So
Why
he's up
not?
2.
Honestly,
45 seconds.
At this point, let's give
They
one.
stood him
Let's
back
take
up.
one.
So Duarte's probably just going to keep him at arm's length.
If Craig blast doubles him and passes to side control, he wins.
Oh, I'm gonna say goodnight to the baby. I'll be right back.
Oh, you got 30 seconds. The baby is more important than 30 seconds of an ADCC final. I will say that.
15 seconds.
Was he ever really close? He had it, Raph. He was there.
All right. It looks like Duarte seals it. They have a good show of sportsmanship.
Yeah. Craig's never been a diva.
See, this is, if you ever want to burn 2 or 3 hours with me at a lunch, just tell me why the point system sucks. And this is an example of why.
Yes, it is.
Craig's legacy intact. Yeah,
Shots fired by Wong.
So close at losing our golden god.
They're being good sports. Craig's a stand-up guy. He put it all out there though. That was a hell of a. He could not pass that guard.
I want to know from. I would love to ask people's thoughts. Craig Jones, second place. The way it should be. Craig kind of
especially
almost
on points
defaulted into silver.
You know what? I would be pretty damn happy with silver at ADCC.
How many silvers before you're not, though?
I guess that's true. Like, what is the ratio?
At a certain point, they're coasters.
All right, gentlemen. This has been a lot of fun. I am going to have to leave you now, but enjoy the rest of the stream, and thanks for having me on. I hope that I didn't bore anybody.
Oh, no. Thanks, man. Pleasure meeting you.
Take it easy.
Bye, Kyle. You only bored me the one time.
Just the one. That's
the
good.
one.
That's an improvement. That's 100% improvement.
Oh, boy. How you doing, Kev?
You know, I'm pretty good. Checking out some Shark Pass here. I came in, I truthfully didn't see any of yesterday, which is great because I'll get to go revisit what happened and how we got here. But the matches at ADCC and the finals is the best.
Well,
the
if
Raiders
you want,
lost. I'm just happy.
If you want to save time, you can check out my 4,000 some odd word day breakdown that I just put out with Bloody Elbow. So
I actually feel like I was checking out some snippets of that, but as anyone who knows me can tell you, I can't really do more than 1,000 words a day. And then it needs to be in audio form. But good scam. And that's a nice self shout out for Kevin there, who clearly wrote about yesterday's activity with fervor. What was your favorite moment?
Oh, man. Well, I immediately went to least favorite moments for some reason. I was just like,
That
it sucks
works,
seeing
too.
Maisa Bastos lose. I'm a huge fan of her.
Duarte's going to be explaining why he held him down for another 26 minutes because that's what Florian does. We have some time.
It's so funny because this is exactly why Craig kind of stopped doing Submission Underground, because he won the belt, and then people would just be like banking on taking him into OT where they could stall him out. That's what Mason Fowler did. And he just kind of stopped doing the shows, and now they also just don't really seem to do them. But yeah, that is the big way to beat Craig, is to not try to beat him.
Don't get where you can't win. And Duarte, I mean, is good at body controls anyway. He's just massive. It's a big guy.
Yeah, Craig almost. It's shocking that he can I don't know. I would love to know exactly what he weighs in at and like what he competes at, like when he's rehydrated, just because he looks like such a dense guy.
Dense would be a vast improvement for me, so I'll just take that for him. I like his gumption, though. He just kind of walks in and grapples. And the big thing we are always measuring is, can you tap Craig out, right? There's two things we're measuring with ADCC: who wins current and who gets legacy moments. And legacy moments come when you defy something and do something great, and that'll happen. We'll see if somebody will attack Craig in that way, but it didn't happen in that match.
Yeah, Galval is going to do the exact game plan of Duarte.
Hell,
is he strong enough to literally do that? Duarte is a younger version of Galval.
Pretty similar games. Young Galvo is pretty intense.
I don't know. Maybe I wonder if they train at the same gym. You know,
very. I guess if we're just measuring really aggressive people that pass and are known for their athletic anger when you try and rotate them. This is my favorite part, the drums. Absolutely crushing. 100%. Any event you have, if there's somebody playing live drums to hype you up, it's going to hype you up.
I mean, yeah, there is a carnal aspect to it. Giancarlo
Bodini.
He had a standout ADCC.
New Britain Pauly, I don't know. I assume it's later.
What time is Gordon versus Andrea? I hope
we're getting at least a little bit with the Duarte Galvo on the training thing. Yes,
holy shit! Galvo comes out in drag.
We were a little bit joking.
Part of the mind games. They do. That's you're kidding, right? I am in fact kidding.
It's a scotch.
He has Atos.
I do want to. I kind of wish we could see a little bit of the statistics moving throughout on. I mean, with jiu-jitsu, right, people change gyms occasionally, but how many Calvo's probably got the most people there fighting right now.
It's definitely high.
It's got to be. He's like, you want to go get high-level training. It's been his place for a long time now.
Why is the gladiator helmet there? I don't know. But yes, I'm sorry, Blanca. I do in fact know that they train together. Atos has 8 people in ADCC, I believe. Thank you very much to Raf, our mute absent host.
The adult in the room, by the way, that would help explain certain things. We are adultless. There's 2 people named Kevin on the broadcast.
I know.
This is not Plan A. This is
it was never at any point anyone's Plan A.
The Hulk.
You got to be like Andre
terrifies me.
Andre wearing an Andre like shirt with him just in the middle of it has the same energy of like Arnold Schwarzenegger wearing the Arnold is numero uno shirt, like back in the 80s.
Like Andre is just too nice. He seems very sweet as we get to this go around. But oh my god, we got Buffer in here.
Yeah, you didn't know?
I didn't know.
He's doing the finals. They had the Pride announcer. I forget her name, but
there was some excitement. New Britain Pauly. I don't know how bad the blood is. There was just, once you've been training for people long enough, it seems like sometimes you just want to trade with others, really was ultimately. And, Gordon got a little inflammatory. That's about it. I don't think there's much bad blood unless you have a different opinion.
Oh, wait, bad blood between who? Gordon and B-Team? I don't want
this is already more boring than what's going on. Here we go.
I don't want
Hold
to
on.
name names, but it is bad. It's not good.
Oh,
like it's the
breaking news to me.
It's not good. It was a lot of mat politics and just like genuinely not enjoying being in certain people's company. Like they literally just didn't like hanging out with certain people.
These two are too athletic for my particular grappling style, but it's going to make for one excellent gold medal match. Here, I am going to give Barbosa the nod for better rash guard situation, better uniform.
Oh yeah, it's got a theme. I love the gold. The blue and yellow just works. You can't really make a whole lot out when it's just black on gray or gray on black.
I get it.
Yeah,
Bodini
everyone's
still.
got 6 quads at this ADCC.
This is easily the most dangerous position for these two, especially with big guys. I love when they start doing the hand fighting up top. It's the fun part. A lot of snapping down. I'm always impressed whenever I see anyone kind of stand toe-to-toe with Mr. Barbosa.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be a comparable level of skill and/or mass to really feel okay. Speaks a lot to Giancarlo. Giancarlo is a friend of this show, if I'm not mistaken, right? Or am I thinking of a different Giancarlo?
I'm not allowed to speak on behalf of Grappling Hour under any format after a little joke that landed us in the Daily News. I'm going to open the door for a pit bull. Raph, don't mute or don't bench me. It's going to be 6 seconds of.
He is. Okay, thank you for clarifying. So now I know who I'm rooting for. Felipe Pena would have gave Gordon a run for his money like he did at WNO. I do not believe that is the case. Oh, wow. Really solid spot for Giancarlo. Got head and arm control. Probably going to try. Oh, wait. Lucas is looking to pass. No points yet. So if he passes, he's going to be hunting the submission. And he also, as we know now, runs the risk of putting himself into the negative if he establishes position and does not do enough while he's there. What's the real story behind the Gordon B team bad blood?
I already did that. That was me earlier. We're down to Felipe would have gave Gordon a run for his money. Blee, more so than Nicky Rod. I agree though.
I think maybe before Low, you really can't understand what's probably going through. I don't know if anyone here can understand what's going through his head. I definitely can't. Like if my best friend was murdered, I wouldn't be right for years. So the fact that he A, performed on the night, and B, was here and made a run into
close on a pass, by the way.
Yeah, he's definitely looking for the submission. There's sort of
Barbosa and Bodini currently.
Yeah,
I'm answering.
Oh yeah, I'm seeing the comments come in. Yeah, Barbosa really hunting that pass. Wondering what his game plan is afterwards, just because there is a really big risk of running yourself into the negatives if you're not active enough while there.
We are getting a little botted. I don't like when my bots use emojis.
All right.
Lucas Barbosa, the Hook, seems to be kind of starting to impose will here for especially this division, but I don't particularly know Juan Carlos' game well enough to know if he's about to do something that's very hard to an Atos person and get that leg.
Oh, no. Really solid leg control. Oh, Barbosa able to spin around, possibly get the back. Again, no points, but that is a bad place to be in.
Little callback. Barbosa looks like he might have trained with Galvão at some point. I'll have to look into that as well.
You think?
That sucks. The pressure pass.
Wow.
He's about to go right in.
That is not a good place to be.
he is barely retaining any guard, if you could still
Looks like
call it that.
Giancarlo, if he spins around anymore, he's going to give up the back. Not a helpful spot. Oh, that's
Get
not good.
in. This is the choke of the podcast, by the way.
Holy shit, his veins in his arm. And his vascular. Oh, dismounted head and arm choke. Ooh, almost pulled off an escape. And he's out. Shout out to Adam Bradley, the escape artist, also a former member of Atos. Really big on that escape. That's why he never disengages when he has a head and arm choke, is because you can roll out, initiate a scramble like that. So all of that effort, no points yet. So who do you think?
Points in my heart, though. Bodini, Houdini, the man. You got that was impressive work. Yeah, you got to give him credit. Barbosa's winning this fight right now.
Oh
you
yeah,
get points for attacking, not the escape. But
yeah, that is a head and arm escape, really favored by Adam Bradley, other former member of Atos, guy's black belt this year. But really solid positional awareness to know he was able to do that, because he had to be feeling the choke bad, especially given who he was putting it.
I'm getting real Rocky 2 vibes from the Hulk's rash guard. He looks a lot like what Apollo Creed's wearing when they go racing at the end. I'm in.
Huh. I have honestly not seen Rocky. That's the Rocky I've probably seen the least number of times, so I'd have to check that.
Here we go. This always makes me nervous when they get Bullhorn locked up like that. When they get the
Hulk
feel myself
expended
flinch.
a lot of energy for that head and arm choke, so. Oh, were they getting a warning, or was that a penalty? All right, looks like they just got their first warning for stalling.
Maybe it was a compliment. The ref just wanted to stop him and be like, looks really good out there, like the attacks,
You're great.
like the defense.
You're great. Let's get
awesome.
back to it.
Yeah, let's fight it out.
I appreciate you both.
I'm not surprised his ear's bleeding. Hulk is both hitting and getting hit. That sweeping. Oh, the single.
Big double leg by Giancarlo. Again, no points yet, but still, that's got to be a huge, huge mental victory for him, even if they're running the risk of getting reset. They're a little bit close. Yeah, that is too close to the border. They will get reset with Giancarlo in full guard and closed guard.
We should give out some award for whatever fight spends the most time in full guard, shouldn't we?
Thick, Victor Wong, thick, solid, tight, both of you. That is what was said. That is exactly. You're on the ground there. You must have heard.
Because the part that angers me the most about stand-up fighting is exactly that thing that's making them bleed. They keep cracking each other. It's also why he was able to set up that single leg, though.
Yeah, a little bit of combat jiu-jitsu, and suddenly the doors open.
Whoa!
Really controlling the legs. Oh,
Giancarlo.
Unable to stop Lucas from coming back to the feet.
I do love these guys are just big enough to have that explosive moment, but also just big enough that they then need a breath. Right? We're like one weight class above where they don't need to stop and breathe. This is great. It starts to make me feel
the
better.
size to explosiveness ratio is at its best. Just looking at it, I am a fat 88 kilograms. Oh, we lost the other Kevin. Sorry, guys. We're gonna try and pilot this ship with just me. As long as he goes to take care of family stuff. Yeah, Lucas just really going in heavy on those collar ties. Just boxing his ears almost.
Mutts. They were getting into their own ADCC out there. My dogs, just to be clear.
Hog's ears bleeding. Yeah, no, we know. Really aggressive play from both of these guys. His shoulders look like bowling balls.
And they're done, right? This is the moment where it's like, well, let's go.
All right, points are in play, so we're probably going to see a lot more position matters stuff from both of them.
You wonder if they save certain things, right? You had that single leg earlier. They both shot a pretty successful takedown now.
Ooh, great sprawl from Giancarlo.
This is that inch him back thing.
Yeah, you're scared of advancing just because you know what happens if Hulk gets his grips on you. Oh, stand up. Double
Like
underhook from Hulk. That is not good. Oh, great reversal.
What? I'm in love. I'm starting to. Yeah, I knew the Hulk's great. I just got. Juan Carlos got a new person in the fan club.
Why stop that? Why stop that? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Why would that get stopped? I don't get it. Hey, Victor.
Hello again. Hello again.
All right. So far, great. Great back and forth from these guys. Hulk's still bleeding a little bit.
Do you think the bleeding is interpreted as weakness?
I think
locally?
So, yeah. I think Andre is ashamed of him. Man,
Andre's like, I have 7 people fighting now. No one bleeds on my team.
Aware at all times. Oh, if he takes the back right here, that could be huge. And he takes the back, holds it for 3 seconds. That's going to be big. That's the first points on the board. Oh, wow. And he's already working the rear naked choke. That is deep.
He's got the triangle and the momentum. He's got the body triangle.
Yeah, still 8 minutes.
Welcome back, Victor.
It's good to be back. I'm probably not going to be here for long. I just wanted to jump in for these couple of matches.
Giancarlo could. I think he might pick up another 3 with that because he disengaged the body lock and then rethreaded. Yes, that's another 3. So he's up 6. That is huge.
So Giancarlo with the beautiful Uchimata from the double overhooks. Really has to drive. Oh, pushes Barbosa down to his back.
Oh, I think you're a little delayed.
Oh shoot! I'm at 9 minutes.
He's on his back. He's up 6 points.
Oh shoot!
Spoiler alert!
I'm at 9 minutes.
We're at 7.
Yeah. Oh man, my stream's super delayed.
Oh, sorry,
man. No, it's cool.
Well, in a few minutes, you're going to see what we're talking about, which is pure misery for the Hulk.
Another rethread, so that could be another 3. I don't know if they're going to count it.
Oh, awesome, by the way. Every time you switch?
Yeah, well, it basically counts if you disengage the triangle and then re-engage. That's why he picked up 2 points, because he briefly let go of the triangle and then put it back. So it counts as taking the back again.
Hulk looks exhausted. He looks tired.
He's his diaphragm smushed. So that's going to hurt. And that could be another 3.
And if you're already getting a little tired, boy, that really will add to the pressure.
9 points. And he's still hunting the submission.
Yeah.
Jeez. He's got it.
ADCC does.
He's isolated the neck. That could be it.
He's deep.
He's tapping up. That's it. Giancarlo,
that's it.
ADCC champion.
Very
aggressively.
Good showing.
Authoritatively.
Like that after that. He's got a lot of like the sweat that's coming off his nose and going into his mouth though, so that's a little disgusting.
There were a lot of questions surrounding Bodoni before this. You know, him fighting his way up through trials. And he was mainly known for just being Danaher's Uki in a bunch of DVDs.
Everyone go watch Raf's interview with him.
Yes.
After this stream
Yes.
concludes, I presume you mean.
Yes. I am pretty sure that interview was very integral to Bodoni's success.
They're saying Bodoni might not have made it to ADCC without the right conversation with Raf Esparza on the Grappling Hour.
Mhm.
Those are the rumors.
Mhm.
I had my life drastically altered from talking to Raf Esparza.
Yeah.
So,
But that was
he's successful, but
that was a really good match. I will say it's like a good example. It's a good example of how freaking hard it is to score in ADCC rules. Like, we saw that beautiful takedown from Bodoni. We saw a lot of good scrambles, but none of those scored. And that's got to be pretty demoralizing as an athlete to do all that work and not put any points on the board.
I'm going counter. He put the pressure on him and got the sub, right? I mean, maybe the point is, how tired can you get the Hulk when there aren't points on the board? And the answer was pretty effing tired. It looked like he dominated.
Yeah,
him
well,
in the back
I'd say
half.
like Hulk was gassed for a good chunk of that match.
Amazing. I'm impressed. So you all, okay, everyone else is a little more familiar then with the Bodoni than I am, because I'm going to have to go do some Googling. That was unbelievable.
Yeah, that was insane. But I also want to say that it's not just that the criteria is hard. It's that points don't kick in until later in the match, just because you would have had Barbosa up a few, just because he was landing takedowns early. He was getting passing early. Although I don't think he would have made 9. I think that's like the fact that you can disengage and re-engage a body triangle, that's nuts. Oh, that was perfect.
Yeah, I was also going to comment on how ADCC lent itself to these weird point farming strategies.
We've all agreed for something we love so much. What a terrible way to measure the sport, even at the best level.
Oh yeah.
Wait, the Danaher squad looks pretty pumped up for him. That's always nice.
Oh, there's Bernardo. Yeah, that's the whole. They're just talking about how that's the whole BJJ Fanatics team. They're just going talking. We're gonna sell so many DVDs: Hulk Slayer, Hulk Destroyer.
Yo, that's where I mostly knew Bodoni from, is from BJJ Fanatics. I see him in the background of so many DVDs. He was Uke for Danner's Feet to Floor set.
Be amazing. Well, I'm sure he screamed, "I'm no one's uke anymore." You can get the key to that with my new 2-for-1 DVD set. Smash, pass, and chokes.
It would be so hilarious if he doesn't put out a DVD, but the next Danaher DVD, he's the Uke, but he's wearing his ADCC medal the entire time. Like,
I think that'd be pretty amazing. You know, it would add to the marketing so much. Like, wow, the Uke was the ADCC champion. Whoa.
Use the code Slayer for 43% off. Thank you.
We will not be putting the fights on MA005 Teo. Apologies.
By the way, this could, I don't know. Did you guys see any of the Hall of Fame stuff?
You're already triggering what's a pretty bad memory for me. But yeah, go ahead. Saw it. How could we miss it? It was 2 hours. It was longer than the Titanic in theaters.
But use the code Hulk Smash for 56% off. No, I just thought, like, not making any comments on the guy, but Mo Jasm getting his black belt, like, during ADCC, it feels like someone handing Roger Goodell the keys to a new car before he presents the Vince Lombardi trophy at the Super Bowl.
Even worse,
seems
like
like
his dad of the year trophy from the kid he made give it to him. Yeah, it's like that. It's like a very personal thing on this super professional thing.
It's just, yeah, I don't know. I could be a hater right now, but it felt a little odd.
No,
Like
I'm with
you
you.
just introduced the greatest grapplers of all time, and now you're also here with something for you. You get a prize.
JP's out. Poor Oak. So many muscles, so little oxygen. Amen. That's why I don't have that problem. I stay muscle free. Don't gas.
You can't starve. You can't deprive fat of oxygen. It doesn't need it.
No, we don't have. Sadly, we don't. I wasn't here yesterday. I don't know who like the big grappler is. I can point to help assimilate that body image. It was obviously always Pablo.
Mr. Sanchez.
Yeah, that's who it was.
Cuban tree stump.
Even though he's pretty jacked himself.
And see, we're just getting skinnier now. Now, no one's getting tired.
I love this. I don't know what brand this is, but I dig it. Is it like an acai bowl?
Yeah, I think it's bowl acai. So it's very creatively named.
They really don't.
I'm sure Raph has had it.
Gonna transmit the fights. No, we're not, because that's illegal. We don't want to catch a case over this.
Yeah, Flo's gonna bop us. It's like what? Like streaming streaming UFC and the Fight Companion too.
It is the same crowd. There's a Venn diagram of people that request those and people that request these.
It's fucking illegal.
That Raph's way meaner to them usually than we're being right now. But say it one more time. MA005 Teo.
Freaking in League of Legends esports, they actually have a pretty good system where they do allow other content creators to co-stream events.
Oh, like on Twitch?
Yeah, exactly, on Twitch. Like, say you're a content creator and you want to you're watching the actual the actual match, right? You can actually stream the match similar to what we're doing over here. And then the content creator can, actually be watching the stream of the match on their own stream. Yeah. The company behind League of Legends, Riot, will actually give certain content creators the privilege of doing that. But the UFC and Flow are uber stingy with their licenses.
Victor's drunk. I don't know what Victor's saying.
Yes.
I unfortunately, he's making perfect sense, and I'm sorry to say it's a you thing, Kev. Yeah. I'm terminally online though, so that could be a me problem.
Yeah. I don't know, it's kind of weird as someone that consumes a lot of esports content. Like, esports is just so far ahead when it comes to like how they use broadcasting and how they do content creation.
Oh, esports aside, we've got a fight starting.
Yeah,
the uniform game is amazing.
I wonder if either Mika or Cade play League of Legends.
They seem like Fortnite kids.
I don't know. They're not that.
I will leave this broadcast. I'm just letting you know.
Cade looks like a Fortnite player. I am sorry.
Cade he looks like Fortnite skin.
That's why I say
he $50,000 for that hair. He's got Devontae Johnson had probably the best hair of day one. I think it's got to go to Cade for day two.
Both Rudelos. It's kind of shocking just how Cade can be attacking all levels at once. He's pawing at Mika's head, and then he's mixing it in with a few ankle pick threats.
This
Like,
match is definitely leading the clubhouse and falling off the platform.
oh yeah, oh
no
definitely.
doubt.
They are both young and both scrambly, and not having exorbitant amounts of muscle means that they're not going to gas as badly. Oh, good snatch single from Mika, but good Uchimata counter from Cade.
But
Cade
great
and his
initiated
brother.
scramble.
Cade's balance. Unbelievable.
Yeah, and Cade finds himself in front headlock and he's setting up a signature Dars. He could be going for an arm and guillotine right now.
Ooh, Mika slips out.
Ooh.
I'm sorry, Victor. I keep forgetting you're delayed.
Yeah.
Cade's
no, I see
strategy
that he's, slipping
appears.
out.
Cade chose violence. Whatever Cade woke up to, strategy-wise, it was violence.
Cade and Ty, the Rutos in general, man, they only, that's like their only speed, bro.
I only talk about one Rotolo at a time. It's a personal
Yes.
Well,
Sorry.
the other one's out, so you only need to talk about
Yeah.
this guy.
rule. Whoa!
Ooh, great reversal. Mika got Val looking to figure 4.
Almost backstepped into the saddle.
Well, be right
Cade
back.
gets back on top.
Cade gets up just a smidge faster getting up. It's so great when like the little things like that become so obvious or like so important at this level, where you can see, oh, he was just a hair faster getting up. That's it.
Yeah.
Damn. All that, no points.
Yeah, it's like what I was saying earlier. It's hard as hell to score in ADCC.
Allow me to play keyboard warrior. I could do it. That's fine. I
Wipes
just choose
Cheeto
to
dust.
pass.
I've been working today. What's been happening?
I wouldn't stay in that leg entanglement.
He went for my legs. I just choke him.
Cade really likes that muffle.
I am with him. I love the position. I mean, especially with his balance and authority. What's happening? Well, there's 3 hours of pretty intense Hall of Fame activity. Lovato retired. Craig took silver. And I think Gordon won heavyweight gold.
Back
didn't
to
he?
that Uchi.
Oh my God. And now whatever is happening is pure genius, but I don't have the ability to even articulate this.
Yeah, Mika used Cade's Uchimata to go back into close guard, but Cade immediately stands up, which makes it harder for Mika to set up his close guard offense. Mika
I
is
mind
really good in this close guard position.
69mega.com, fire, have a good time, find your love. Less than I mind when people are like, can you show the fight? I prefer it to be a bot.
Yes.
Here we go. This standing thing never seems to work out well. It never feels good. I don't think it's ever good for the person on the bottom gravitationally.
Oh, Mika really going hard on the left leg there.
Ooh, I'm going to hook that leg now.
Okay, though, immediately turning. He's still got that leg.
Could we see a Mikey lock from here? I'm not sure how much Mika is prepared to use the leg game because he's usually really slick with the arm bar.
Well, they say the knee is just a big elbow.
Yes, a very thick and powerful elbow.
This is probably the
Cade,
most explosive matches of this ADCC.
Not a single pace has fallen. Like 0 breaths taken so far in this fight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And all of
Both
this, we
guys
have
are
now
breathing fine.
no
And they're both-
points. I don't know why I keep bringing that up, but it always baffles me.
Well, because there's so much happening, but not a single.
You think they're gonna just like
Oh wait, Mika has.
Oh,
I haven't seen this calf slicer. Oh,
he's got a
shoot.
calf slicer on. Yeah,
shit.
he just figure foot it.
Okay, looks
He
worried.
I think he's gonna tap him.
Oh, is he trying to hunt the heel hook? But he does not look like he's confident about it.
I presently don't know whose foot belongs to who.
So
I am in a place
Maybe
where I
they
would
don't.
need one of those
I think-
ESPN maps to trace feet.
Oh
They
boy,
they
Cade
should
is
really invest in
bottoming
some
out on that
color-coded
heel.
stats right here. I think even though that heel hook didn't really. Oh, back to the seatbelt, wrestling seatbelt.
Neither fighter wanted to be there.
immediate
towards the
snap
end.
down. Solo.
Yeah.
Red-
Yeah.
Issue with that, Cade has that really good programmed response where as soon as Mika gets that tight waist, Cade is whizzing down.
Yeah.
Cade's Wizard
It's
series
immediate.
is really freaking good. It's like that program. It's like that programmed response. If you ever played the Elden Ring.
Raph,
I am sorry. I
Get your voice
apologize.
back. Remember when
I
Ty
apologize.
Subgate? Yeah, I forget when
Yes.
that happened.
Yes, I remember when Ty subbed Gary. I may or may not have cried in the bathroom.
we are back to that same position he set up. Whatever that calf, I think it was a calf slicer. I want
Yes.
to put a huge asterisk next to anything I guess that's being implemented in this leg lock game right now.
Okay, Cade looking to attack a leg
Oh.
before
Mika going for the straight ankle.
I like Mika's patient counters here. I'm impressed because I would be freaking the F out.
Both
He's
athletes
responding
are
to Cade's pace incredibly well.
super composed.
This is one of the most technical matches of this whole tournament. It's not. It might not even be close.
Like this is what 10,000
Belly
hours.
down.
This is if every match was this, jiu-jitsu could compete with other sports.
Yeah.
If you were guaranteed this a decent amount of the time, I would get it.
If I could blow a hyperbole horn at you, I would right now. Let's calm down. It's okay.
Okay,
Let's see how it finishes.
I don't know.
It's all right. It's all right.
Finishes on
It's
a
an
3-2 point disparity.
That's probably how it would play out with how close these exchanges are going, or like 0 to -1.
The comfort in that. They're both fine with that position.
Yeah.
I love what Cade's doing.
Mika.
That top army pose.
And Mika just muffling back.
With his glove on, basically. He has so much tape. When does
Yeah, dude, what
tape
happened
end
to
and a
his
glove
hand?
begins? Yeah, he was inspired by goth fighters before him, so he just wanted to get a little.
Mika Calval enters his hot topic phase.
There's a lot of tape on that hand. I always theorize, does that help if you're looking for that little extra, can I heel hook this person? Does wrapping your hand like you're in an MMA match add a little? I don't know.
I guess it depends on how sweaty your heel gets.
So rules wise, I guess we'll get there, but right now it's still favoring Cade from
Yes.
how this goes.
If
Comes
this
down
goes to a
budget.
0-0 decision, then yes. But Cade is just having a lot of issues in
those
that knee
tangles.
slice.
Yeah.
in that knee slice position.
Whatever,
Like-
whatever Mika's doing to get that foot behind his head, you can tell that's what he's setting it up for, and it's really problematic for the passing. He's in on it again. He's got his leg. He's got his arm in there between. So safe to say, Cade's on the
he's
Atos.
X guard. Not quite. Oh, wait. Mika could enter the saddle from here.
Looks like he's
Close,
Cade
but that
really,
knee's
really aware
Cade
of where
is slipping
Mika
out.
puts his hand.
Oh, that was a slick catch. That belly down Achilles lock.
Damn.
Oh, reversed him. He fucked around and found out from Cade Rotolo. Wow. Nice. I agree, leg locker. Nice.
Noise.
Nice.
I am speechless.
That's nuts.
So is Mika. Mika's like, wait,
You know,
I was winning. Hold on.
That was incredibly
Great finish.
smart.
All right. If all matches were like that, we'd have a much better shot at competing.
Thank
that was
you,
amazing.
Kevin.
That was
Debatable.
amazing. Ended
Debatable.
great.
You get the
That
dab
was a
up
meow.
Vinny and Bruce.
I saw a meow. I saw one. That's how great that was. A meow showed up to be like, great job. Great job. Only one meow. That's the twin rules. The two won't show up to congratulate one twin. It's a 1-1 thing.
He had a 100%
backflip.
sub rate, I think. And let me check.
Going to be one of the greatest performances from a youngster in the ADCC rules. Just crushing. Got a highlight reel and his name on the gold. All right, y'all. Well, I have to drift in and out of here. It was a pleasure sharing some time with you, and specifically this Cade Rotolo match. That was awesome.
Damn, that was cool. Always a pleasure, Kev.
All right. Handsomest and talentedest Kevin out.
That was a very, very smart adjustment from Cade. That was like fourth or fifth time they were in that exact situation, and Cade just got ahead. Like,
I want these guys to like. I want to throw these guys together on every card. I feel like we're seeing them now, so we get to see them for like 20 years, 15 years. You know, who knows? I don't know. That was really special. That was one of the best matches of the night.
Yes. I'm excited to see how Mika does in the next ADCC and future ADCCs.
If I really want, eventually, I feel like we're gonna get a super fight with these guys.
100%. That has to be a main event on Who's Number One. Like,
I think they're gonna be trying to work that storyline.
yes,
because they're both so young. They get to build that rivalry forever, and they seem like both cool guys.
I think they also competed against each other in ADC or IBJJF Pans in the gi.
Damn. Well, 19. I think that makes him the youngest winner in history. I don't know.
No, I think that puts him on par with Hoffa Mendez.
Hoffa was 19.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Hoffa was 19 when he won ADCC. Yeah.
Damn. How many 19-year-olds? Excuse me. How many 19-year-olds since?
I don't think so. I don't think there have been other 19-year-olds since Hoffa. I think Cade just tied Hoffa's record, if I'm not mistaken.
Nice.
Yeah. Like, I think the only person that was younger than Hoffa is Cole. But as we both know, Cole's eliminated.
Yeah. That's so sick.
All right, I have to bounce too. It was a pleasure watching these high-level matches with you. Sorry to leave you alone.
Right on, dude.
All right.
Stay
Goodbye
safe.
again.
Catch
Yeah,
you
of
around.
course. Yep.
All right. Looks like I'm steering the ship once again, just like how we started the day. Guys, that was incredible. That's I've been watching a lot of matches. I think for every 50, maybe 75 matches, you maybe get one like that. I don't know. Maybe I'm being very naive. I'm still young. I'm pretty new to the sport, but yeah, that was really something. And now we got more light shows, more lasers, angry red lasers. That's not good. I don't want to get hit by angry red lasers. I want to know what the lasers do for people. Because I feel I'm more of a fireworks guy, but I get that you can't have jujitsu in an open air facility. It's gonna rain. No one wants that. Excuse me. Coltsman 13. Yes, that was a great finish. Sorry if we already went to you, but oh man, the one bummer about this setup is that I can't listen to the drums because I don't have headphones with me, so I don't get to see how sick these musicians are on the big drum. I completely forgot we still had 66 kg. Don't worry, Raph. I can stick around. Although having some help would be great, just because I know I gotta go run and grab food in a little bit. I know Kev is not coming back. All right, we got Diogo Heiss. I mistakenly said rice earlier, but then I forgot the Brazilian rules about R, which is you're used to only thinking about that in certain situations. We got someone coming in about 6. Tight. They need Renato Laranja to commentate. I think I like the idea of that, but I might be out of the loop. It feels like Renato Laranja, just like the character I haven't seen show up in a whole lot. I know he had a podcast for a little while, but I don't see him with the same visibility. Like he used to be on MMA Tonight. Like he used to be everywhere, and now I feel like the UFC doesn't really need him for branding anymore. With Karen Bryant, oh, the love of his life. I don't know the guy's actual name, but the sketch he did with Kenny Florian where they recreated Heat. Kenny Florian does an insanely good Al Pacino impression. It's eerie how good it is. So if no one's seen that, I highly recommend looking up the Renato Laranja like Heat remake with Kenny Florian because Kenny Florian does a serious impression, but Renato's just like himself. Okay. Notch paw. Oh my god, those were really good. The problem was like a lot of people thought he was serious. They thought he was just this like weird stalker, and they didn't get that they were like, who do I have for this final? I actually don't know. I was pulling for Shane in the 66 after he upset everybody and beat Tonin. He is a master troll. That's what I'm saying. Like people got so mad because they didn't. I guess in the MMA space, trolling wasn't really a thing, which feels weird. But Yeah, I think him being visible would be good, just because he's a really known cultural figure, and we don't have a whole lot of those. But yeah, I really don't. I don't know who I like. Diogo has had a really great points victory against Cisneros. There were a lot of decisions leading up to like the semifinals for everybody. I feel like, but I feel like we've been able to see Heiss work a little bit more. So I'm looking for more from him as a result. I don't know. I can't have a solid take on every bracket, but I'm tentatively going to say Heiss. Although Gabriel Souza is Gabriel Souza, so you never know what you're going to get. Also, I applaud the smaller guys going without the rash guard. You know, show off what you got. Raph, who do you have for this final? Really great standing to look for those collar ties. The collar ties have been really aggressive. By the way, shout out Miguel Benitez, who's the ref. He runs a gym, I think, in New Brunswick. He's a really cool guy. Tom DeBlas, black belt. Yeah, nice guy. If you're ever in the area, 100% behind Diogo. Yeah, okay. We have a team. We have a side. Oh, Gabriel Souza almost caressing Diogo's face for a second there. You gotta feel like half the time I feel like the fucked up ears come from just getting boxed on the side of the head with these like really aggressive collar ties. I'm glad that you were behind him because he went ADCC style. I think, you know what? If anything, I feel like his shorts are too long. He needs the really tiny Valley Tudo shorts. Let's be serious about this. Oh, almost had a foot sweep there from Diogo. Now he's focusing on controlling the grips. Yeah, I think that there is now an expectation of. I think everyone's heart rate is a little bit even right now after that last match, but nonetheless, still expect to see a lot of dynamic performances from these guys. First out of bounds of the event. Oh man, Miguel's hair looks fantastic. I gotta stop by and see him. He's a good guy. If anyone's in, I feel like it's Ocean County. No, it's. Google his name and find his gym. He's a really cool guy. Oh, amazing trip by Diogo, looking to work. Not even caring. You can't care about points, I guess. You just got to look for the submission. We had I forget who, but someone straight up grabbed a leg and fell back into a straight ankle lock earlier. I think it was yesterday. Looks like we're going to get reset. I don't fully understand the point of resetting when there's no other matches going on. I get that you have to, but it feels like, I don't know. Dylan got smoked in the comment section by Ryan. Dylan Dennis gets smoked anytime he steps out of his house. Anytime he turns on an electronic device, he gets smoked. Oh no, Gabriel's isolating the leg. Diogo looking to defend. Already grabbing that right leg in response. Pretty big stalemate here. Kevin, I want you to meet a pal of mine, a media coordinator. Whoa!
What's up? What's up?
Nothing much. We're
Well,
just
that's
watching.
grainy as fuck.
We're watching some gosh darn ADCC right now, Brendan.
How you doing?
I'm doing
Let's see if
good.
I can-
I gotta ask, media coordinator. What field is that?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I work in combat sports. So like anything Showtime does, morning combat, hot boxing with Mike Tyson. I used to do the Brendan Schaub show.
I'm sorry.
You know, all that space.
Oh, that's
Let's
really
see
cool.
if
Welcome aboard. Yeah, we're looking at a really great leg
Yeah.
raise from
I don't look terrible.
Diogo.
Okay. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, oh yeah, I can hear you. Okay, are you what time do you have on your match right now?
Yes, sir, Roth. I got 15:50.
15:50. Oh, you're ahead of me a little bit.
Yeah. Yep. I got a little bit of leg entanglements. Soza's out. Knee line out.
Yeah.
Good action. Already more action than any of the juiced up Atos guys have done all day, but
What, you didn't like Duarte almost canceling out his 7-point lead with 7 or 8 penalties for stalling?
No, I can't stand anybody who bitches about the sport not being big and then goes out there and doesn't try to submit anybody, doesn't engage, you know. It's cool to win. Yeah, I mean, that's what you got to do. You got to win, but at the same time, don't turn around and bitch about not making a ton of money off of a win like that.
I was just thinking about how ridiculous it was that he accrued so many penalties. Do you think that
Yeah,
after
at the
the
same
first
time,
two, yeah?
I don't like his style, but at the same time, I don't believe that he should have gotten penalized that many times because obviously he's trying to work, but
Yeah, I did think it was
ADCC's
weird
rules
that
are their rules.
yeah, I don't know. Well, when you think about it, I was talking with Rob Drysdale about this. Not the biggest fan of ADCC and the ruling body, obviously, but he was saying that when someone says they're an expert judge and that they've been an expert ADCC judge for like 10 years, that means they've done 5 shows. So how
Yeah.
much expert really are you?
Yeah, you can say like you've done trials as a ref or things like that, but they don't. I
Diogo
mean,
really spinning
it's the
out.
same rule set, but anyone can watch trials in this, and even yesterday versus today, and things are scored a significant bit different.
Oh man, Diogo
The
has a
warnings,
chance to really make a play here. No points, but if he could, he's out. But if he had gotten a body triangle, there's a chance he could have held on to that before into when points are allowed, and then regard getting a doubling. That's another weird thing is that you can take the back and then disengage the body triangle and then put it back, and then they treat it like you've taken the back again.
yeah. In the
And so
last
you
match, he
multiply your
tried to lace his leg over the arm just to lace it back into the body triangle to get the back points again.
yeah.
Very nice. Or maybe 2 matches ago.
Man, yeah, Gabriel Souza, Diogo Heiss really has given us a lot of energy today. So Raf asked this earlier, but have you been watching the entire event?
Oh yeah, every match from
So
yesterday to today.
So what have been your favorite moments so far?
I'd like to see Gabby. That's kind of mean. I like to see Gabby get beat by a smaller girl. That's always fun. Always likes to remind you that jiu-jitsu, should be technique over strength.
I hate that
More on
that's
the
her
positive
job.
side.
I hate that that's what she is in the community to a lot of people. A chance for like
Yeah,
the concept to be proven instead of just an athlete.
yeah. It's I mean, she can do her own thing. She made a ton of money, in MMA, and huge draw all over in Japan. So, as long as no one's telling her to stop with what she's doing, she's going to keep doing it.
Yeah, I don't want to discount the skill and like the effort she's put in. I just feel like people resort to she's got a lot of physical advantages whenever she comes
Yeah,
out.
I mean,
It's not helpful.
I want to say the same thing. I want to say, like, give her respect where it's due. but lately, ever since, what was it, 2017 with Jessica, ever since then, her style has just been like laying down and waiting. Ever since Jessica kind of showed you like the blueprint. I think that was 2017 ADCC or 2015.
God, I was just getting into jiu-jitsu back then.
It was on a yellow mat, I think. I'm not confident though.
Oh boy.
But yeah, I mean, obviously, like to see the leg entanglements. Forget who it was yesterday. When Gordon, super fun. Yesterday though, I gotta pull it up because I put a note of it. There was a match yesterday that made me like I wanted to go back and study every bit of it. Let's see.
Oh, possible big toe hold,
Oh,
and it's out.
Rotolo and Giles. That was my favorite.
Yeah, submitting Lachlan Giles really set the tone.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
What spoke out to you about it?
I just like watching Lachlan, dude. Like ever since last year when he came out and just exploded. Like he was the epitome of that meme where, first and second place are kind of bummed, but the third place guy's dumping the champagne bottle on himself. Like for Absolute in 2019. That was ever since then I was watching his half guard DVDs, his leg lock entries, like to watch that in real time. The biggest thing about it though is his style, he's so slow and methodical against like a bull like Rotolo, and he didn't even look worried, like not once, until obviously the submission. But during all the leg entanglements, the guy looked like he was just chilling. That was the coolest thing.
Yeah, I can't really argue with that. That's
What I do? I would say like my favorite thing from the weekend is, tapping early, if that makes sense. Like
yeah.
seeing all these high level guys get this far with this much work and know when to tap. And if you compare that to not trials, but the Open yesterday or Friday, I mean,
Yeah.
everybody's getting their legs blown out in the ADCC Open tournament. It's
Heck,
like,
you can
dude,
go to Grappling Industries and see like some weekend
yeah,
warrior blue belt just destroy
for
both of his
sure.
legs for no reason.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, I know what's on the line, but at the same time, like, there's way more on the line for these guys than those guys, and you gotta just tap when you know it's in, man. Like, I hope that goes and you know that helps
I think
inspire people to
unfortunately
tap
there is
quick.
that small percentage of the time where people know like if I let my arm get this bad, I know it can't get any worse, like depending on the
Yeah,
situation that it's in. So I can just deal with it being kind of destroyed and then possibly win the match on because I'm up on points or something, you know? Like
yeah,
there are those situations where people can justify injuries to themselves. And I think that
for sure.
people take that like there is something to be said about I am up on points and I know that my arm will be hyperextended, but I can like sit in this arm bar and live. Probably be damaging myself, but that's okay. I think people look at those and say, "Oh, because this one instance exists where it's justifiable to yourself to not tap. I can
Yeah,
do that for everything. I can extrapolate and never tap ever and be a broken mass of shit by the time I'm 30."
yeah. My whole body's messed up right now, but it's
No.
mostly not jiu-jitsu stuff. But yeah, I like the press the tap early thing. But you get a lot of guys out there that are like, go out on my shield. Like they just watched the Warrior movie, and Tom Hardy's
He literally
shoulder
breaks his
gets
arm
wrecked.
in the octagon,
And they're like,
still fighting. He rips the door off a
they're like,
tank.
fuck it, keep going. Yeah, yeah.
Ooh, great takedown. No
Look at his back
points
take.
for Diogo, but is able to crawl up to the back. If he's able to sink in that second hook, that's huge.
What
That's the
time are
first.
you at?
He's on there. He might be able to bring it down.
What time are you at?
I'm at 7:30.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, he's still in the back.
Man, a lot of ride time there. Now in EBI
Yeah, dude.
rules, he'd be set.
Yeah, you have any idea who's doing absolute right now? Or
Going out. I can check. Yeah, I don't think they're available.
I saw Nicky Ryan warming up. That's why I was like thinking that he got the invite.
Hey, sorry about that. I think I got dropped for some reason. I'm not seeing. Yeah. Although they should be coming up. Would not make sense for them not to be up.
Oh, someone in the comments got caught in a dead orchard. Didn't tap.
Stockton didn't tap. Sound like glow sticks. I defended and got caught again. I heard the sound before that. Oh no, Chris, buddy.
Goddamn.
Ooh.
Goddamn. I've only ever let something pop once, and it was barely a pop. It was just a straight ankle at Worlds, and I was up on points. And I was like, this dude didn't engage the whole match. Like, I cannot tap to him. You know, so I just like let him pop it. So stupid. I lost the next round like viciously.
I think there was a delay. Heist just got first three, up three on the card. Also, leg lock. Gordon would have competed in absolute, but they wouldn't let him. Yeah, I think if he's continuing his streak, he would just run through a lot of people a second time.
Oh.
All right, hoping Diogo doesn't get too complacent with his lead. Still hunting the sub, it looks like.
He's doing good.
Yep, figure fours the legs. Oh no, did he get submitted?
No, he didn't get submitted. No. I'm waiting like 10 seconds though to make a comment.
He's in 50-50 right now, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, he's collecting trying to collect the outside foot. And really interesting to see where this goes.
He's got a hold of it, but defending very well.
Yeah. Oh, Souza? Yeah, he's mm-hmm. I see him like controlling the arm.
Yeah, he's up, standing.
Yeah, I know. He's that for me too. I have 341.
Okay, yeah, I'm just 10 seconds ahead.
Okay.
What a beast.
Damn.
Both of these guys.
Oh, still anybody's game. Almost gets the pass right there. Diogo. Working on the bottom. Getting that butterfly hook in.
Just absurd, man. He's sucking up these legs so fast. Oh my god.
He's so precise at knowing what he wants. Oh wow. Oh wait, no, that's the wrong angle for him.
That back take had me worried for a sec.
Oh yeah.
What a match though. With these two.
Good.
Isn't this kid like 18 years old?
I think he's very young. He looks like he's just getting in the middle of puberty.
I'm gonna quit the sport. No, there's no chance.
Quit life. Man, I gotta do yoga. Just like
Yeah.
those images of just threading taking your foot and threading it in, not even moving it, but grabbing it and shoving it in front of somebody. I need to start doing
Dude.
that.
When they put their leg in front of them, when you're trying to pass someone's guard and they hold their leg in front of them like that, I've been like passing someone where they've popped their own knee, like exactly what Gabriel's kind of about to do in a second. Or no, not Gabriel. Well, kind of, yeah, he's pushing into him.
Ooh, almost
But
had the
basically,
double
like
arm.
when guys put their leg there, that's so scary, especially when they're guys in their 40s and they just saw it on YouTube and they're coming to class to try that, and the leg just
No.
pops.
No matter how long a layoff I take, I will never assume I can just show up and do some YouTube bullshit,
Yeah.
which is, I think, good enough at jiu-jitsu. You need to get exactly that good at jiu-jitsu.
Yeah. Where you know what you can't do, what you
Just
shouldn't
know
do.
that you're probably bad.
Yeah. Assume it's
Man,
going to be a rough time every time.
Diogo's threading his legs so well, just stalling Souza. Just keeping him on the perimeter. Oh, and like looking for the sweep, looking to advance. It's clear
The
he's not.
commentators. Oh,
What?
he's almost. No. Oh. He's going for broke right now, Souza.
I mean, submission's all he's really looking for, like all he can do, I suppose.
Yeah.
All right, you got 15?
Yep. The commentators want to make a shark bite pun so bad. Like they're waiting for some type of entanglement. Oh, that's it. Wow.
Damn. Fucking A. Good for him.
Got to tweet that. Huh. Wow.
What do you know about me? Everyone can be flexible. It's just putting in time, like building a muscle. I know the problem is I'm like you misunderstand. My in shape time passed me by. I am very much just oh man, he's like cut. Like when you get some downlighting on him. Baby Shark is slaying the fish. Oh my god! All right, that's it for. That concludes the divisions. All of them now have a champion. All of them now have a new champion.
He's 20.
Every
No.
sitting
Yeah,
champion
he's
is
20.
the first time. I love the soccer jersey rash guards. I love them. Kenny Florian needs to stop trying to like bring this guy to earth. You're not gonna do it.
Dude, he sounds so young. He's 20 though. He's not like I thought he was like 15 or something.
Damn. 20 looks different on everybody.
Dude, born in 2002.
Imagine you win ADCC and you can't crack a beer.
Oh my god, yeah. That's like you remember when like Sage Northcutt, guys like that, when they would win in Vegas, and they had to like get them. They couldn't be there because it was Vegas, so they had to quickly get them out of there.
That's funny. I just remember like Shaun White going on TV talking about like everyone wanting to buy him drinks after he won gold.
Oh yeah.
Like, aren't you 18? He's like, I'm talking about Matt Dew, baby. There's a G code. Pliable limbs are like octopus tentacles. I could not agree more. I have the joints of an arthritic Irishman, so that's what I got going for me.
The body of a 6-year-old plumber is what I always say.
I mean, hey, plumbers have to be strong. I do not. I'm in marketing. I'm a marketer / journalist. My carpal tunnel will kill me before my lack of vitamin C does.
Oh, 100%, dude. I feel that. That or your eyes will give out from staring at that blue light
Oh
from
my
sun
god!
up to sundown.
Don't even talk to me about that.
Oh, what a moment.
Knowing my dad is never going to be that proud of me kind of bums me out.
Yeah, he's like, oftentimes he's like, what is jujitsu?
I know my dad wrestled, like he gets it, but like
Oh, mine
he's
did
also
not.
I'm never going to win
Absolutely not.
ADCC. Like I'm never going to win ADCC. Damn, good for fucking him.
Wow,
Great, left it
that's
all
so
out.
cool.
Had a dynamite match. Oh, good. Brendan doesn't wrestle.
Hey, who said that? Oh, dude, get out of here, man. Let's do
We're all
let's
coming in
do
like
a
the
10.
cavalry because Ursula took your voice away, and so we're
Yeah.
here, and you're shitting on everybody.
You know what's
Donating their
crazy?
time.
You know, the god like also took away his wrestling like long before he took his voice away. And like for some reason he like still shows up to open mat and sometimes wants to stand. It's pretty wild.
Wow, that's very funny. I think that happens. God,
Ralph, you're like that. You're like that guy on Instagram, the like legless wrestler. Like you just kind of you're always there on the floor. Oh, many times.
Have you tapped him?
Many times.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, I've tapped
Son of a liar.
his head. I've tapped his shoulder. I've tapped his legs a couple times.
All right, so
I've
it
tapped
sounds
the
like
mat
Raph. What are you talking about? This guy taps you every day. Come on,
all
are
day,
you
bro.
ignoring him? He's tapping you. Have you
I've been to Boston. I've caught crabs there. You are correct, sir.
Oh,
You are correct.
But at what cost?
The cost of college in Boston.
Wait? Did you actually go to Boston?
I did, yeah. I went to school there.
Whereabouts?
I was at Emerson College downtown for marketing and media production.
Oh, okay. My
You know,
fiance was a teacher in Haverhill.
okay, yeah. That's like, that's the area I'd rather live than downtown Boston.
Yeah, I mean it is right next to New Hampshire, which is nice.
Yeah, dude. I would not mind going to live there someday.
I lived in North Conway for like 6 months.
Mm.
That was like my last job.
What does this say? My favorite thing about Brennan, every time he shows up, he's got a new injury. Wear a plate around his ribs.
He's Bret Hart stuffing Goldberg from his spear. I love Boston crab. They're very grumpy seafood. I've never had crabs in
Roth
Boston.
is a plumpy seafood. Oh, grumpy seafood. He's that too.
He does seem like a lobster. He has kind of lobster energy to him.
He's more like a scallop, or like a nudie branch. You know, that type of coral that like doesn't do anything. Like it only can really hurt you if you like step on it funny. But like other than that, they're kind of, useless and kind of just weird to look at.
All right, so it looks like I don't know. I think we're just waiting for this. Oh wait, no, it's the women's. Oh wait, no.
For half a second.
Where on my screen I'm supposed to be.
For half a second, I thought that was Roxanne Modafferi, and I got real excited. Oh, we got, yeah, I'm a predict Fion.
Yeah, I think everyone's pretty soundly in her camp just because she's so lovely and she fucks everybody up. I think it's a double whammy of those two things. How do I become an ADC Asian drummer? I'm Mexican, but I look Asian. You know, Dave, I think you got to take that up with Mo. Follow Mo Jasm on Instagram, and if he somehow accepts you because he's a very private guy, like I actually DM the ADCC Instagram page. See if you get any luck there. DMing people.
You might end up with Seth.
David, I hope to see you there in 2 years. I hope you're one of the drummers.
Thank God they got Bruce. Well, what did you think of Lenny? What are your thoughts on Lenny?
I think she's a well-known cultural figure in sport, and I can't say anything else.
Good.
I don't win that argument.
Good man. She's a legend, dude. Ryzen. You know the one championship announcer tries to imitate her.
Oh, it's pretty obvious.
He's good, but he's not like OG Ryzen. It's I mean, you know, it's just kind of a lot when you're listening to it for 2 hours straight. So I see where people are coming from.
It was literally my brain started to die at. I think the way she would have to, the fact that she had to pronounce the same countries in different ways, like America and then America, I kind of wanted to die.
Yeah,
I'm like, hey, no one gets hyped for America anymore. This isn't the 40s. We suck. All right, we sucked back then too.
It was like,
lie to ourselves about it.
I just wonder if anybody in the staff like has production experience with large scale live shows. Like, I don't mean that in a demeaning way, but you got to wonder, like, there are way more people watching this than like a fight to win and what Seth and those guys do. Like, I don't want to talk bad about Seth, but like, it's almost like you, for example, you know, social media, it's dead. They have no social media for this entire production. You know, you could have just hired an intern to cover it. You know, like on the ground.
Mo is the one running the social media. And the thing is, he doesn't post a lot. They just go. He goes live whenever there's an announcement that needs to be made. Like a bunch of the late replacements, we only found out about them because of Instagram Live, and there were no posts talking about it. It was very weird.
Yeah, it's something that, like, it's very easy to know how to do that. Like, it almost takes 1 10-minute phone call with someone who has done live production before, and you would know. So it makes me wonder, like, did they not consult anybody? Like, for example, when we do, I mean, you know, just on Monday, we did the Jake Paul Anderson Silva press conference, and we had like multiple people running, you know, doing social media, you know, maybe like 5-6 people running on the same account, and it's like, that is so easy to pull off. You could have done that with ease here, and then blew the accounts up, blew the numbers.
Get a content calendar.
You got free marketing. Yeah, you could have free marketing, man. Instagram is going to share your shit if you get a lot of people posting and tagging ADCC. It's free marketing right now, and they don't even bother to do that. Like, that's how you grow ADCC.
I'm I'm like super retro. I actually work in the out of home department at a marketing firm in New York. So my big thing is just like QR codes on billboards. That's the
Yeah,
big thing I'm
we could do stuff like that, but man, it's like you've got all these tools that wouldn't impact your budget. That is just basic day one live production. Like we have, Showtime has a big budget, but so much of, I mean, I would say like maybe 60-70% of the marketing is just free people sharing Anderson Silva's shit, sharing the Tyron Woodley knockout. Like, and they haven't even bothered with that. They like rely on flow, and flow is just pathetic, when they try to do
yeah.
anything that's current.
They're just a bad monopoly. They didn't have to consume
100%.
enough. They didn't have to consume enough successful brands and overtake enough successful brands to get where they are. They just were the first, and then quickly expanded and stifled competition. Third Coast Grappling, like think about how many jiu-jitsu promotions have come and gone. Metamoris, fraud, no one got paid. Third Coast Grappling, no one got paid. Owner had a breakdown of some kind.
SOS is still kicking.
Substar, fraud, guy's probably going to go to jail. Like, it's...
I honestly think it's just SOS. Like, they might be the only one on par, and they do their pay-per-views on Fight TV, and they're still kicking, but that's it.
Speaking of production, has anyone done the math on time? We're about 40 minutes late, and we still did a Hall of Fame for whatever dumb reason in the middle of it. Yeah, Raph, it's almost like this whole thing is a vanity exercise for a certain group of people. And it's almost like one of those people got promoted on the stage during the Hall of Fame speeches. That is
Don't
the
forget that
shit. I
these
made
are the
this joke
same
earlier.
people.
That's like if someone handed Roger Goodell a like "We appreciate you" like signed card right before he gives someone the Vince Lombardi trophy. Like why is he the guy you're giving a present to?
Oh, that's funny. That's good.
Also, like, dude, get promoted at the gym, like with your friends, and like hang out with them.
Yeah.
What the fuck? You just got promoted. It's a big life thing, and now you got to go do your job. It's fucking. Why would you want that?
You just like got your belt in your pocket.
Like I don't know. I'm all for shouting out the crew. I was a theater kid. Crew's important. But you do it after the show. You know?
Yeah. If you were like, if you were like a theater kid and you just did a show, if you were one of the movers, you'd have a lot more fun behind the stage, behind the camera after the show, getting your kudos than in front of an audience who doesn't know you, hasn't seen you, doesn't care about you. I would agree with that. I was one of those once.
It's like you're at a tournament where the professional athletes are doing jiu-jitsu, and we need to take time to say, you're also good at jiu-jitsu, new black belt, and it's, I don't know.
It's like, I mean, you know how it is. Like,
guys,
if you're going to set this up, like, that nobody's going to watch it, so you're going to have to put it on smack in the middle of, something like this where entry is a bitch, so that people are going to see you. Like, it makes sense that that's why they did it, but at the same time, like, this could have been done on Friday, when we had, what do we have, the speeches, things like that. Could have done it on Friday after everything that went down. To maybe kick it off, I would have rather watched that than watch the 2 hours of introductions.
It's like
that would have been nice.
It's like thank you for honoring me at an event where I pay money to everyone here so they can make a living. Get back to work. Listen.
Yes, Mo is.
But like that's
Mo is Middle Eastern. Yes, that comment is correct.
It could have not been him. It was probably people around him, like JT decided to do that and make him surprised. I don't know. It was very weird. Oh man. Hey Lewis.
What an introduction.
Pleasant to meet you. Sorry,
Came in at a
Raph,
weird time, it
so
seems.
Raph really made us aware of what you're about, so that's good.
What's poppin'?
You
said you're a good grappler, but a human.
But a what? A terrible human?
Meh human.
Oh. I was going to say terrible is a bit harsh.
Okay, so
I think
meh
we
is
should
like pretty accurate.
I think we should get Roth in here with a squeaky little voice and hear him converse with us.
Aerial right now. I can't talk.
So what are we doing? We're talking about these matches?
No, we're watching the football game right now. We
Nice.
turned it off after the Hall of Fame ceremony.
Oh, it wasn't that bad. Come on. It was long.
It was something.
It was long.
I think a lot of those people deserved to have honor put at them. I don't think Henzo needed to bring up Middle Eastern relations with the Jewish people. I think that was probably, of course, he was going to be the guy because we know he loves talking about Jewish people in certain ways, but God, that was rough.
I'm glad they did the Hall of Fame though. I mean, it's cool to have that honor, to have all those legends of the at least ADCC there at once is kind of unique. It was definitely long, but I'm glad they did something.
Yeah, Lewis, I'm sorry. I gotta take a moment to start working on a lot of the articles I need to write for Bloody Elbow about ADCC. So I'm going to join you guys later. But Brendan, it was great meeting you. If you're not here by the time
you're
Lewis,
you're a Bloody Elbow writer?
Yeah.
You did you take Luke Thomas's job?
No, I think they were looking to expand their grappling beat, and I'm just on the grappling.
Okay, that's awesome, dude.
Thanks. Yeah, it's a good website. They pay me on time, which is phenomenal.
Make it
MMA,
good.
MMA websites, their MMA websites are like jiu-jitsu promotions. Half of them are fraudulent.
If you're into listening about that, we're dropping a episode with Chuck Mindenhall in a couple weeks where he goes deep into starting as an MMA journalist. So if you're interested in that, it'll be a good episode with some good stories.
Shit, that I might have to mark my calendar for that because I have a lot of trauma.
Check Morning Combat on YouTube.
Got it. All right. Well, it's great meeting both of you guys. Enjoy the matches.
You too, man. Later. Where's Raph? Is Raph in here or no?
He's in here. He's typing in the bottom of the YouTube.
Of the YouTube.
Yeah, so he asked you, how would you rank the wrestling? And then in parentheses said, don't plug PJ in this ADCC weekend.
There's been some really great wrestling, aside from obviously, PJ's wrestling was amazing this weekend, but aside from that, I was super impressed with Diogo. The way he was chaining all of his attacks and I had seen a lot of his matches before, but he looked exceptionally good this weekend. Gabriel Souza looked good too. Generally, yeah, the wrestling was a lot better. There are some, a couple of nuances where I really wish they would do something about the mercy grips. I think in freestyle wrestling, whenever you have mercy grips, the refs will kind of swat at your hand to sort of disengage the mercy grip because there's a lot of, it's kind of like a nullifying situation where there's not a lot of offense that could really go off. And you can kind of see it even in the Souza Diogo match. I think it was at the beginning when they were locked in this mercy grip and Diogo kept trying to shoot sweep singles, but he couldn't do anything until he basically got rid of that mercy grip. So at least they were attempting shots, but a lot of the other matches that were kind of like locked in these mercy grips, it just seemed it was pretty like a little bit. I mean, it was stale in some ways, where I kind of just wish that they would incentivize by just remove like either warning you that you're kind of locked in these mercy grips, and if you don't, then it's a penalty kind of thing, because it does kind of pause the action a bit. I mean, I know these matches are long, so expecting like a freestyle type pace, short of being like Cade Rotolo or like Diogo. I mean, obviously we're talking about the lighter weight guys. It's maybe not as realistic with these crazy long matches, but the wrestling's looked really good. I've been super impressed. Gordon saying on Rogan, hello, wrestling page highlight. Yeah, so
100%.
I've heard Gordon say that before, so I've actually competed overseas for 4 or 5 years in Kazakhstan and Serbia, Azerbaijan. I agree with that statement. There's a lot of guys, especially on the Eastern Bloc, that just aren't, that just don't really hear of or you don't know of because they have a lot of visa issues, or they don't compete, in the sort of, the more regular circuits. Those guys are extremely talented. They're super good, especially the Dagestanis. There's going to be a big boom of those guys that are going to pop up in the coming year. So I agree with Gordon that that's going to be a real problem. I think he talked about it with Mo on Rogan's last podcast. I think that the biggest sort of like, I don't want to say like roadblock, but at the moment is the wrestling exchanges and jiu-jitsu just aren't particularly good. There are exceptions obviously, but I mean, yeah, once those guys come in, people are going to have to get a lot better on their feet for those matchups.
I kind of think that it's not. I mean, I think those guys are superior, but I don't think it's going to make much of a difference in ADCC because of money. I think right now most of those guys, especially with promotions in Russia like Eagle FC and things like that, those guys know that there's way more money in
Sure.
MMA. So with much easier fights.
But that's what Gordon was doing. Say that again.
I was going to say they know right now they've got that path, because of Khabib and because of those guys, they've got that path, and it's like to get to ADCC is so much more difficult for somebody from, a small village in Dagestan than it would be to get to the UFC.
Yeah, of course.
There's no jiu-jitsu. There's trials like not nearby, but I mean, where's the money coming from as you come up? Whereas you get MMA, you get a gym. They pay for your housing over there if you're in a good gym, things like that,
Sure.
all the way up one by one. And then I think it just comes down to money, man.
I think it's two things. I think part of that is in response to what Gordon was saying. I think Gordon made the point. I think whoever asked this question in the text, Gordon was pretty specifically talking about like once there's more money in grappling, that's where you'll start to see those guys. So I mean, I agree. Like right now, there's not a huge incentive, especially like given locations, etc. One of the things they do overseas, which a lot of those guys compete in under UWW rules, which is United World Wrestling. It's what the international wrestling is under, and like in response to like money, right? A lot of those guys will get master sport titles in Russia and Kazakhstan, and that kind of sets them up to run schools and be able to at least have some government support. But yeah, I mean, I agree with what Gordon was implying is like, if people can kind of follow in his footsteps and make money and have grappling become much bigger than it is, those guys will naturally start to, like, that will be an incentive for them to come into this kind of rule set.
What do you think about the, how it's viewed? How people view a good jiu-jitsu athlete over there versus a really good wrestler? Do you think as a respect thing, because there's master of sport and because of the government, help versus like there's not much there for jiu-jitsu? Do you think it's almost like not an ego thing, but you think people are just more inclined to do wrestling and stick with wrestling because of the respect? that comes with it?
Sure. So what tends to happen there, the whole it's really it's grappling as like an umbrella. It's actually literally grappling. It's not really jujitsu. So
Yeah,
they'll
Sambo
have
and those.
there's sambo, but like what we're talking about like submission grappling over there is just or like jujitsu is just grappling, right? So there's like grappling
Yeah.
academies. Same thing in Kazakhstan. I think it is you look at the Russians, right? For example, their squads are so deep that a lot of guys. You even see this. We were just watching the wrestling worlds this weekend, and a lot of guys will defect to other countries because they can't make the Russian team,
Yeah.
right? They'll be like they know they
that-
can't break that lineup, and they'll go to another country like Belarus or somewhere else, and they'll get on the podium, right? So I think what Gordon was alluding to as well is like some of these guys that maybe are really good, like top 1%, but can't break through the Russian lineup might start deferring more to like grappling, right? Where it's sort of like
that would make sense.
That sort of thing begins to give them an opportunity at an international stage because those guys over there train with the wrestling team.
Yeah, it's like the saying, like the better guys you'll see at the World Championship versus the Olympics. Like, some of the guys at the Olympics wouldn't even get on the podium at the Worlds. Like describing that to some people, they're like, "That makes no sense." But you're like, "Dude,
it happens.
They're
happens.
monsters."
To the question, what's he asking? Oh, about Brie, what she has to do.
No, she's
Dude, Fionn looks. I don't have the answer to that. She's down 10-0, and Fionn just looks on another stratosphere at the moment. That match against Bia was badass. So, what do I think she has to? I mean, it's a Hail Mary at this point. I mean, I'm assuming he didn't ask this question with 20 seconds left while she's up by 10.
Yeah.
I think this probably came earlier.
What a monster.
Yeah, okay. Sorry, I didn't see the question. I thought he was trolling.
Ralph, you could always join and ask us if you weren't, self-conscious about your voice. And we know why.
I thought he was trolling. I was like, is he asking really? I've like, she's down by 10 and there's 26 seconds left. I don't know the answer to that.
What a monster, dude.
Ooh, that question. Man. So I think it depends. 2 to 3 years. It depends on what team he's under, what his sort of approach would be. I think, could he win the wrestling exchanges? I mean, it's Kyle Dake. But I think what a lot of people tend to forget is that what we think of like traditional wrestling, like folk style or freestyle, a lot of those positions you are put in are actually incredibly dangerous for grappling. So, like, some of those shots are going to leave his neck exposed. He's going to be exposed to Kimuras. Obviously, 2 to 3 years of BJJ would help sort of smooth that out. I mean, could he make the transition? Absolutely. Could he win ADCC? Probably. I mean, it really just depends on how quickly he adapts to the meta game. How well can he defend leg locks? How well can he defend whatever the current thing is going to be 2 to 3 years from whenever he starts? I think he'd do well. Would he win it? I don't know. Maybe not. That's a tough question. I'm trying to think of like precedents for that. Like we're seeing Bo Nickel. Well, no, Bo is going more into MMA, and so it's. I thought when he started grappling, we maybe see a little bit more of Bo in sort of grappling competitions as opposed to he's obviously going the MMA route. So. I'm looking for like really good precedent at that level. Yeah, Nicky Rod obviously did super well, and J Rod's doing well as well. I mean, he went out early in this tournament, but he got here. He subbed his way through West Coast trials. obviously Kyle would do amazing, but it's, I think it depends on the weight class he's in. I think each use case is unique. Kyle would probably be in 77. So I don't know. There's a lot of really good guys there. Where are these questions coming from, by the way? Is it the YouTube channel?
Yeah, the YouTube chat. There's a live chat on there.
Oh, I see it. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, obviously, Kyle. I'm reading the chat now. Kyle is obviously way better. I mean, yeah, it's just hard to tell. It's circumstantial in terms of like, oh yeah, the questions are a little bit behind the feed. To the last comment about Burroughs winning ADC with just takedowns and standing, then stall. I got to tell you, I've been pleasantly surprised with how quickly they've been basically like spamming the stall warnings and the penalties. Like, I love that they're actually doing that this year more than other years because it keeps the action really flowing. So I don't know if I mean, Kanan got 8 stall points, right? So I don't know if you could take someone down and stall for all that. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I was just trying to play devil's advocate. Obviously, Kyle Dake is an incredible athlete. So is Jordan, and they're both insanely hard workers. So, of course, they would do well. I just don't know. There are some hammers in those weight classes that are extremely well versed in submission hunting, and I think 2 to 3 years maybe. If it was the bigger weight classes, I would say probably. If it's on the lighter end, I think it becomes a little bit more difficult, just because the depth of field is obviously a little bit bigger. But the wrestling world, you want me to spoil it? Whoever didn't see it, sure. Team USA crushed it. Obviously, the Russians weren't there because of obviously everything that went on in the last couple months. But the team. What's that?
I said what happened. I'm just joking.
Yeah. The team did super well. Kyle Dake picked up his 4th world title. Kyle Snyder picked up his 4th world and Olympic title. Jordan broke the American record, picked up his 7th. Thomas Gilman got silver, which I was really bummed about because I'm a huge Gilman fan. I really wanted him to back-to-back. Yanni got silver. Jaden got silver. What am I missing? The team did super well. They dominated a lot of exchanges. There was a few, technical things that happened. Yanni's match was crazy. But yeah, it was an awesome weekend of combat sports. Snyder and Sutter Live would have been amazing to see again. They actually, if you follow either on Instagram, there's a little bit of banter going back and forth. I would check that out. It's pretty awesome. Sutter Live said, what did he say? Something like, congratulations on the winner of Serbia, and then but we all know who wasn't there, and then send me location. And Snyder responded back with a Doc Holliday meme of say when. So it's getting nice and spicy there. Yeah, I mean, obviously he has his number for sure. Snyder has 1 win over him in 2017 finals during Ramadan. So it's a tough stylistic matchup for Kyle. But he's been reinventing himself. Obviously he's working with Kale. We'll see what happens at the next Worlds for sure.
I forgot we still
No,
had
Gabby,
absolute after this.
yeah, Gabby lost. Somebody, wait, Gary lost. Gabby, I mean,
Yeah, Amy beat Gabby.
yeah. Because somebody asked, is Gabby going to walk through all this? No, she lost. In
Yeah,
pretty
Ruff,
that
did you even
match was
watch?
wild. Huh?
Ruff, did you watch ADCC? Seems like he didn't watch it, man. He thought Gabby won.
Wait, somebody said you two look like Gordon Ryan and Gary Tonon's slightly weird-looking brothers. Wait, which one do I look like? Hold on, how do I look like? I'm assuming he means I look like Gary, right? Because
I think so. I mean,
I'm guessing you're Gordon.
yeah, I don't know. I mean, I was thinking like Nikki Ryan, and I was like, I don't look like Nikki Ryan at all. But then I don't know if Tonin has a brother.
I want to know who the path thinks. Which one of us looks like who?
Do I look like Gabby Garcia?
That's
I could only hope.
Did Gordon fight Andre yet? Not yet. We still got to go through the absolute. By the way, the brackets aren't out, right, for absolute?
I don't think so. I wonder what he's gonna do. If he's gonna go out there and sub him fast, or if he's gonna cook him.
Who, Andre?
Gordon. I wonder if he's gonna cook Andre or if he's gonna sub him fast.
I don't know. That's a good question.
Because the odds are very broad. I believe they were last at -600. So, you know,
Christ.
Still better than the Pena odds, but
yeah, the
Pena odds he looks way better. He looks way better today. I don't know. I think he's gonna cook him, man.
I think he might try to as well. I think that's gonna be his thing.
I think he wants to be on these mats. Yeah, I think he wants to be here for a long time because he's done with everything. It's his last for this round, correct? Like he's not doing absolute. This will be his last. Oh wow, what a takedown!
Are they gonna reset him
We've
here?
seen that a lot. Oh, I must be ahead. We've seen that a lot this weekend where they reset people with a body lock in, and just within seconds, a takedown. I love it, but I don't. I mean, I could understand how some people could, not like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing as if you're going out of bounds with a submission and it's locked in and they stop it. I mean, yeah, it's it is what it is. I know Denise was super upset about it with Giancarlo, but I mean, you keep going until the ref stops you, so it sucks.
Yeah.
But, hat guy is Tonin. Hold on, wait, who? The Path. You think I look like Gary Tonin? What? That's awesome. That's weird, but that's awesome.
You said I look like Gordon before he met the genie that granted his wish to be the no-gi goat. That's funny. I look like Gordon before the Captain America transition.
Hold on, I look like a preteen Cobrinha? What the hell?
That's mean.
Dude, that's fucked up. I mean, I'll take it. I'll be 38 in a month. So if I look like a preteen Cobrinha, that's badass.
Hold on to it. Hold on to that last bit.
Yeah.
He's saying you got the bald spots like Tonin.
I think so. No, I'm not sensitive. That's awesome. It's just funny. I was like, I never thought I'd be called Gary Tonin. I think I'm one, the wrong skin color, and two, I don't think we look anything alike. Yeah, the Path. I'll be 38 next month.
I'd be honored to be compared to either of those gentlemen, Gordon or Gary.
So what do we got in this match?
Let's see what the odds are.
I want to know what these brackets are going to be for Absolute.
Yeah.
Who's going to go in from B team? What are we guessing here?
Well, dude, they had Nicky Ryan warming up in the back. So
I saw that.
I mean, but that's a while ago. I mean, they've probably told them. So I would say Nicky Ryan because he didn't get really much of a chance.
Yeah.
They've got to have more than one. You know, I feel like they're going to definitely put Craig in there.
Craig might be tired.
Who do you think they would pick over Craig or Nicky Rod?
I don't know. Maybe Nicky. Nicky Rod, I mean.
Yeah. I feel like Ryan's a lock.
Oh, is the Absolute bracket out? Hold on. Somebody just messaged me. Oh, sorry. Thomas wants play-by-plays. Okay. We can do some play-by-plays.
We got two. What time are you at? So we know we're set.
Yeah, we have two different streams apparently. I'm at 14:45.
Okay, I'm about 5 to 6 seconds ahead of you. Did you catch the flying triangle yet or no?
What? No, they're standing straight. Wait, what? Body triangle?
Oh, no, I said the flying triangle.
Oh.
Play-by-play, we got a lot of hand fighting. Nobody wants to engage.
Yeah, it's a little bit tough with matches like this to do play-by-plays.
You want to do if you want to fast forward, go watch Tayani versus Jessica in the first round of 2019. And then tell us what you would play-by-play announce for a match like that. That's basically what we got right now.
Oh, so the Absolute bracket's out. Oh, you guys want to hear this?
Yeah, let's do it. Bracket announcement.
Okay, so Absolute. So Absolute, we got in the round of 16. We got Felipe versus Roberto Jimenez. That's badass. Victor Hugo versus Fabricio Andre. Bro. Dude, that's... Wow, okay.
Where are you seeing this?
It's on Flow on the brackets. Cyborg versus Elder Cruz. Yuri Samoas versus Lachlan Giles. Nicky Rod versus Andy Varela. Wow. Mourinho versus Tyro Tolo. Giancarlo Bodoni versus Tyson Rita. Yeah. And Mendez-Regali versus Trator. Wow.
Dude, Mourinho versus Rotolo is going to be a blast.
Yeah. Wow.
It's a Cyborg versus Cruz, huh? That's weird.
Elder. Wait, Cyborg versus El Monstro. Wow.
I didn't know they're going to invite him to Absolute.
Dude, like, can we talk about Victor Hugo versus Fabricio Andre for a second? That's like versus Bushesha type weight difference. That's huge. Wow.
What a first round.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Oh my
wow.
God.
I think Giancarlo versus What's up? Oh, hey man, how's it going?
Hi fellas, I've just joined in. Raf says I'm one of the second best WWE BJJ practitioners in the world. I say
I'm
fuck
assuming
you, Raf.
he's putting himself first.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, obviously. Typical
That's
him.
a lot of letters. That's too many letters.
Oh, so looks like there's
So yeah, man, that absolute bracket looks pretty wild.
the bracket looks bonkers. So we got a minute, and depending on which feed you're on, I got a minute 50 till points. It looks like Amy's putting quite a bit of top pressure, so that's good to see. I'm assuming that. I mean, once we get to the 10-minute mark, I wonder if Rafael is going to stand up and try to force a wrestling exchange. Some of the tactics from this weekend. I mean, again, Diogo was so clutch with a lot of his tactics this weekend. I'm like super impressed with him. Kind of the same thing they talked about in the feed. What he did at Brazilian Trials was super good too, especially against Pato. So we'll see what happens here in the next minute. I get a feeling the action will at least pick up in a bit.
Do you think she's going to stay or stand?
I think she'll stand. Whiskey Dragon, they did a ceremony. I believe it was right before the Hall of Fame. It was right before the Hall of Fame, right? That they did the Leandro Lowe tribute.
Yeah, you're correct. But this guy asking if there'll be a tribute to Queen Elizabeth, I very doubt that.
Yeah, I doubt that as well. The guy on the far right looks like he's in a cool gym. Thomas, he does fight Galvao after the absolute final.
Yeah, I'm in my gym in Singapore.
You're in Singapore.
Singapore submission grappling. Yes, nice. It's 10 a.m. here, so I fortunately missed the Hall of Fame because I slept. And yesterday for day one I decided to sleep an hour and a half more, and I missed nothing because they spent an hour and a half introducing everyone apparently. So I've timed this quite well.
I saw Robert Deagle posted waking up at 3 a.m. or something for 2 hours of screeching. I was like, RIP to you guys in Asia right now.
Yeah, he didn't get much sleep.
Yeah, I was a zombie all of yesterday. I was cornering some guys at a competition. I fell asleep on the mats.
Oh.
Okay, that's we are up to standing now.
Oh, we got some guard pull. We might be synced up, I believe.
I think we are now too. And yes, I'm not surprised that there was a stand-up sequence there.
Yeah.
Well, they counted as a takedown though.
Yeah, I think she fucked up the guard she guard pulled. I gave her the 2.
Yeah, so any absolute starts, are they going to be on the 3 mats again?
For what, the absolutes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So I'll need to split screen soon.
This would go all night long if they were doing the 1x1.
No. Yeah.
I hope they're fast with it though. I hope they're fast.
I think they will be. I mean, what time? It's 7 over here. The path. I'm in LA for the path. I just asked where the other 2 are from. I'm on Pacific time.
Yep. Why is my camera so shitty?
I think it's all of ours are like that. Like mine's pretty blurry too. Might just be
yours looks clean. Both of you guys look clean. I look like I'm on a potato.
You look like Gordon Ryan, remember?
Yeah. Like Gordon Ryan got stung by a bee.
Leg locker, yeah. It was super cool to see Ricardo Arona. I like for me that was like I watched Ricardo when he was in Pride, so that was super cool. And seeing Lenny, again, there was so much shit going on yesterday with people complaining about the announcer. I was like, guys, does anybody not know who is currently announcing? Like, how young is this crowd that they don't recognize Lenny from Pride or from One or from Dream? Like,
Ryzen.
To me that was awesome. I know a lot of people hate it. I got in some. I try not to normally engage in Instagram stupidity, but I just couldn't help myself because I'm like, you guys gotta show some damn respect. Like, she's a legend. And to me, like, seeing the drums, I know some people would be like, why was there drums out there? I'm like, you guys, like, get a history lesson before you start commenting stupid shit. Yeah, I thought it was awesome the way they kind of threw that back. That was great.
For sure, there's definitely people young enough. There's definitely people young enough watching this that think when you refer to Galvao, they're referring to Mika and not Andre. So,
yeah,
dude, that sure. No way. What? That kid is gonna be unbelievable. I mean, he is unbelievable, but
yeah,
dude, that final.
He's 18, right?
What's that?
Yeah,
is he? I believe he's like 18.
Yes. Yeah, he's 18.
Like, he was born in like 2004.
Yeah, Cade is 19, Diogo's 20, and I think Mika's 18. Yeah.
Wait, Jesus, Rotolo's 19?
Yeah.
I thought that guy was like 22.
No, he's 19.
Okay.
It's upsetting, isn't it?
Okay. Yeah.
Especially because it means that like they were breaking Meow's legs when they were like 16 then.
Yeah. You see, he was talking about, he's like, we kept the first post fight. He was like, we kept the technique, but now we're growing into our adult bodies. Mm-hmm. Dude, like, he is gonna, once he actually hits like 30, like, that's gonna be, and if he gets on the Atos special juice, Jesus Christ.
Oh, Campos almost hit a sweep there. She's looking for the back now.
Yeah. We got some action.
Defended. The hooks are being defended well.
That's been an interesting, like the turtle position exchanges this weekend have been super. Like, I think the Wagner Isaac match was pretty wild with how many times Wagner was defending Isaac's back takes, and then we saw the huge one was the PJ Cade match. I mean, that if PJ gets that second hook in, that match was done. It was like not like a minute or something, like not even 2 minutes left. He gets that second hook in, that's 3 points on his back with a body triangle. Shit. So, I mean, they're getting
PJ.
What's that?
I picked PJ to win the whole thing, and I was like freaking the fuck out. I was like, oh my God, it was like plus 6,000 or something. I was like, this might work. This might pay off.
I mean, he looked incredible, man. He was, that second hook would have been that match. He got caught in that scramble, and that's where Cade thrives, is like in those crazy scrambles.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you saw it with Mika, right? Like that scramble, that's where he caught that submission. Cade's just unbelievable. PJ was right there, man. I thought he was going to take it.
Dude, I mean, like, I wish there were more guys like that going out there. Like with PJ, like, it's going to be entertaining. It's not going to be like a Kanan Duarte, take you down
100%.
Or just kind of find himself there and stall the whole damn match. Like, I wish there were more guys. Like, that's why I was rooting for him, hoping he would go all the way. I've seen him at SOS and things like that, and I'm like, I know this dude is going to make for a fun time.
Yeah, 100%.
If you want the sport to grow, you need guys like that.
Yeah, that was interesting. The his You know, like I kind of was going back and forth on this with myself. Like his post match interview, like I understand. I mean, I've competed for years. Like I understand what it's like to like be in positions where you're giving it your all. But I think like what he said, I thought was a little bit strange because like he's there to win, not entertain the fans. And I'm like, that's like for the sport to grow, you have to entertain the fans. Like you have. Like, why are people going nuts over Kate's matches and PJ's matches and these other people? Because they're making it exciting. And like I'm sorry, like he's an ADCC champ, but that match was terrible to watch. Like I'm sorry.
The question is, I mean, so here's the thing, like as independent contractors, like guys like Gordon, you need to market yourself because obviously he showed you that that's where the money comes from. But at the same time, where do you put the responsibility for that? Do you put the responsibility for him being boring in those that made the rule set for ADCC? Or do you put that responsibility,
It's the athlete.
like
It's the athlete's decision at the end of the day. You know what I mean? Like
that's
like
you can only blame ADCC so much, right? Like it's set up to promote the action. You can only blame it. They even gave a speech to everyone at the beginning. Everybody's promo said they're going out there submission hunting. You can only blame them so much, but dude, like if the athlete's going to do that, you're not going to get calls for the super fights. But at the same time, he just won ADCC, followed the rules, won it. So how do we tell somebody who just won ADCC to change what he's doing? Because he would ask back for what?
No, I mean, sure. But for the growth of the sport, we're seeing Amy is about to get this. She's still trying to get the second hook in.
Yeah.
This is another big thing. The power half has been playing a huge role in trying to get that second hook. Oh shit! Is that in?
It looks in, dude.
Oh, is that in?
She's just about got it.
Oh, is that in?
It looks like it's in. Yeah, from the bottom, it's in. Yeah,
it's in. She's gonna get it. Oh shit! 24 seconds left.
She's got it. She's
Wow.
She looks to be locking up. Well, no, she's going to hold here.
Yeah, I mean, 8 seconds. Yeah.
Wow,
damn,
dude.
That's badass.
What a comeback.
Yeah, that's badass. Wow. Nice. So yeah, like back to this topic. It's a tough one because like, sure, we're like neither of us three just won ADCC, but at the same time, like, I mean, Cade just won ADCC and you saw how he won it. Diogo just won ADCC, you saw how he won it, right? So Gordon just won ADCC, you saw how he won it, right? So I think like this whole like, oh well, like I won, why should I do something different thing is just it's fundamentally flawed. If you want the sport to grow and you want to make money and you want to make a living at it, you gotta get people to want to watch. And so, like, that's one thing. To be honest, like that's one thing I love about Who's Number One is like it's all about the show. Like they'll bring people, and there's been exceptions. There's been, like the Hinger Wagner match was, not one of the best matches they've put together. But generally speaking, Who's Number One has matches that are just constantly attacking matches that are entertaining to watch. And so, like, I think ultimately that anybody could game any rule set, right? It's just a matter of which athlete do you get that are going to make sure they put on a show. And I would say like more than 3/4 of the finals were all guys that were willing. Like look at Bodoni, right? Bodoni, that match was insane, right? So like I think those guys, that was nuts. So like I just don't think he has an argument by saying that. Like look at what every other champion just did.
Yeah. I hope that I mean think about in hindsight with that many entertaining matches versus that little. Like through the past few years in ADCC, it's like, we are getting more action guys like that.
100%.
So, thinking
but it's the guys.
Positively.
It's the people.
Yeah.
It's the people.
Yeah. Like I would hope to think that like that'll be phased out Like a guy like that. I mean, it's like he won. He's going to get invited back. But like pretty soon, a guy like that won't win, and there won't be any more of them left, which would be amazing. You know, we're not sitting here, we're like saying like Kanan's the worst. He needs to go out and never be back. But, you know, I think everybody can understand where we're coming from saying that, you know, the same people bitching about the sport needing to grow, you know, are the same people going out there and laying and praying.
I mean, and that's Gordon's point. To be fair, that's the point Gordon's making is like, and then who's number one is like that too. They say, we don't care what you've won. If nobody wants to watch you compete, then you're just not going to be on those cards. They just don't care. Like, they don't care what you won. If you were going to do what that happened, you're just not going to be on those cards.
There we go.
I think there's like a question between like competition and entertainment in here, because like, so it's something like ADCC, like there's enough prestige around it that like you'll always get people trying to game it, but like you said, like with who's number one, if you're boring, they'll tell you to fuck off, and then you're not getting back on, which obviously works out well to make things entertaining and grow the sport. But you know, I don't necessarily think that like having entertaining competitions necessarily makes the sport grow, because like think of how many Olympic sports there are that you watch once every 4 years that are just terrible to watch like the rest of the time, but you'll tune in one like
I mean, you could also make the argument that the best guys, you know, if you take it and go complete entertainment based, the best guys won't necessarily be in that organization. It's kind of like the UFC. You know, there are guys in ONE and guys in Bellator who are better. You know, like for example, Corey Anderson. You know, we know he's better than a lot of the guys in the UFC. Could be champion, but they're not gonna get him back in there. You know, he goes out there and he talks like he's Curtis Blades. You know, he doesn't care if it's entertaining. You know, he's gonna win. He's gonna get his check and he's gonna leave. You know, that sport, it's growing regardless. But you know, with who's number one in ADCC, like there are better athletes in ADCC, but oftentimes I would rather watch who's number one.
Yeah, I mean, it's you know, I think what's kind of interesting is like seeing the dynamic of all that. Like this whole event is a lot of new guys. Like you look at 66 is like 90% new guys, right? You look at 77, there's a lot. I mean, there's obviously a lot of returning people, but there's a lot of new athletes that are coming in with a slightly different mindset. So I think that's going to help sort of carry, you know, like you're saying, any rule set can be gamed. It's not a matter of the rule set. It's just a matter of how the athletes are willing to just engage, right? So I think we'll start, like, this ADCC has been exponentially more exciting than previous years. That's for sure.
For sure. Although Nicky Rod's rise in 2019 was bananas.
Yeah, it was pretty nice.
That's hard to. You remember the documentary they made about that? Like, that is just absurd.
Yeah, that was pretty wild.
Smoking trials and then smoking, but doing well in ADCC. It's almost like, you know, I think most people would agree they'd rather watch, you know, a random ADCC trials match than watch Kanan in the finals of ADCC.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough, man. I mean, you know, Kanan's had really good matches. I mean, I think, you know, like sure. David said, I think it might have just been like the magnitude of the event and him just willing to do whatever he needed to do to win, not caring, you know, how the fans felt about it, basically. Which, you know, I mean, I don't know. It's always a tough one. It's always
if you're in his shoes,
I think what's really upsetting with
probably doing the same thing.
Like, what's upsetting though is he showed he could pretty much pass whenever he wanted, but he's still he's just like, okay, I'll get enough points so then I can get 4 more stalling violations,
Right.
and then okay, I'll pass again, and it was just like, so yeah.
I mean, dude, eight. I've never seen 8 penalties in one match before, ever.
Yeah.
8? I mean, that's like shit.
That's a great
That's
point.
like 4
that he could like
takedowns.
continue to do it.
Yeah,
Like, what are you
I mean,
passing
that's
for? If you're not going
that's
to
a
submit
that's a
him.
back take, a mount, and a takedown in penalties. Fuck.
And there was a point where Craig was up, and Craig hadn't moved.
Yeah.
Like there was a good 30 seconds.
Like he
I was
racked
so-
up
I
like
would
4
do-
stalling penalties from mount.
Yeah.
What are you doing, man? Like, he had Craig's arm
Uh,
trapped too for like a good 30 seconds, completely trapped,
Oh yeah.
and didn't bother to attack. Just left it hanging in there.
Yeah, the double unders. Yeah, Thomas, he can't like XRP Boom just said. He can't do the absolute because if he wins, he'd have to go against himself in the super fight of 2024. So he, and I think somebody had asked like, well, why couldn't he just do it and concede this? If he wins, just let the second place person. And it's like, because I mean, you never know if all the people he beat along the way would have actually made it to the finals and won. So it's like he couldn't. You just can't let him do it. It's just so ludicrous.
Did you see that he wanted to compete in the plus and minus 99 next time?
I did. Thomas, I'm probably almost betting that Gordon is going to be taking a nap at some point.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's not.
Scheduled for 30 minutes from now, but...
Wait, is it really?
Boy, dude, we're going to be up late. It was originally scheduled for 8 o'clock, but
yeah, right, dude.
we're going to be up late.
Dude, the bracket hasn't even started. How much time do you think? 2.5 hours? 2 hours till he goes?
I would say 145. I would say if you're doing over under on 2, I would pick the under.
But more than an hour and a half.
For sure. Yeah. I think they kick it off at 8, man. I think they kick Absolute off at 8.
Yeah, they might. But I mean, if it is three mats, they could do that in like an hour. Probably.
They could do that in like 30 minutes, but this is like a naga.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see.
Just grind through, man.
These poor people.
I'm glad I didn't go. I was real tempted to go last minute, and I'm glad I didn't go. I'd be hungry, dude.
I mean, it is Vegas.
What are they eating?
What's that?
It'll be 15 matches, right? Absolutely, it'll be 15 matches. They can do 3 at once. Yeah. Yeah, I think it should be under 2 hours, but.
Yeah, and then they'll have to do the final, and then the super fight final.
Yeah, it just depends, like on how quick some things go.
Yeah, I mean, dude. If you're looking at the bracket, right, like some of these matches likely aren't going the entirety of the match.
Yeah, but out of the 3, I would say that because out of the 3 going on at the same time, they can't continue the next one unless all 3 finish. And, I would assume a lot of those guys are going to ride out the points.
Another kind of interesting one is Nicky Rod versus Andy Varela. That's a big size difference, but Andy's a beast. Dude, this bracket's nuts.
Hugo,
I gotta be honest.
Andre.
I gotta be honest. I'm pretty excited about Victor Hugo and Fabricio Andre because I think I think if Fabricio can just survive, Victor got pretty tired against Gordon. But also that's Gordon, all 224 pounds of Gordon
Yeah.
smashing into his body. So maybe XRP Boom, they have been. They're in the flow. If you go to the brackets and you go to Absolute, or we can just read them out for you if you want. Fuck. This looks good. Thought it was weird that Felipe dropped out of the bronze medal match to do the Absolute too.
Yeah. Did you figure out why?
Surely they should disqualify him.
They said it's because he wanted to save his energy for the Absolute.
Dude, come
Literally
on.
said that. Yeah, literally said that. I'm like, you had 2 matches.
DQ.
I swear Mo said last time that, because I think last time Vinny dropped out of his bronze match.
Mm-hmm.
And so he was like, yeah, okay, you're not getting invited back. He got invited back, but, that's something they want to discourage. And so if you want to discourage it, like, make consequences.
I got a question for you guys before I dip out. So we know that Felipe says this is his last, ADCC before he pursues an MMA career. Judging by his jiu-jitsu style being slow, methodical, playing bottom often, how do you think he does in MMA with a transition?
Depends where he goes to fight. If he goes to one, he'll get fed tons of cans first, and he'll get time to develop. So like he'll get the, like, one will take care of him. They'll give him the Buchecha treatment. He'll get time to develop, and he'll pad his record, and we'll find out in 2 or 3 years.
Yeah.
That seems like the only possible route. Like, could you picture any other route? Like, there's no way he's going up through the amateurs. He's not going to Bellator. The UFC is out of the question at his age. What's besides one? Is there any other possibility?
How old is Felipe now?
There's that, and
I believe he's up with. No, he's 30. He's 30. Okay. Yeah, but the UFC is not going to be signing. You got to say 2-3 years of development. They won't be signing unless he's amazing at 33. Like, unless he's like Daniela Wolf, who he signed at 40 years old from the Contender Series because she was a world champion boxer. He oftentimes will not sign you anybody for recent above 28. Bellator would, but the price, he's not going to get much money from Bellator.
I don't see him ending up anywhere but one. They're trying to sign all the top jiu-jitsu athletes anyway. So that,
you know what, man? You might be right. He might have already signed with one and hasn't announced it.
I mean, one is sponsoring this, and so Chatri will be there probably, trying to sign as many people as possible there, I reckon.
Yeah, those 50K bonuses that he gives out for grappling matches are amazing. That's way more than you're gonna make from winning ADCC, but you make it like real fast and one. I love it. All right, gents, I'm going to be signing off for a bit. Might pop in later, but it's been real.
Sounds good, man. Good talk.
Great game, man.
Yeah, I'll see y'all maybe later if you're still on. But for now, see ya.
See ya.
Peace.
Yeah, XRP. That's why I think that match is going to be. I mean, it's going to be literally like the Keith Buchecha match from 2019. I'm just curious how, what Fabricio can. I'm just always intrigued by matchups with that crazy size difference like that. So we'll see how that goes. The Victor Fabricio match.
I'm
They
so
posted it.
upset Craig Jones lost, man.
You what?
I'm so upset Craig Jones lost.
I mean, he did continue the trend of silver medals, so
Yeah, I know. Raph, I told Raph I was upset. He said, it's perfect for his brand. Wonderful.
that's true.
Yeah.
They got two. B
And
team got
Nicky
two
Rod.
silver
Yeah,
medals.
exactly.
Oh, are we back?
I'm seeing stuff on the stream, but looks like once again they've confused massive production value and just throwing tons of light to things. Yeah.
Hold my pistola. There's going to be 15 matches because it's a 16-man bracket. Wow, look at this bracket, bro. Oh my god. Dude, this bracket is bonkers.
What's the lightest anyone's ever won Absolute at? It's got to be 88, right? Like Braulio and Galvao both won it from 88.
Yeah, because Claudio Palisons. You got Cyborg, Pena. I mean, up until all those guys is basically Andre, right? Yeah, and then before that it was Braulio.
Yeah.
So 88, yeah. What weight was Mario Spurry when he did it? I don't remember.
Not sure.
Check. Mario Sperry was 99 kilos.
Yeah, well, it's not surprising. Like, should favor bigger athletes, shouldn't it?
Say that again.
I think it should favor the bigger athletes, shouldn't it? I think 88's about the sweet spot, really, that you can get. All right, I'm seeing Nicky Rod. I'm seeing Nicky Rod walk out.
Yeah, and Andy Varela. Yeah.
Yeah, sweet. We're about to go.
Whiskey Dragonfly. I think once you're talking about MMA, the belts kind of go out the window a little bit. You know, like I mean, there's so many other elements other than jiu-jitsu. Like, you know, I remember that match specifically. Rodolfo was exhausted. I remember him being super tired in that fight. And I think concussed. You know, there's what's that? And concussed. Yes, you're right.
And he was concussed.
Yeah, so I think all those things, like, you know, like who knows the his headspace, that kind of the belts just kind of go out the window at that point.
All right.
Here we go. Let's see.
Okay. How have your picks gone? I went 2 for 7, and one of them was
My what?
Gordon, so that's cheating. And then, yeah,
Yeah.
I picked Gordon and Theon. I feel like picking Gordon's cheating, and yeah.
Yeah, those are the only two I had too.
All right. We have Yuri and Lachlan. Lachlan choosing to invert again. That ended very well for him last time.
I'm gonna watch the and I think I'm gonna do the and I'm looking at the Andy match. Oh, they're not doing the multi.
I've got all 4. I've got all 4 up.
Weird. Mine's only showing 1. Oh, here we go.
Okay. I had to do it like manually.
There we go. Okay. Yuri and Lachlan. Wait, what's the 4th? Oh, there's only 3.
Cyborg and Elder Cruz. Oh yeah, no, there's only 3 mats.
Damn, Andy's spamming those collar ties like a gangster.
Yeah. You could probably do pull-ups off Nicky Rod.
Probably, you're right. What about you guys watching the podcast? What matches are you guys most excited about for the Absolute? El Monstro and Cyborg
get on an arm with Yuri.
What's that? Oh,
Lachlan was trying to get on Yuri's arm just now. Lachlan looking for a leg.
Oh shit!
Lachlan's got a little bit of a bite on the leg.
He's got the toe grip.
He's
Nah, he's slipping the knee out. There he goes.
Nah, Yuri's pulled out.
Gary and Gale, Gordon camping the Absolute because if he won, he'd compete against himself in the super fight in 24. You know what's funny
Gordon's
though
not
about
one of those people who's.
Go ahead.
He's not flexible to do those like self triangles. Yeah, I think so too. Gordon's not flexible enough to do those self triangles like a lot of the 10th Planet people can, so it's not fair to have him fight himself.
That's right. You know, one thing that's interesting about this Nicky Rod Andy Varela match. So Andy's competed against Satoshi Ishii, who, if those guys in the audience don't know, is a massive man. Who's a judo Olympic gold medalist. He competed against him in SUG, the Chael Sonnen series. And he's also competed against a lot of big guys. So Andy's not unused to competing against guys that are as big as Nicky Rod. So, I mean, this is kind of like relatively interesting to watch. Like I mean, it's not out of the complete realm of possibility that Andy can pull this off.
Ishii is the biggest Asian man I've ever seen.
Yeah, I've met him in Japan when I went out with the quintet team. I was an alternate there like 3 or 4 years ago. And I got a picture with him. In Japan?
Yeah, Quintet
For
one.
soccer? Yeah, I was there. Yeah.
Yeah, I was in the Polaris corner.
Oh, beautiful. That's cool. Yeah, I was on the
So we
opposite
probably
corner. But yeah, he's a huge man.
You would have gone to like Quintet 2 then, right?
No, I was in both. So Quintet 1 was the one in Japan. That was the original. And then the Polaris one was the one in Vegas. Wasn't it?
Yeah, so Quintet 1 was Quintet 1 and 2 were in Japan, and then Quintet 3 was in Vegas.
I was in whichever one the 10th Planet team was in. The one in Japan. The one that we did in Japan, and then we did the other one in Vegas.
Yeah, so Quintet 2 was the Haisam Rita, and then Gio tapped Haisam Rita, didn't he?
Yeah, that's the one I was at.
Yeah, so that was Quintet 2. Quintet 1, I would have met you in Vegas as well.
Yeah.
I was with Dan Strauss in Vegas.
Oh, very cool. Yeah. So yeah, I met Satoshi there. That dude's a massive man. Oh shit.
Yeah.
Damn, you watching these collar ties?
Yeah.
Hell yeah, let's go. I love it. Nikki got that takedown there. That's technique and power right there.
And now he's looking to sell more of his Body Lock DVD.
Yeah.
passes Pena's guard, immediately gets on the selling. Must respect the hustle.
I mean, to be fair, I don't remember the last time I saw Felipe's guard get passed.
Yeah.
That was pretty impressive.
And he's got it here as well.
Yeah. Andy put up a hell of a fight for those 5 minutes of the hand fighting. That was awesome.
Yeah.
Dude, if you look at El Monster on Cyborg, they're still hand fighting 2.5 minutes left.
Yeah.
El Monster's got the gas tank for sure. And is always moving forward. It's super fun to watch. Cyborg's looking at the clock.
We are looking at overtime. Is Lachlan about to be passed by Yuri?
It's looking like it.
He's got his knee in again. He's very comfortable inverted, isn't he?
Yeah, he's pretty flexible. He's got his right knee pummeled? Oh, yeah.
And there, it's complete. He's got the pass, so no more giant killing. No more giant killing from Lachlan.
Yeah, that was crazy. And when he did that in 19, shit.
They haven't given Yuri points yet.
No.
Wow.
That's interesting. I thought he was for sure passed, no?
Yeah.
Maybe
I don't think Lachlan's got I don't think Laughlin's got much of a chance if it goes to overtime. Okay, Nicky Rod's racked up a few more points.
Yeah, he's up by quite a lot.
All right, we're at overtime with Laughlin and Yuri. Laughlin takes the point. Laughlin takes the penalty, pulls.
Best way to stop a body lock on a not Nicky Rod size human, you got to keep the frames extended and not really be sitting up. That's one way that what match was that? They were countering the body lock pass. I forget which match that was. We're about to go into overtime with Cyborg and El Monstro.
All right, let's hope they just keep it moving. So, see if Victor Hugo and Andre come on now to mat 1.
Hopefully they keep it moving.
Oh, Elder Cruz on a single leg.
Oh, nice.
That's
That's a heavy ass leg to be holding up.
Yeah. Got it again. He's go. Almost got his back.
Oh shit!
But that'll get him. That'll get him some judges' favor for sure.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing, right? Like El Monstro has the cardio to keep this sort of pace up. So a few more of those, and it's going to be hard for Cyborg to make a case. Oh, he's in on a leg now.
Victor Hugo and Andre are up.
Oh shit! Okay, I gotta see this before I bounce. Oh my god! Look at the size difference, bro. Dude, stop.
It really looks like a video game where we've like maxed out one character and like the other one you've gone the opposite way.
Yeah, 100%. Oh man, this is awesome.
Cyborg almost with a takedown. It looks like he's gonna get on the back.
That's pretty significant.
Thomas, we're looking at mat 1, Victor Hugo and Fabricio Andre. Cyborg has managed to get himself behind Elder Cruz, so it's probably what's going to get him a decision there. He's got he might have almost got a hook in. He can probably get onto a body lock. Yeah, he's got the body lock. So he's going to get the points there.
And Lachlan's got a penalty on Matt too.
Yeah. Yeah, he sat to guard the second there was overtime was announced. I guess there's only 1 point as opposed to 2 for being taken down.
Yeah, I mean, Thomas, I think Victor's got to be like 230, 240, right? 230 something? At least, because he looked bigger than Gordon. Gordon's like 225. And Fabricio, with his weight cut, he's probably obviously somewhere in the 150s, I would guess.
You can't see Fabricio if the camera angle's wrong.
Yeah, it's awesome.
All right, so Yuri gets the win over Lachlan. Cyborg, 30 seconds left and 3 points up. Yeah. All right, we're gonna get Felipe Pena
shit,
and Jimenez.
dude, that was sick. Oh my god, if he did that in 2.5 minutes, he would have had takedown. Oh Jesus.
Yeah.
Wow. Dude, that was sick. He hit him with a duck. That was badass.
Oh wow.
But I mean, after he got on top of him, Victor Hugo pretty much just literally just pushed them away and got on top.
So it's gonna be like it probably actually be a bit harder for Victor Hugo to pass here because he's obviously used to going against bigger people, so he can get away with slightly bigger gaps where they can't insert their legs into and stuff.
Oof. Inverting with all that weight on you? Bruh. Oof. Oof.
To get on a leg. Victor Hugo might try and knee bar him with like no leverage and just see if he can break it with his hands.
Just literally move his leg.
Like some Aikido bullshit, but it works.
When there's 100-pound difference. Yeah. Fuck.
Yeah.
Oh shit, he got out. Dude, this is awesome. That was pretty scary watching.
Pena.
Oh, Pena Jimenez?
Yeah. Jimenez is always game. This is going to be fun.
Oh, Mourinho and Ty is up too.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I'm having trouble getting the Pena feed up. It keeps putting the Victor Hugo one.
Oh. Jimenez always had he was going for a triangle.
Oh. Wow. Raph, yeah, I mean, that's probably true. Why they let Felipe in the absolute.
Yeah, I think the only other one they could really sell over other than Gordon and Felipe might have been Gordon and Craig, but
yeah,
Craig can't afford to win. It'll damage his brand.
Mm-hmm.
Jimenez
Is the
go for a
victor?
buggy. It is too big.
That would be something.
Yeah.
I can't believe the Victor Hugo Fabricio match is still 0-0.
I don't know how. I guess it probably went for a shot and then pulled off of that. I didn't see how it got to floor. Oh my! Andre might get a sweep.
Oof. Wait, Andre Gavalas. What? Whiskey? What are you talking about? What are you talking about, Whiskey? Oh my God! Look at Fabricio, bro.
That should be a reversal. He should have points. No?
I looked away. I couldn't tell if Victor was attacking a foot or not.
Yeah, I don't know the rules that well. Looks like Felipe is just camping out on top.
Oof.
About to get mount. Ty and Mourinho having a bit of a Wing Chun fight.
Oh, Victor Hugo's trying to fold his arm in the reverse Kimura. Ow. 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 Okay, he lost it. Dude, Mourinho and Ty are just... This is just like a backyard brawl between these two.
Yeah.
Mourinho just literally tried to, like, free kick his leg.
Yeah. When foot sweeps become Muay Thai.
There was a lot of that this weekend. Oh, nice blast double. Beautiful. Oh, what happened, Fabricio? Raph, would I do the absolute if I was there right now? No. No is the answer to that question. If I was Fabricio's age, probably. If I was 19 or 20, yeah, probably.
Yeah. I remember being immortal as well.
What's that?
Yeah. I remember being immortal when I was that young too.
Yeah.
Jimenez has managed to get points on Pena. Now he's been mounted.
Yeah. Oh, maybe not. He's coming out the back. Nope. There it goes. All right, David. I gotta bounce. It was nice meeting you, man. Thanks for everybody who's listening.
Nice to meet you too, Luis.
See you guys. Okay. I might pop back in later. Yeah.
All right, man. Take care. Okay. Looks like you guys are stuck with me, so I'm going to try and talk more, even though it's not really usually my thing. Looks like Pena is going to be trying to rack up some more points now, going for knee on belly, and then looking to get the back on Jimenez. Tyrotolo appears to have a pretty badly bloodied nose and keeps telling the ref, no, let me bang, bro. Oh, we have Haisam Rida and Giancarlo Bordoni about to go as well. Let's see if Haisam can pull off some more. Well, don't have to be an upset if it's 2 weight classes up, but see if he can continue to impress, because he is a scary gentleman. Pena just racking up the points now, looking to get on Jimenez's back. Oh, has he got a crucifix? No. He's taking the back though, and now he's going to look for the choke. Giancarlo sat to guard. The ref finally making Tyrotolo clear his nose up, so we're going to take even longer for this with stoppages. Jimenez giving a very spirited performance against Pena here. All right, we got Bordoni and Zedgard. Hey Errol, Yuri managed to win in overtime because Lachlan sat to guard in overtime and got a penalty. All right, Giancarlo, you're looking to come onto a leg on Rita. Oh, wild! Tyrotolo looks like he should be able to secure top position. Yeah, he's got points for a takedown here. Now he's behind. He's behind Pedro Mourinho. He's looking to take the back or looking to secure top position. Yeah. Raph, is your voice like entirely gone? Yep. Jimenez looking for one more Hail Mary buggy choke. Ty looking to attack. Ty looking to attack the turtle. I'm glad to hear it shot because your voice is annoying, Raph. All right, and Pena looks to take the back again. Gets the back. Oh, Ty's got the back, so he's gonna be up 5 points, and now he's gonna be looking to finish off from here. Oh, Haisam's on his back now, looking to play, looking to shoot his hips up. Giancarlo's doing a good job of stapling one of his legs. Giancarlo looking to stack pass. He's got a leg drag. Going to come around. Looking for that Dagestani handcuff. Looks like he's been watching some Craig Jones DVDs. Coming up into side control, coming up. The knee on belly. Tyrotolo gets a tap. Wow. Okay, so we have Tyrotolo through to the next round as well. So we have Giancarlo on a reverse triangle. He gets the tap on Haisam Rida as well. Okay, cool. We're done with the first round. Oh no, sorry. We've got Merigali. We've got Merigali and Ferreira left to come up. So. My accent's not silly, buddy. It's sophisticated. It makes me sound smart, which is good because I'm not smart. Okay, cool. So we actually had pretty much 3 matches ended at the same time. I wonder if they'll start the quarterfinals before Merigali's match. King Jake. I have no idea why the UFC cut Ryan Hall judo. I will for sure ask her about Jake when she gets back from your place, man. Don't worry. All right, cool. It does. It looks like we're gonna have Cyborg and Victor Hugo coming up. No worries, Jake. Thanks for letting me know. I appreciate it. Okay, cool. We've got some second round matches going on. We got Cyborg and Hugo. We have Nicky Rod and Yuri. Obviously, Nicky Rod and Yuri have had a match before where on who's number one, Nicky Rod. That's where Nicky Rod started to sell his Body Lock DVD, isn't it? I'm an atrocious powerlifter, Raf. So maybe some of the people in 66, and that's it. Also no, some of the under 60 kilo girls too. Okay, so we've got Cyborg in reverse half guard, looking to come out on top on Victor Hugo. Merigali's pulled guard. And Nicky Rod and Yuri probably going to have a long slap fight for a bit. Gabby would crush you too, Raf. Okay, cool. We have Victor Hugo looking to get on a toe hold on Cyborg here. Okay, he's given up on that. Might be going for the heel hook on the other side. Looks to have a little bit of heel exposure, but Cyborg's kicking through with his other foot. So we've got a toe slip. Victor Hugo inverting again. And we get behind. Raf, from the current looks of it, Cyborg should be going for a cripple crossface, but he didn't. He put hooks in, so I know you're upset. Don't mourn too hard. All right, Cyborg's got the back. Nicky Rod and Samoas, they're not. They're just having their collar tie fight. They're just playing slap hands a bit. Cyborg takes him out. The Hugo's looking to hip escape. Cyborg looks like he's trying to forearm Victor Hugo in the face. So they're trying to do a cripple crossface from the front, ref. So, he's trying to innovate, ref, so you can't be too disappointed with, can't be too disappointed with the lack of a cripple crossface when he's trying new variations. Yeah, too many Boston Crab attempts missed this weekend. And with all the leg lock battles going on and no figure four leg locks attempted, I'm upset. I won't be wooing for a while. Mendez-Regali about to enter point scoring phase here. It looks like Ferreira is injured, so that match is over. So I'm gonna have Mendez-Regali against Giancarlo. Okay, cool. New Wave versus New Wave, as they should be. Gonna have Rotolo against Pena next, which will be. What's the possibility we see Bodoni or Mendez-Regali versus Gordon? Today, not that likely, but yeah, I'd say that whoever comes out of that quarterfinals probably, whoever comes out of that quarterfinals probably got a good shot at winning. Giancarlo's really impressed me this weekend, so he's looking good. Obviously, probably not much of a threat to Gordon, but who is? Yeah, Ty has every chance against Pena. He's very different style. He's not gonna. He's just gonna come out all guns blazing. Pena will be a bit more tactical, I assume, but that'll be a fun one. I hope. I don't know why I'm towing company lines. There could very well be boring as fuck fights like Nicky Rod and Yuri right now. Yep, Yuri and Nicky Rod looks pretty destined for overtime. Cyborg and Hugo. Cyborg trying very hard to pass. Looks like Nicky Rod and Yuri just been given a stop fucking slapping each other call by the ref. I think we're about to get Ty and Pena on 3. Big score from Nicky Rod and no reshot off of it. Looks to me like Yuri's probably doing enough here to get a judge's decision for when this one goes to the end of overtime and nothing has happened. Okay, Rutolo and Pena coming up. Okay, cool. Ty trying to foot sweep on Pena, and Pena's leg just not moving. All right, Cyborg and Hugo goes to overtime. Nicky Rod and Yuri about to go to overtime as well. Ty on a single leg. Ish. Tries to trip Pena, Pena's just too big. Oh, Cyborg's been given a penalty. Oh no, both been given a penalty. Cyborg looks for a Sasai. Cyborg's get. Looks like Cyborg should get the takedown there. Yep. So he's got the points. All right, Ty and Pena just been given a warning for stalling. Ty Ty doing a little bit more to force the action here, but obviously you can't afford to be as risk happy as he normally is against someone so much bigger. Gabby and Craig Jones have unfortunately not grappled yet. I don't think they do it on ADCC because I think they want to get paid for that sort of exhibitionism. Oh, Ty on a body lock on Pena. Oh, I just get shoved off like a child. He's looking for the leg lock. And then obviously Felipe's pretty good at defending the old leg locks, isn't he? Probably look to roll through to take Ty's back from here. Oh, Ty looks to take the back. Ty looks to come out on top. Free his leg. Ty looking for Pena's back. This could be fun. Yeah, Nicky Rod and Yuri not doing much. Still. Oh, Nicky Rod going for a single. That's shoved off. Ty can barely reach Felipe Pena's head to look for a collar tie. So Singapore, we've just opened up a bit more, so we're having a few more competitions lately. It's looking like a few more will open up. We had a fairly big one in Singapore yesterday, but it was lots of kids. And there's looking to be a couple of like ADCC opens. There's going to be one in Thailand. There's going to be one in Thailand, one in Singapore in December. So yeah, we're looking forward to it. But the scene here has a lot of growing to do for sure. All right, Felipe sat down to guard just before points, and now Ty's looking to pass. All right, Nicky Rod and Yuri looking like it'll go to a decision unless something can happen in the next 20 seconds. Pena looking for a leg on Ty. Nicky Rod spamming a few shots at the end, seeing if he can steal a decision here. That one goes to the judge's decision. Let's see how that goes. I'm going to say Yuri, but you know, my predictions this weekend have been atrocious anyway, so let's see. Yeah, Cyborg takes the win in his match. So Cyborg will go through to the semis. Where he will face whoever they decide. It's the Cyborg, and he will face whoever they decide won, Nicky and Yuri. In the meantime, Ty looking to pass. All right, they're back to standing. If Ty can break off. Oh, Steve. if they give that. Yeah, so they gave the decision to Yuri there. So Cyborg and Yuri will be your first semifinal. Oh, Pena's been given a negative, so Tyrotolo is effectively up 1 point. So Pena now looking to get in on a leg. This would be quite the upset. $69mega.com. How come only 84% have found love? You've got 69 in your name. More people should have found love. All right, looks like we're about to get the new wave battle between Giancarlo and Mendez-Regali. Ty's got a minute and a half to try and hold on here. But it looks like Felipe is trying to come around to the back. Looks like he's trying to oil check him a little bit with his whole fist. Which is Ty trying to hold on for another 45 seconds. He looks like he's might be about to get swept. He's in turtle if Felipe can get his second hook in, and he'll get the points. He's got that leg pretty badly trapped, but Ty can hold on for 25 seconds. He's going to come away with the win. This is going to be tight. Looks like he's probably not going to be able to. Looks like Felipe is just a bit too strong. Although he's not inserted that hook yet. He's looking to get the finish. I think Ty's going to do it. Wow. Tyrotolo beats Felipe Pena. Okay, so Tyrotolo will go on to face whoever wins the new wave quarterfinal between Giancarlo and Mendez-Regali. Tombstone match, Raph. Tombstone. There's no comparison. Drop someone straight on the top of their head. Whilst the razor's edges for sure, a fun one. But all right, Giancarlo looking like he's showing some slightly better stand up than Mendez-Regali. It makes sense. He's been training there for a bit longer, and Mendez-Regali's not been doing the stand up for very long. All right, so Mendez-Regali is in his guard now. Let's see how these training room battles have been at New Wave. All right, Mendez-Regali looking to come up. Not much happening there. Giancarlo looking to step through. Mendez-Regali looking to try and come behind here. Giancarlo on a leg maybe. It's pretty interesting. So Mendez-Regali comes to top. Giancarlo looking for for a half guard here. Well, Raph, I think Ty is actually he's probably quite a small competitor for 88. And I think obviously with just the general scrappiness and difficulty to do anything offensive to him, and against someone who's a bit more of a tactical player and doesn't like to push the pace as much, I think it. I wouldn't go so far as to say that a match with Pena suited him, but it wasn't necessarily stacked against him completely either. That analysis might be bullshit, but this is what you get when you get very average jiu-jitsu practitioners to do your commentary for you. Giancarlo looking to looks like Giancarlo's looking to get on one of Meregali's legs. I guess he's realizes that's probably not his strongest suit from training with him in preparation for this. Okay. Regali looks to have passed the guard. There's a knee on belly. Trying to hold on to side control here. So semifinals will be it'll be Yuri or Cyborg against Ty or one of these two. It's looking like Meregali is probably going to come out on top on this one, and he's probably got a. Oh, hello. I'd say Cyborg looks like he's been a bit more active in his matches. He's been willing to push the pace a bit more than Yuri. So I'd back Cyborg, and I'm probably going to pick Meregali to come out on top against Giancarlo, and then to come out on top against Cade. So maybe you could sell a match between Meregali and Gordon. Meregali's taking the back here on Giancarlo. Got the body triangle, got the points. So now he's going to start looking to finish. We're going to have probably going to be camped out for the rest of the match here with Giancarlo hand fighting to stop the choke. We'll see if Meregali can get through the hand fighting defense, but it looks like a bit of Wing Chun going on. All right, he's got an arm extended, so he might look for an arm lock, might look for he's looking to come up to mount. So he's going for that power half. And it looks like we're about to have our first semifinal between Cyborg and Yuri. Looks like Meregali's starting to tire Giancarlo out on the hand fight. All right, Giancarlo gets back to underneath mount, gets back to half guard, but he's only got 90 seconds left to work, so it doesn't look good for him here. All right, Yuri and Cyborg. Gotta be honest, not hugely excited to watch these two slap each other's necks for 10 to 15 minutes. All right, would say, okay, Giancarlo trying to throw everything at Meregali. Meregali just doing enough to hold him away. So this looks like the end of Giancarlo's weekend. Absolutely huge performances from him, though. Really impressive. He gets the takedown. Got 50 seconds left to work. Meregali's probably just going to stall him out from here. Oh, Cyborg. Cyborg got a front headlock from side control. "30 seconds left for Giancarlo to try something. So will we see some Hail Mary shit? I doubt it, but oh, Giancarlo tried to take the back. Too little, too late. Okay, looks like we're going to be down to 2 mats now. Cool. All right. Okay, so first absolute semifinal between Yuri and Cyborg. Yeah, Meregali versus Rotolo. Looking exciting. And my stream has decided to freeze because flow is shit. Okay, cool. A little game of slap neck between Yuri and Cyborg. Playing a little bit of Mercy as well. So Doug, I'm guessing they're going to let Meregali have a rest for a bit, and then he'll have a match against Tyrotolo next, and then he will fight the winner of this match between Cyborg and Yuri in the final. In previous years, I believe they've done the absolute final last and used the super fight to get people rest. But Seth Daniels and Mo Jassim are geniuses, so they're going to put Gordon and Andre last because that's the main event. No one can change it. All right. Warnings for having a shit fight being given to both competitors here. This is precisely the sort of thing that they've been looking to eliminate from ADCC, but it's kind of hard. It's kind of hard, at this point in the weekend, everyone's tired. Double warning again. I like how it's not like IBJJF where if they're going to warn both of you, they don't give you both penalties. They just do the sensible thing and just keep it at no penalties, and just tell them both, hey, you're being useless. Well, Yuri Simoes goes for a not very strong foot sweep and gets nothing on it. Sprawls on Cyborg tripods. Don't really look to come around. No, he's too slippery and too bald. Oh, Yuri looks for a single there. Man, doing just enough in all his matches. Probably doing a bit more than Cyborg here. So probably doing enough to maybe get three judges' decisions into the finals of the Absolute. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Cyborg goes for a shot. Yuri takes the front headlock. And Cyborg is bald and therefore slippery, so he pops his head out. Yuri looking for a single. So yeah, Galvao Ryan will go on last today. All right. Yuri looks for the go behind there again. Probably, in my opinion, doing enough to get favor with the judges, to get the judges' decision. Although, it's all about initiation here. It's like a fraternity. This weekend, I've been most impressed by Owen and Flanagan, frankly. I know I took the piss out of him in my prediction video. But, you know, Jandy retiring or not is no joke. And then to get a finish over Mason Fowler as well, also really impressive. I managed to watch a replay of his match with Giancarlo earlier. I was hoping he'd come out on top of that, but left it all out there. He got finished because he was going for it. So we're doing well. Raf, I've written in the chat, but we've got class here in 10 minutes, so I'm going to have to slip off and probably at the end of this match. Alright. Okay. These two bald Brazilians, nice and sweaty, slipping off each other.
That's interesting. Like right before the
Yeah. All right. Some really exciting hand fighting still going on here. You slap hands. Yuri going for that. Not very good. Foot sweep again.
Roy, yeah, you get juiced up and be as big as all this juice over here, like a secret ingredient.
Look, pushing them off the mat. That's the most exciting thing that's happened for a while. Oh, he gets to keep the single leg, which will be slipped out of very, very fast. Oh my goodness, he's kept a hold of it. Everyone, this is Jordan behind me. Yuri with the Muay Thai clinch. Shame he can't throw any knees. So Yuri definitely doing enough here to get favor from the judges. I wonder if Cyborg will complain like he did when Nicky Raj got a decision against him. Oh, Cyborg goes for a double. Hey! Yuri gets a takedown, holds him down. He should get the points for that. He'll get the points for that. Now he's in Cyborg's guard for 90 seconds. Oh, they're going away to check whether or not that should be given points. No, they've given the points. They're going to make sure they reset in the same position. Yuri Simões has put on 45 minutes of not very much action here, and it looks like he's gonna get an absolute medal. And he's looking to pass, so he's being active here. We've got a minute left of this, so not too long. Cyborg trying to post on his head, but like Cyborg, Yuri is bald and sweaty, so it's just slipping off. Live by the sword, die by the sword. Cyborg looks to invert. Stays in guard. Will he try and wrestle up? No. 30 seconds. Cyborg, I guess, looking for a sweep, but that's probably not going to come. That's underneath. Yuri. Yeah, they shake hands. They shake hands. Hold each other's hands up. Give each other a hug. Try and re-inhale some of the testosterone in each other's sweat. You know, keep those levels nice and high. Yuri wins. Yuri advances to the absolute final, where he will face the winner of Tyrotolo and Mendez-Regali. And with that, Raf, I'm going to have to head off now. So if you have someone in to replace me, that's going to be cool. But all right. Take care, Raf. Thanks for having me on. Peace.
Do you wish that you could recover faster from workouts or training? Do you wish you had the same energy, power, stamina, and drive that you used to? Every year after puberty, your growth hormone decreases, sometimes by as much as 50%. And, spoiler, it doesn't come back. It doesn't matter how in shape you are or how good your diet is. Just like death, taxes, and sequels to The Fast and the Furious, they're gonna happen, whether you like it or not. But Raf, how does this affect me, a young jiu-jitsu practitioner who believes he will never get old? Well, growth hormone decreases can cause poor workout performance, slow workout and injury recovery, chronic fatigue, mood swings, depression, body fat, low libido, poor sleep, and a lot more. Though frankly, if you're asking me, that sounds like plenty. That's where BioPro Plus comes in. BioPro Plus is the first of its kind 100% non-synthetic alternative to prescription HGH growth hormone treatments. It immediately replaces what your body is not getting, and it does it naturally without the needles, nasty side effects, or the expensive costs of typical synthetic growth hormone treatments. BioPro Plus is not a synthetic drug, so it won't shut off your natural production or cause you to pop on any drug tests. Wink, ADCC competitors. Since 2009, BioPro Plus was only available through doctors, but not anymore. Now you can get BioPro Plus shipped directly to you. No doctor visits, no blood work, no pharmacy. If you're serious about your training, and I hope that you are, go to Bioprotein Tech and use the promo code GRAPPLINGHOUR for $30. We're giving them $30 off to our idiots? Okay, it's their money. Go to Bioprotein Tech and use the code GRAPPLINGHOUR for $30 off. So go check out BioPro Plus today before your competition does.
Does it get easier to get out of bed every morning? To face the grind, day after day? Does it get easier to put in the time, climb the ranks? Is it easy to escape everything holding you down? No, nothing great comes easy. Be very hard to submit.
My name is Rafa Esparza. Many of you know me as a friendly neighborhood BJJ podcaster, but that's not all I do in our sport. I'm a jiu-jitsu commentator, broadcaster, photographer, meme maker, analyst, writer, coach, tournament producer, and occasional athlete therapist. I know, it's weird. I've worn many hats in jiu-jitsu, but the one that I cherish the most is serving as a host. We have done some incredible things over the past 4 years on this show, but starting this Tuesday, we will roll out a brand new experience for fans of the Grappling Hour. Going forward, we will be offering 2 membership-based offerings. Tier number 1 will give our fans early access to my interviews. Tier 1 members will have the ability to see my interviews a month before they're released to the general public. And as a topical show that has a track record of being the first destination for some of the biggest names in our sport, you won't want to miss out on those. Members of this tier will also have access to audio versions of this show in the event that they don't want to see my face, which I totally get. Each month, subscribers will get to see 4-hour-long interviews. Tier 2 members will not only have early access to my interviews, but they will also get to see brand new content that will not be available anywhere else. New premium content includes bi-weekly podcast minisodes. These episodes are designed for the grappling superfans who want in-depth discussions with our guests on topics ranging from greatest losses to opponents that competitors respected the most. Topics will be explored for limited runs, anywhere between 4 to 10 weeks, and will give the featured guests on each episode an opportunity to share the type of unique insight that either gets lost or overlooked in most other interviews. Drill Sessions, a monthly segment where friends and guests of the show will share short videos of the techniques and sequences they're currently drilling in their gyms. Swept Under the Mat, never before seen behind the scenes footage from the Grappling Hour archives, and short videos and vlogs from the coverage that I do at various MMA and grappling live events. Members will also be treated to show bloopers and occasional clips of my own training sessions. There's also going to be a live chat dedicated to members of this tier that will answer questions ranging from just about anything you guys want to throw at me. And finally, members of this tier will also have the ability to pitch mini-sode episodes and occasionally submit questions for upcoming guests. To become a member, head on over to hi.page/grappling hour. You can also find the link for that page in the description below. Now listen, I know there are a lot of you who may not be able to afford these subscription tiers. That's why it's important to me to still offer some content for those people who want to support the show, but may not have the means to do so financially. So for you, we're still going to offer a condensed weekly version of the show. That show will give you the first 10 minutes of my interviews, and a month after that episode is released to our early access and premium subscribers, they will be unlocked on our YouTube page. In return, all that I ask is that you subscribe to us here on our YouTube page and that you continue to like and share the content that you enjoy on our page. I know money is tight for everybody right now. The last thing you want to do is thinking about having to invest in another subscription-based service. But I hope that you see the value in the types of interviews that I do. I hope you see the consistency of my coverage over the past 10 years, and I hope you see the overall vision that I have for this show. I have never been short on ambition. And for the next phase of this show, I'm taking a pretty big swing. So with that, I'm going to need some support. I hope that you'll come with us and help us become an even bigger and better show. And I can't tell you how much I appreciate your time. Thank you so much for even watching all the way to right now, even if you do nothing. It's been a great day for grappling. We'll see you back on the mats.
Thanks, Raf, and Wow, how on earth did you get one of those in the studio? So, under 99, once again, we have to start with name pronunciation degree of difficulty. These heavier divisions is where it gets really interesting because that's where the Scandinavians did well at trials. So we have Perttu Tepponen, who came out on top in European trials. We also have Kyle Bame? Who knows how we pronounce that one. Sneaking in with a decent MPDD score is also Owen Livesey. Now you might be thinking, that's not very hard to pronounce, but you just know he's been called Livesey far, far more times than he's ever wanted to. Does this increase in his name pronunciation difficulty mean he's more likely to Kataguruma someone through one of the judges' tables? Yes, and I'm looking forward to it. So, the under 99 category, moving on. Well, actually, as you'll surely understand from the profoundness of the predictions that this algorithm has made, this algorithm is very clearly A grade. But now we've got to talk about the B team. Craig Jones. Another algorithmic anomaly. It's a shame, given the amount of alliteration that I just said, that I can't input this algorithm into ADCC, otherwise it would win. Now, if we factor in his star sign, Cancer, with his Chinese zodiac, also born in the year of the goat, just like Gary Tonin, and we factor that into the algorithm, and we multiply that by the number of t-shirts he sold with the word Creonte on it, we get his chances of winning coefficient. 58,008. But remember, Craig Jones is Australian, so we have to look at that upside down, and that only spells one thing: victory.
Does it get easier to get out of bed every morning? To face the grind, day after day? Does it get easier to put in the time, climb the ranks? Is it easy to escape everything holding you down? No, nothing great comes easy. Be very hard to submit.
Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 yo, go, 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 go,
One of my blue belt tournaments, I think I won 4 matches in a row by Darce. And the dude that I was going to compete against in the gold medal match, I think he also won 1 or 2 by Darce, so we made an agreement before. The only way we win this match is by Darce, and I got the Darce on him. He knew it was coming, and I just forced it on.
So you guys went up to each other. You said like, yo, you got a nice Darce. Yo, your Darce is nice too.
Yeah.
All right, Darce only match.
Yeah. And it was a joke. Obviously, we were going to win however we could win. But I forced that shit on. My Darce was not a clean Darce at the time. It was like grabbing their head and like squeezing it and forcing it with all of my, and I forced it on.
You just said that it was a joke, but it wasn't a joke. You still ended up getting it. So
I still ended up getting it.
My name is Rafa Sparza. Many of you know me as a friendly neighborhood BJJ podcaster, but That's not all I do in our sport. I'm a jiu-jitsu commentator, broadcaster, photographer, meme maker, analyst, writer, coach, tournament producer, and occasional athlete therapist. I know, it's weird. I've worn many hats in jiu-jitsu, but the one that I cherish the most is serving as a host. We have done some incredible things over the past 4 years on this show, but starting this Tuesday, we will roll out a brand new experience for fans of the Grappling Hour. Going forward, we will be offering 2 membership-based offerings. Tier number 1 will give our fans early access to my interviews. Tier 1 members will have the ability to see my interviews a month before they're released to the general public. And as a topical show that has a track record of being the first destination for some of the biggest names in our sport, you won't want to miss out on those. Members of this tier will also have access to audio versions of this show in the event that they don't want to see my face, which I totally get. Each month, subscribers will get to see 4-hour-long interviews. Tier 2 members will not only have early access to my interviews, but they will also get to see brand new content that will not be available anywhere else. New premium content includes bi-weekly podcast minisodes. These episodes are designed for the grappling superfans who want in-depth discussions with our guests on topics ranging from greatest losses to opponents that competitors respected the most. Topics will be explored for limited runs, anywhere between 4 to 10 weeks, and will give the featured guests on each episode an opportunity to share the type of unique insight that either gets lost or overlooked in most other interviews. Drill Sessions, a monthly segment where friends and guests of the show will share short videos of the techniques and sequences they're currently drilling in their gyms. Swept Under the Mat, never before seen behind-the-scenes footage from the Grappling Hour archives, and short videos and vlogs from the coverage that I do at various MMA and grappling live events. Members will also be treated to show bloopers and occasional clips of my own training sessions. There's also going to be a live chat dedicated to members of this tier that will answer questions ranging from just about anything you guys want to throw at me. And finally, members of this tier will also have the ability to pitch mini-sode episodes and occasionally submit questions for upcoming guests. To become a member, head on over to hi.page/grappling hour. You can also find the link for that page in the description below. Now listen, I know there are a lot of you who may not be able to afford these subscription tiers. That's why it's important to me to still offer some content for those people who want to support the show, but may not have the means to do so financially. So for you, we're still going to offer a condensed weekly version of the show. That show will give you the first 10 minutes of my interviews, and a month after that episode is released to our early access and premium subscribers, they will be unlocked on our YouTube page. In return, all that I ask is that you subscribe to us here on our YouTube page and that you continue to like and share the content that you enjoy on our page. I know money is tight for everybody right now. The last thing you want to do is thinking about having to invest in another subscription-based service. But I hope that you see the value in the types of interviews that I do. I hope you see the consistency of my coverage over the past 10 years, and I hope you see the overall vision that I have for this show. I have never been short on ambition. And for the next phase of this show, I'm taking a pretty big swing. So with that, I'm going to need some support. I hope that you'll come with us and help us become an even bigger and better show. And I can't tell you how much I appreciate your time. Thank you so much for even watching all the way to right now, even if you do nothing. It's been a great day for grappling. We'll see you back on the mats. Did you ever try to hit a pro wrestling move in your wrestling career?
I was losing this one match in my senior year so badly.
Okay.
Like I knew I was it was 10 points and the match was over. Like if they were winning by 10 or more, and I was losing bad, like 8-0. I was just crushing me. And I remember after we went out of bounds and we're coming back in bounds, I said, hey, how about I give you a tornado DDT off the referee's table and we call it a match? And he goes, what? And I went, tornado DDT? I was like, no. And then he just scored 2 more points and the match ended.
Does it get easier to get out of bed every morning? To face the grind, day after day? Does it get easier to put in the time, climb the ranks? Is it easy to escape everything holding you down? No, nothing great comes easy. be very hard to submit.
What are you drinking right now?
What?
I'm sorry, what are you drinking?
What? That Broken Skull. Shout out to Stone Cold.
I'm gonna give a quick line read as Stone Cold. This is the El Segundo.
What?
Brewing Company.
What?
Broken Skull IPA.
What?
Oh God, Jesus Christ! You have a truly mango here.
Yeah, dude. It's only 100 calories.
You're trying to make sure the cut's gonna go well, right?
100%, yeah. Do you think I don't want a Broken Skull IPA right now?
Bro, it looks like you do. Hold on. You think Stone Cold ever turned down beer when he was getting ready for his championship fight? We lost our main captain.
Is he gonna grab me a beer?
This is the worst thing a coach could do. He's literally baby birding him right now.
Give me a hell yeah!
Ooh-wee.
Hold on.
Did I earn your respect?
Yeah. And you're drinking a truly with the Stone Cold shirt. At least get one beer up in you.
My name is Rafa Esparza. Many of you know me as a friendly neighborhood BJJ podcaster, but that's not all I do in our sport. I'm a jiu-jitsu commentator, broadcaster, photographer, meme maker, analyst, writer, coach, tournament producer, and occasional athlete therapist. I know, it's weird. I've worn many hats in jiu-jitsu, but the one that I cherish the most is serving as a host. We have done some incredible things over the past 4 years on this show, but starting this Tuesday, we will roll out a brand new experience for fans of the Grappling Hour. Going forward, we will be offering 2 membership-based offerings. Tier number 1 will give our fans early access to my interviews. Tier 1 members will have the ability to see my interviews a month before they're released to the general public. And as a topical show that has a track record of being the first destination for some of the biggest names in our sport, you won't want to miss out on those. Members of this tier will also have access to audio versions of this show in the event that they don't want to see my face, which I totally get. Each month, subscribers will get to see 4-hour-long interviews. Tier 2 members will not only have early access to my interviews, but they will also get to see brand new content that will not be available anywhere else. New premium content includes bi-weekly podcast minisodes. These episodes are designed for the grappling superfans who want in-depth discussions with our guests on topics ranging from greatest losses to opponents that competitors respected the most. Topics will be explored for limited runs, anywhere between 4 to 10 weeks, and will give the featured guests on each episode an opportunity to share the type of unique insight that either gets lost or overlooked in most other interviews. Drill Sessions, a monthly segment where friends and guests of the show will share short videos of the techniques and sequences they're currently drilling in their gyms. Swept Under the Mat, never before seen behind the scenes footage from the Grappling Hour archives, and short videos and vlogs from the coverage that I do at various MMA and grappling live events. Members will also be treated to show bloopers and occasional clips of my own training sessions. There's also going to be a live chat dedicated to members of this tier that will answer questions ranging from just about anything you guys want to throw at me. And finally, members of this tier will also have the ability to pitch mini-sode episodes and occasionally submit questions for upcoming guests. To become a member, head on over to hi.page/grappling hour. You can also find the link for that page in the description below. Now listen, I know there are a lot of you who may not be able to afford these subscription tiers. That's why it's important to me to still offer some content for those people who want to support the show, but may not have the means to do so financially. So for you, we're still going to offer a condensed weekly version of the show. That show will give you the first 10 minutes of my interviews, and a month after that episode is released to our early access and premium subscribers, they will be unlocked on our YouTube page. In return, all that I ask is that you subscribe to us here on our YouTube page and that you continue to like and share the content that you enjoy on our page. I know money is tight for everybody right now. The last thing you want to do is thinking about having to invest in another subscription-based service. But I hope that you see the value in the types of interviews that I do. I hope you see the consistency of my coverage over the past 10 years, and I hope you see the overall vision that I have for this show. I have never been short on ambition. And for the next phase of this show, I'm taking a pretty big swing. So with that, I'm going to need some support. I hope that you'll come with us and help us become an even bigger and better show. And I can't tell you how much I appreciate your time. Thank you so much for even watching all the way to right now, even if you do nothing. It's been a great day for grappling. We'll see you back on the mats.
I came to probably the truest perspective, or the most honest perspective, about the entire tournament, about who I was as a fighter, and I was freed. I believe that your greatest power is found in authenticity, and I found that right before the finals match. I totally expected it to go the entire distance and be a rough back and forth match. I did not expect it to be short at all. You could only hope for that, but all of the pressure and the stress and the fear, it all left, and I was just filled with my focus and absolute will, and I think I was happy too. I was excited. I wanted to see what I could do. And that was the coolest thing to feel right before a finals match at the biggest event you've ever been to. So far, putting on your best performance. Still nervous about how the rest is going to go, but that was the coolest thing. I feel like I lost myself and then found myself at the tournament. And that was absolutely liberating and an incredible experience to have.
I went into the armbar, and at this point, I was just exhausted. And I just closed my eyes and gave everything. And I just remember the ref tapping me, being like, stop. I know it sounds dramatic, but I actually just was so exhausted. Even when I stood up to get off the mats, my vision actually blacked out, and my legs, I don't know if you seen those UFC fights where the guy gets knocked and his legs start to wobble like a weird chicken dance. My legs started to do that. And then my coach had to catch me as I was going off the mats, and they made fun of me for the next week, but I was basically I can't see, and I was like, I can't feel my legs, I can't see. One of my friends had run and bought Gatorade, Snickers. So at first I couldn't. I was like, if I eat the Snickers, I'm gonna puke it right back out.
I thought we could maybe Andrew Wiltsey you here and try and get you a Snickers deal, but then you're like, I didn't eat the Snickers, and I go, oh damn, no, Brianna, we gotta change that story. Next time we tell that story, it's gonna be like, I had that Snickers, and actually that's what won me the tournament.
So I actually ate it later on, and it tasted really good. So
I was concerned. I was like, yo, that's some good Snickers money that we're not looking at. But then I see you tell someone as good as Craig Jones that he's not safe. Are you saying now that you're going to buggy choke him at ADCC? Is that the plan now?
I mean, if it's there, I'll take it. We buggy choke each other all the time in training. I get all the stupid bullshit moves from him. Everything that shouldn't work that does work is inspired by him. A few months before I moved to Texas to train with them, I was watching YouTube videos of the Rotolo brothers hitting it and stuff, and I'm like, this is awesome. I have to learn this. I started playing around with it, and I started getting more flexible because of it. I'm kind of forced to be more flexible. I'll hit it on Craig, and then he'll go to his back and buggy choke me. I haven't finished Craig with it yet, but it's coming for sure.
I wasn't sure if you led us to believe when you said, oh yeah, we kind of go back and forth, buggy choke each other all the time. What I think you were meaning to say was, no, he buggy chokes me and I hate him, but it's coming for him.
Yes.
I've always been drawing, so I've always liked to keep a sketchbook, pretty much since high school times. I used to try to just kind of strictly have arts and sketches, and then I started writing in them, and then I started buying little notebooks that were specific to just kind of writing little things in there. And that, I guess that started pretty close to the time I started doing jiu-jitsu, about when I was 17, 18. And it's pretty cool too, because back in those journals I actually have little writings where I'm I'm going to win EBI. So it's pretty dope to have that come around.
Did you go back and find that? Did you see that after you ended up winning it?
Well, I was looking at that, afterwards. And I was also looking at those notes before, and I was writing stuff I'm going to win Nogi Worlds, I'm going to win finishers. And then I ended up doing that. And then I also had the same, in those same pages, I'm going to win EBI, I'm going to win this, I'm going to win that. And I have it all. It's all there.
He's just take that time when you walk in, listen to that music, because I usually walk out the same song all the time.
What's the song?
X gonna give it to you.
I want to make sure, because we don't always get that at home.
I'm walking out there, I'm like, come on DMX, bring me home, I'm like, let's go DMX, bring me home, let's go. And then the USC has the audacity to not even start it at the very beginning. They start mid-song, after the beat already drops and stuff.
Yeah, but also the horns at the beginning are supposed to like get you there.
It's that I wanted that build up.
Because like when he's telling you this is not a fucking game, then you go, oh, that's right, this isn't a fucking game.
And that's usually that cue when I'm walking out where I'm like, it's the build up and then the beat drops and I'm like, yeah, let's go.
Right.
They started right after that. And I'm walking, I'm smiling still. I was trying to feel it, but it was like it didn't click. It didn't click.
I literally had no idea that they wanted me to do this. And they literally just sent me a bout agreement one day. So Chatri kind of said something to me. I was in the warm-up room a few days before the fight. And he said something about, oh, yeah, did you see we're signing a bunch of grapplers now, whatever. Are you interested in grappling again maybe one day? And I was like, yeah, but, you know, MMA is like the main thing. That was as much of a conversation as we ever had. A few weeks after my fight, I get a fucking bout agreement for grappling. Hey, you know, like, you're going to fight Cade. And I was like, oh, okay. I talked it over with John and Gordon real quick. These guys are basically at the highest level right now in the sport. So fuck it. You know, it's a good match. So then like 2 days later, they're like, oh yeah, just kidding. We can't tell the difference between the twins. So it's actually Ty. And I was like, okay, sure, I guess. The first name in writing on the contract that I actually signed was Cade Rotolo. So I signed a contract to fight Cade Rotolo first. And then they were like, yeah, just kidding. We fucked it up.
Our guest has been described by one of the most prominent publications as the dangerously horny Gary Tonin. Gary Tonin, welcome back to the show, sir.
Man, there's no way I don't even know how to follow that up. That was one of my favorite introductions and segues of who I am in a very short phrase that I've ever heard. So
honestly, the first time I read it, I was really mad that I didn't coin that exact phraseology. So I was really pissed because I go, that's really fucking funny. And I sent a note to the person who wrote it and they go, thank you so much. And I sent them a note today that says, I will be introducing Gary as that.
I'm 100% going to make t-shirts that say dangerous and horny for sure. And whoever that is getting $0.
When you say that you want breakfast and you've made the weight, what kind of breakfast are we talking here?
I ate a corned beef hash.
That's the breakfast of champions we're talking about here?
It was a huge plate of corned beef hash. I was like, I don't know if I should eat this whole thing. I might puke like while I'm training, but it's like 7:30 in the morning. I'm like, oh, I think I'll have enough time to digest. So I ate the whole thing, like 4 pieces of toast. And I was like super full. I'm like, okay, now I can go to sleep. Like now I'll be able to take a nap. Honestly, I don't really have a ritual like meal, like something that I want or need right before competition. Day to day in training, I don't really eat breakfast. So
no, I feel that, and I hear you. But when people say they're looking for breakfast, I'm thinking, oh, okay, this guy's going to put away 2 eggs, some bacon, some toast. Cabbage? Like, what the hell? That does not figure in any of my equations.
There was at least like 4 eggs in the hash, but yeah, it was pretty good. I liked it.
Bless your soul, kid. They would have wheeled me off after round 1. My name is Rafa Esparza. Many of you know me as a friendly neighborhood BJJ podcaster, but that's not all I do in our sport. I'm a jiu-jitsu commentator, broadcaster, photographer, meme maker, analyst, writer, coach, tournament producer, and occasional athlete therapist. I know, it's weird. I've worn many hats in jiu-jitsu, but the one that I cherish the most is serving as a host. We have done some incredible things over the past 4 years on this show, but starting this Tuesday, we will roll out a brand new experience for fans of the Grappling Hour. Going forward, we will be offering 2 membership-based offerings. Tier number 1 will give our fans early access to my interviews. Tier 1 members will have the ability to see my interviews a month before they're released to the general public. And as a topical show that has a track record of being the first destination for some of the biggest names in our sport, you won't want to miss out on those. Members of this tier will also have access to audio versions of this show in the event that they don't want to see my face, which I totally get. Each month, subscribers will get to see 4-hour-long interviews. Tier 2 members will not only have early access to my interviews, but they will also get to see brand new content that will not be available anywhere else. New premium content includes bi-weekly podcast minisodes. These episodes are designed for the grappling superfans who want in-depth discussions with our guests on topics ranging from greatest losses to opponents that competitors respected the most. Topics will be explored for limited runs, anywhere between 4 to 10 weeks, and will give the featured guests on each episode an opportunity to share the type of unique insight that either gets lost or overlooked in most other interviews. Drill Sessions, a monthly segment where friends and guests of the show will share short videos of the techniques and sequences they're currently drilling in their gyms. Swept under the mat, never before seen behind the scenes footage from the Grappling Hour archives, and short videos and vlogs from the coverage that I do at various MMA and grappling live events. Members will also be treated to show bloopers and occasional clips of my own training sessions. There's also going to be a live chat dedicated to members of this tier that will answer questions ranging from just about anything you guys want to throw at me. And finally, members of this tier will also have the ability to pitch mini-sode episodes and occasionally submit questions for upcoming guests. To become a member, head on over to hi.page/grappling hour. You can also find the link for that page in the description below. Now listen, I know there are a lot of you who may not be able to afford these subscription tiers. That's why it's important to me to still offer some content for those people who want to support the show, but may not have the means to do so financially. So for you, we're still going to offer a condensed weekly version of the show. That show will give you the first 10 minutes of my interviews, and a month after that episode is released to our early access and premium subscribers, they will be unlocked on our YouTube page. In return, all that I ask is that you subscribe to us here on our YouTube page and that you continue to like and share the content that you enjoy on our page. I know money is tight for everybody right now. The last thing you want to do is thinking about having to invest in another subscription-based service. But I hope that you see the value in the types of interviews that I do. I hope you see the consistency of my coverage over the past 10 years, and I hope you see the overall vision that I have for this show. I have never been short on ambition. And for the next phase of this show, I'm taking a pretty big swing. So with that, I'm going to need some support. I hope that you'll come with us and help us become an even bigger and better show. And I can't tell you how much I appreciate your time. Thank you so much for even watching all the way to right now, even if you do nothing. It's been a great day for grappling. We'll see you back on the mats.